abukate. 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 Abukate.
sneak back in. I can't get rid of her. I'm just a prisoner like the wind. Oh, she got my heart right on my chest, making me believe she knows the best. So on the bridge I stand,
Gambit. It's Gambit.
Yeah, Gambit.
Yeah.
B.
Good choice, BBB. Who ended on second?
Immortals.
Easy question for you. Good job.
Of course, bro.
2014.
No, Get Right was first. 2014.
Yes.
Kan jag spela?
Yes, Guardianen dock.
Guardian? I think it's Kenny, but Flash plus a Kenny beer. I think Kenny.
Or
So we can lock
No.
Ken, yes?
Hon sa these, but
Go, lock Kenny.
Lock Kenny?
I think
Yeah.
it's Guard.
Okay, Kenny's final answer is wrong. It was Pasha.
Oh, Pasha.
My brother.
1.4 million.
B. 1.4 million.
Are you sure?
Yes.
100%.
Yeah. It was offered in Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Yes. I
Good
know.
job.
I bought it.
But
Almost.
it was offered but declined.
Yeah. He wants 2 million.
2 million he wants.
Yeah.
Oh.
So if you have it from Republic, you know what to do.
Either A or D, GX.
Yeah, so straight here.
Really?
It's not that much
Okay, then it's
expensive.
B, bro.
I think it's B.
Yeah, B. Lock in B.
Us or?
No, I think it's A, man.
I think it's B.
What do we do now, Admin? We split?
You need to choose only one.
Okay,
Can
we
I-
choose this answer.
Ciao then.
Let's go A.
So final answer A.
Yeah, go.
That's right. Good job.
Ah, you see?
Skin
I'm a master. What do you think, GX?
C or A?
Well, you choose now. It's your choice.
C.
Okay, let's go lock in C.
So final answer C.
Yeah.
Let's try it.
It's wrong.
Who paid for this one? Oh. Hellraisers or Astana?
B.
Hellraisers, yeah.
I think it's
What?
B.
Was Astana? Or Astana played that? No. B, Hellraisers.
B. Lock in B.
Yeah.
B.
2014.
Yeah.
Good job.
I think copyright issues with artwork.
Let's go with D. I don't know. I don't know this
You
question.
don't know? Yeah, it was because
Yeah,
of copyright issues.
I heard something about this.
Good job. Good job.
It was €5 at the beginning. Now 5k.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. It's this rocket, but
This is Rocket.
Yeah, that's right. And from which map?
a rocket.
Nuke, maybe?
But it's new.
Nuke, I guess.
On Nuke, you have nuclear plant. There is not so much military stuff as I know.
Military stuff.
Is it official map?
Yeah.
Yeah. It is competitive map right now.
Mirage, maybe. They have tanks. Oh?
Inferno?
Oh, yeah. Could be Inferno.
Inferno. And where exactly?
A site, huh? Or I don't know.
By the tanks, maybe?
Where is tanks exactly?
City spawn.
City spawn.
No. But I give you point for Inferno. That's
It's
right.
A site.
It's B side coffins.
Oh,
But
I forgot.
we need time we found map at least.
But you get full points, so.
Oh.
I would remove Vertigo again. I hate this map. And I would bring back Train again.
I would remove overpass and bring train.
So train is your favorite map?
Yeah.
And remove overpass.
Not favorite, but I would remove those maps.
kills, so his name is X-Cloud, falls back, and the SMG peeks in. Mangs will get traded back by Woxy. He's now with a 1v3, and that's exactly what he does.
Woxy got to swing out wide on the contact. Khaled try and do the same, seeing if he can isolate these jewels.
In hand. Shot against James. Oh, what a tap. And what a round. What a clutch from Calix. When high player is still completely unscathed for Eternal Fire. Flash forward. Natara's going to see so many. He transfers back. Makes it a quadra. What a spray transfer. The ace for Zataris. We started this journey with countless numbers of teams in open qualifiers across Europe, and now we have reduced them just down to our final two here in Republic Season 3. It's the last day of the playoffs for Season 3 as we welcome you back to the show for our final matches of the season. I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwayne as per usual. We get the honor of closing out the season of Republic, Dwayne, and I have to say that it has been a long journey so far. Maybe not the expected teams we thought we'd see today, but most certainly teams that have earned their way into the grand finals and third place decider. How you doing, man?
Definitely don't say maybe, mate. We had some class teams. We had some favorites. We had teams that everyone thought there is no way they're at least not making the playoffs, Jay. But it has been a wild tournament. There has been upsets everywhere. And I think that gives us a very good gauge to how exactly the playoffs went down as well to even get to that point, Jay.
Well, of course, let's take you back over the course of this season so we can show you how we got to this point. We started again with our open qualifiers from V4 in Europe. We sent them to the closed qualifier against our 8 invited teams as well. 8 of those squads made their way forward to the main event, of course, with our group stages and how things went down over the course of those brackets. Of course, in Group A, we saw ECSTATIC, Bad News Eagles, and X-Mad Lions make their way in. Again, as you mentioned, Dwayne, some class teams that didn't quite make their way through on that group. And in Group B, a semi-similar story with FNATIC, Mouse NXT, and Forza claiming the spots in the playoff bracket.
And it's brutal format. When you've got 8 teams and only 3 of which are going to come out, you know that it's going to be tough. And of course, the run only continuing forward. We've had some close games, some 3-mapper affairs. FNATIC in the final for the 2nd time in the running. They've got to be happy about that.
Indeed, they must be. A team that will also be happy about their grand final placing has got to be X-Mad Lions. They went so far as to go from the open qualifiers straight to this point, and they are playing for that $75,000 first place prize. So much on the line for all squads involved today. We also got our 3rd place match that will be played out, of course, between the losers of the semi-finals themselves. And again, it's all on the line for this tournament so far. It's just such a nice feeling, I guess, to be close towards the end. It's been a very long journey.
Mirage. So much Mirage, Jay. And it's not just been us. We saw it in Group A as well. Been a lot of 3-mappers and a lot of teams that, especially in the course of Group B in the playoffs, have loved picking it too.
I'm excited to see whether or not we get some 3-mappers out today. I mean, it definitely feels like it would be appropriate to see these matches go down to the wire. And of course, we have 2 matches for you. Our 3rd place decider will be between Bad News Eagles and ECSTATIC. And later on today, we'll be closing out the tournament with our grand finals, 2nd time in the running for FNATIC against the X-Mad Lions, the ultimate underdogs. That is a match you do not want to miss. And you also don't want to miss this match either because it's going to be just as impressive. Dwight, you thought this would be our grand finals today.
I really did. I thought there was a lot going for both B&E and for ECSTATIC, and they'll be gutted. They'll be heartbroken that they weren't able to get into that grand final position. You could definitely say between the FNATIC and B&E game, maybe a little bit difficult to pick a favorite, but in the ECSTATIC X-Mad Lions game, there was a clear favorite by a country mile of ECSTATIC, and they still didn't come through, Jay.
Well, we'll talk about them in a few moments' time. For now, I do want to focus on the B&E squad because I had them to go at least close to FNATIC. I did believe it was going to be a much closer affair than people might have expected, but FNATIC blew them out of the water. Still a tough team to take on by the B&E side because I think it's probably the easier pill to swallow when you take a look at the losses in that semi-final position.
They really got trounced on in that game yesterday, and they'll be very disappointed because they'd been on a very decent run in the event so far. They took on some very strong teams. The 2-1 win against Forza, which you could categorize as an upset, and ending that winning streak from Forza in the head-to-heads, you thought that there was going to be so much more of a press here for B&E to really keep that series competitive in the semi-finals, and unfortunately, Jay, they just weren't able to do so.
Yeah, having dispatched the Forza in the way they did, ending that winning streak. I mean, we kind of believe them to be the team that might have been in the grand final.
Yeah.
BNE beating them, they set themselves up for that particular position. But it's ECSTATIC that took the worst of the losses yesterday. They lost to the ex-Mad Lion squad, who we have counted out in every single series leading up to this point. They keep pulling out victories. They keep pulling off upsets, be they Eternal Fire, K23, Mouse NXT, or this lineup of ECSTATIC. And again, I think that they're going to be so disappointed with the fact that they didn't make it into the grand finals this time.
And just knowing how much of a poor day it was yesterday from them. They were on a 6-game winning streak right up until, yeah, they lose to Sinners. They don't even take a map. Okay, we're eliminated out of Alyssa. Let's bounce back. Let's get here in the semis. Let's make the grand finals. Oh no, we've just lost to a team that's not even practicing. That was a rough day for ECSTATIC yesterday.
It really was, and it just sucks seeing how far they could have gone, because you pinned them as one of our favorite teams in the tournament. To have them not make it to the grand finals, considering that their last grand final placing was a B-tier tournament of some sort earlier on this year, and the time before that was at the tail end of last year. ECSTATIC have not reached the heights that they did in that 3 to 6 month period at the tail end of 2021. So for them to resurge and refine their position as one of those top teams in tier 2, it's not going to happen here in Republic. They might still take 3rd place, a little consolation prize. When it comes to the trophy contention, they're still eluding that gold.
And just knowing that this was the run, I think especially for ECSTATIC, more so than BNE, where you looked at it and thought, this is the time. The fact that we haven't had the grand prize, that gold position this entire year, we're searching, we're hungry. And they showed such a convincing fight in the group stage to come in that upper bracket final, to beat BNE in that sort of circumstance, and then it comes up short. They go straight towards that semi-finals, they come out, and now they're trying to fight for 3rd.
That's the key thing to know about this matchup, right? You mentioned the upper end of the group stage and that upper bracket final. ECSTATIC beat BNE to make their way into the semi-finals in the first place. Now they've got to beat them again to try and win out this particular series and take the consolation prize of 3rd place. So for me, I'm looking at ECSTATIC knowing that the history is definitely with them in terms of this matchup. I'm just wondering how much that loss yesterday is going to rock them.
The mental's going to be important. Again, to come back to the conversation, 6-game winning streak into 2 shocking losses in a row can sometimes pull a team completely out of left field, can really disrupt the whole conversation of them being a beast. I still want to back ECSTATIC though. I think that they are the stronger team, Jay, and knowing with the veto that could come down for this sort of lineup, you'd have to imagine for BNE, they have to have some curveballs.
Yeah, very similarly shaped sort of vetoes in the last 2 best-of-3s that we've seen from these 2 teams. You're looking at Nuke, Vertigo, Dust 2, and Ancient in particular as the maps that could be shared up overall. So I'm curious to see how this veto will play out, Dwayne. And you mentioned there's got to be some curveballs for BNE. Where do you think those curveballs will come into play?
Probably have to be picks that go a slightly different direction. I mean, even Dust 2 or Mirage is an opportunity to come out because they know it's one of their strongest maps, but for ECSTATIC's point of view, it's one of their weaker. So it's which way does the permaban go as well from ECSTATIC could give us more of an indication of where BNE decide to go.
I'm very curious, and we'll just get to see how those vetoes will play out here in this one. I mean, a very unpredictable set of circumstances, considering, again, the history between these 2 squads, and they've got a fair amount of history over the last year or so. They've got 10-4 in terms of map wins for ECSTATIC, and the key thing to note about this as well, best-of-3 series is 5-0 for ECSTATIC. They have dominated in terms of this head-to-head and in terms of the rivalries between these 2 teams. So, again, they're coming into this one as the stronger team when it comes to the head-to-head. I'm just curious, again, how things will work out in the mental. We can't show you the vetoes, unfortunately, the graphics broken, but what we can do is tell you exactly how the veto played out. ECSTATIC removed Mirage, Bad News Eagles remove Overpass, ECSTATIC pick Vertigo, and Bad News Eagles pick Dust 2, and then ECSTATIC remove Inferno, Bad News Eagles remove Nuke, and Ancient is the last map left over in this best-of-3 series. So we've got a Vertigo, Dust 2, and Ancient series. Dwayne, how do we feel about that?
Well, for BNE, they've picked Dust 2 and ECSTATIC have picked Vertigo in the last 3 head-to-heads. And you just mentioned, Jay, that the last 5 have all gone the way of ECSTATIC, so there's no curveballs here at all. The picks are pretty standard. The Ancient is slightly different, though, from that upper bracket final. Nuke was actually the play that came through on that 3rd map, and it's slightly changed. So BNE decided to ban Nuke and play Ancient, so there's a little bit of a change, but not a massive amount.
You consider how Ancient went last time around in terms of that 3rd map in the Pinnacle Cup 4. That was a 16-12 versus Nuke, which was a 16-8. So we are looking at a much better performance or a better opportunity here for ECSTATIC to concede a map to the likes of Bad News Eagles. And if it comes out to map 3, which I think is likely to do so, then we're probably looking at that being a decisive element. So I do hope that they've got their strategies and tactics locked down, because that might be a very important one to consider for them. You mentioned yesterday about how Ancient were playing on the old Ancient here in Republic, and we don't know how the teams are playing in terms of practicing this map out whether they're going to the newer one, whether they're leaning towards the older one to get it out of the system before it leaves the pool for good. So like, it's a bit of a weird one to weigh up in that sort of sense because you don't know what strategies are going to be brought to the table here.
We know that Ancient got picked in both of the semi-finals, and look at how that went down. For the XMAD line side, they had a very good start. They were able to get a lot of consistency on their T side. They were able to go on towards CT, be very consistent there as well. Whereas for B&E, while their T side was actually pretty proficient, their CT side was poor. They got exploited quite hard from that FNATIC side. So knowing that Ancient got picked in both series as yesterday does actually bring me a lot of confidence that the last map in this series could be very competitive today.
Indeed, it could be, and I'm quite, again, curious to see how this all plays out, because I do feel like we're heading towards a third map in the series overall. I've seen a couple opportunities for Bad News Eagles to really take an advantage over ECSTATIC and win out a series against their name, but they've been missing that last little element, that last little push past the finish line for my money. Just seeing the way that they've always contested, and Bad News Eagles have always lost to the ECSTATIC side, knowing the last head-to-head was also so recent and everything. Dwight, I'm looking at this match and I'm thinking that ECSTATIC probably should take it. I'm sort of with you in terms of the ECSTATIC prediction. I do feel like it's going to go to a 3-map affair. So are there any big win conditions for Bad News Eagles here?
You'd have to imagine a good performance on Dust 2. I don't know how much of a win condition that really is, because we saw a pretty shocking Dust 2 out of ECSTATIC yesterday. They won't be happy about that at all. They were down 0-7 at the beginning of that map, really could not get any early form going at all. So for B&E, they're going to have a look at some of their individuals. I thought GXX and Rigon, who had a very good event so far here in Republic, went very missing in that series yesterday and let the team down into a non-competitive game against FNATIC.
And knowing how important those two players were against Forza earlier on in the playoffs is going to be something to have to consider, because if you're missing those two individuals, then things are going to get real dicey for their own part here on the Bad News Eagles. And just knowing, again, how important this match is going to be, how difficult it's going to be for them. ECSTATIC hold all the cards in their favor, so they must be looking a little bit more confident, a little bit more sharper by comparison to yesterday. Again, they took the harder losses, and yesterday was also pretty bad with 2 best-of-3 losses in a row that sent them out of 2 playoff positions. So I'm looking at this as their major bounce-back day. I hope they don't let the losses affect them too much, because I am also looking at this team knowing that they've got strong mental. They've always bounced back. They've always had their opportunities ever since they were Lingby Vikings to prove everyone wrong.
And I was having a look at some of the Twitter accounts from the ECSTATIC guys yesterday, Jay, maybe trying to get a bit of a vibe of what the mental was like. One of the guys actually tweeted about the result of Manx. Everybody else, yeah, just nothing. Just completely clear. There wasn't anything to be spoken about.
I do hope that's more of a positive sign of like, look, we lost, it's okay, we can come back, we can bounce back.
Hopefully.
We can try to take this series today to claim the 3rd place position in Republic. So final thoughts from you, Dwayne, anything you want to look out for in particular?
I'm looking for a very tight series. Even though a lot of the best-of-3s in history have been over the way of the ECSTATIC side, we have had some very close maps. So for me, I'm edging a 2-1 in from ECSTATIC.
Yeah, again, I'm going to ride the 2-1 hype train for the ECSTATIC boys. I'm backing them to take a 3rd place position. They should have been in contention for the trophy, but this will be their chance to prove us that they still have a decent opportunity to be a decent Tier 2 team. It will be Vertigo, our first map in the best-of-3 series as we kick off the final day of Republic.
Gotta say, Kings of Vertigo, one of the best Vertigo teams that we've got in the entire competition. They proved it in the group stage. They haven't quite shown what they've got to offer in the playoffs on this map. Zello getting aggressive with those dualies, but a lot of contention coming through towards the A site and over to ramp.
Making their way in from alley position, so the CTs aren't contesting it directly. They're mostly focusing on the ramp defaults. As B&E just have their positions held back off towards the mid control and everything as Dafu draws first blood.
Good start coming through from Dafu to deal with that lurk, and now for B&E, they start to strike. Fasha actually multi-fragging. Things are getting out of control very quickly for B&E.
Yeah, double kill for him in the backside. A 5-on-2. Bad News Eagles suppress the try and work their way back in from the ramp control. Looking for the headshots with the Glocks. They must be aware of these two individuals. The footsteps heard by Zello. The dude is about to challenge another player and get a headshot on GXX center. Get some damage, but no kill to the favor of the T side. ECSTATIC with a perfect start in the pistol round.
We saw for ECSTATIC, there was a lot of Vertigo picks in their group stage. In the upper bracket quarterfinal against OneWin, 22-20 came down on Vertigo. Against Entropic, 16-8 on Vertigo. Against B&E, a 16-12 on Vertigo. And keep in mind, Jay, very even with the T and CT sides we've seen respectively from ECSTATIC. So expect good performances in the first and the second half from them.
I mean, a difficult affair for B&E to try and mount up to. Won't have any easy halves here. Vertigo. It's been a decent map for them in the past and everything. Wonder how much of a decent map is going to be mounting up to a great map for the likes of ECSTATIC. Of course, forced by in for the second round break. BNE is suppressed early.
BNE showed a lot of good force buy potentials against Forza, Jay. Whether it was in the second round or perhaps when they were just on double eco status, we didn't quite see that against FNATIC. And that's where I've got some concerns of, depending on the team, do we not see the force buys as strong?
Perhaps so. Strength coming in from center at least opens things up against Zello and isolates the one player at the back of the B side. Dafu's got to get him. He also gets overwhelmed. Fasher struggles to trade to a 3-on-3 situation. They continue working in towards mid, so the man on the B side, Manx, might not be as pressured as he might have been otherwise. Held back, aggressive, hearing all sets of footsteps. Center's just about been spotted as Fasher lines up the triple, gets the quadra in the end, and shuts down all of BNE for the second of the tactic.
Fasher's looked pretty good in these opening couple of rounds, and it was a little bit disappointing, Jay, of what we saw from Fasher in that series against X-Mad Lions. I was really building him up as being one of the most talented riflers that we've got in Tier 2, the rock of this ECSTATIC team, their star player, and he had a bit of an average performance. And it's not often that we see that from someone like Fasher. I mean, you take Vertigo as a prime example. In the last 3 months, he averages a 1.27 rating across 15 maps played.
Quite an impressive set for him. 6 kills deep in this matchup, and definitely a worthy player to watch out for. ECSTATIC setting against the Pistols, a bit more of an investment from BNE than you'd otherwise expect. A deco round coming in from them.
Just try to walk contact, try and see if they can peer in towards that B site. Even Manx isn't jiggling too wide. They haven't seen the walk up just yet.
M4 watches center, swings, gets caught by Max. All important pick to be found. Move the early aggression from the T-side line. Flattery has also been seen by Bird from Sky. Falling back or bursting through. Maybe he wasn't seen actually. Thought he would have been spotted at the jump face. Firing to his general position, and now the Deagle will reveal his angle. For certain, Fasher will swing to get the kill.
Even Bird from Sky just peeking in with a teammate, making sure they establish those crossfires. And for BNE, there's a lot of damage being done to them and not much to ECSTATIC.
Daffy falls away, unawares of where GXX is pressing towards. Max is forced to trade back with his own Tech 9. 1 kill found against the CT forces, a 4-on-2 for ECSTATIC. Rigon now dealt with. Living at order Synopsy to try and clutch this, do any sort of damage with the Deagle, maybe get a bomb plant if possible. Knows that he's out there towards quad, but those Deagle wallbangs will not connect the damage to Max. Now backup has arrived in full force. 3 players facing, 1 on the backstab as well. We'll try and close that against Synopsy. As time rolls on, his chances get slimmer, and ultimately his chances are reduced to 0 by Zello. 3-0 start for ECSTATIC.
And Manx looking pretty happy with that one. And you've got to think here for the BNE side, right, what are we going to get out of some of their key players? Because when it comes to Vertigo, GXX on the AWP is normally an entity to try and keep an eye out for. Flatroot too, very aggressive, in your face with that AK towards ramp control. That's something that we can expect with the A-takes. As of right now for ECSTATIC, it's been pretty calm for the 3-0.
Pretty wonderful so far. BNE not standing much of a chance in the early portion of this map. Only 3 kills for the early 3 rounds. That's just Fasher and his 7 on his individual basis. So by far and away, ECSTATIC doing a better job of what this CT side can do. BNE setting with the default, trying to walk their way up towards ramp.
Even Fasher just spamming through the smoke in case there's a further walk coming through from Synopsy. Bird from Sky is very aggressive too.
Swing up, burst through. Flat True gets the kill against Bird from Sky. Synopsy traded back on the CT side. Fasher responding in the 4-on-4 scenario, backing up with the flashes. Continue to press the issue, knowing where his teammate had fallen, and there must be some ramp presence. The extension might be a little bit too far here, though. The Sandbags player backs up, and Rigon's just completely exposed. Dead to rights, easy.
And how annoyed must Flatroot be? He was the one that got the opening man advantage, Jay, and it's just been a walk forward from ECSTATIC. The slight aggression on the silent play has now allowed a couple of kills to return. And for BNE, they have to work the ramp control right up into A.
Molotov sent in, 2 players pushing up towards that ramp control. Daffy gets yet another kill, seeing Flat True's back still turned towards the man. So focused on the center of the site. Now center is left alone with a kill to his name. 35 seconds to work into the site, smoke down to the cross. Seeing where Manx is and will dish out some damage, but Manx gets yet another kill. A 4K to his name and a 4th round to the board of ECSTATIC.
This is already getting off to a steamer of a start on the CT. And we saw for Senna in that game yesterday against FNATIC J that he was actually very important in a couple of clutch situations, coming up being very consistent. And while that's great for Senna's point of view, it's not great for B&E because we don't normally look at Senna as being the one that's going to post crazy numbers. He's the supportive element. He sets up FlatRoo, sets up Rigon, GXX, and instead he was leading the charge with numbers in all maps in the series.
B&E are struggling against that and more. Not much coming through for this T side thus far. These are the AKs, the M4s, the AWP so set, ready and raring to go. Remove all doubt from your mind as to if the B&E can challenge into this map up. The pick of the ECSTATIC side continuing to be suppressed. Birth from Sky does get naded down to very low HP. Falls forward to try challenge GXX. Still gets the kill alongside Zello and Fasher. Rigon will finally trade one. And Simmons and Opsy once again left in a 2v4, 1v4, and now none v4.
Do you reckon ECSTATIC looked at that map against X-Mad Lions yesterday and thought, geez, it sucks to be on the back foot and just not get any rounds. Let's just do the opposite today. Let's just flip the switch.
Well, again, the concern for us coming into today was going to be whether or not ECSTATIC would change the narrative and bounce back from a very poor day yesterday. Mentality definitely looks a lot more positive. But again, as you mentioned, this map is certainly one to watch out for ECSTATIC whenever they pick into it. Kings of Vertigo and asserting their dominance on the throne. Bad news, Eagles. A plucky Rebellion. Not able to find much success here in the early game. They have their guns back, but Bird from Sky isolates the only angle that he can possibly get to get GXX.
Oh, they're just outclassing them right now. That's a great gap in the smoke for Bird from Sky to work with. Just hug the corner and then the counter utility. So many nades down towards mid. Rigon strikes with one, but look how quick Dafu is there for the trade.
Swings out on Synopsy as well for the double. Senna low HP on 17. FlatRoo, the only player that can really do any major work here for B&E, and does find Fasher on the site. Bird from Sky could get caught off at the tops, but he gets Senna and gets out of dodge. Now they know exactly where the last T-side player is. He'll swing, he'll get another decent headshot here, but now going to go back for the bomb and for the hit.
Making a lot of noise, getting over towards that bomb control. And for ECSTATIC, they've got two options here, Jay. Regroup together, allow the respect that he could bring the bomb to another bomb site, or split the CTs. Take one to A and one to B.
He's made noise to try and bait in the rotation. The reload heard, the footsteps heard. And both CTs will go to the B side. So this gives at least a bomb plant to FlatRoo here.
And the issue is what happens after that fact. Get the bomb down, try and position yourself back. Even the util, there's double smokes on the retake from ECSTATIC. So FlatRoo really needs to try and fight in these engagements and offer up a way that he could just brute force him.
Looking around to the back side. Eyes set towards the sandbags position. The plant will come down, however, and they'll hear it. Know what's going on. Footsteps heard as well towards elevator. FlatRoo now knows where they're coming from.
What can he do, though? The further he goes back, the more time is going to get stalled. And they've even spoke to him off to Ali. He has to go to ramp now.
Made noise at ramp. They know where he is. Smoke on the bomb. Tap once by Manx. Spray back from the AK. Looking for Dafu's head. Taps it off. Transfers back and forth. But gets thrown off by Manx's peak, so it will not be around for him. Another one goes to the board of ECSTATIC.
That's a tea break from FlatRoo. Didn't quite come through, but it is a bomb plant. It's an expensive round. And ECSTATIC get up towards 6-0. B&E, that was probably the best chance yet, and that comes down to a near 1v3 clutch.
Near 1v3 clutch, however. Not a full-on round for B&E yet in this matchup. ECSTATIC still kept it together, and the damage will be caused against the CT line, but they do have a lot of cash to rebuy into. The only losses they'll take are losing the AKs, one of which still stays in play. Firepower base is still to work from here for the CT side. B&E, no AWP seen.
B&E are having a difficult time contesting the ramp control. Even Rigon flying out of the gates is going to get so much damage tanked down to him. Double HE'd and that incendiary. He's down to 25.
Counter Molotovs will try to send it back out towards the banger position, try and force the CTs away. Let's counter it with smokes and may play this misdirection there because ECSTATIC going to even up the idea that maybe there might be someone out that position and B&E will get distracted.
Manx has always done such a good job for the back of White of not over-peeking, just jiggling down, trying to spot for that information. B&E are all trapped together.
Rigon spotted there. It's Manx to finish off the job that Dafu had started. Smokes back down against the Incendiaries. Molotov sent towards back a quad. Both players will be tagged up in part, swung upon by Senna to get Dafu to drop. Manx is still on the bomb site, waiting for a player to strike. Is he seen? He is now. Just a foot peeking out of smoke, giving Flatcher the chance he needs. Now the AWP of Zello sees where Senna is, peeks out to the outside of the site, brings it into a 3-on-3. Bad news, Eagles are stalled, and that bomb is in the open. They've got to get these smokes down and buy some harder cover.
Oh, even that Incendiary is pretty good. Zello's getting aggressive. Flattery doesn't see him, but GXX follows up, and Fash is the last one left. Can't do it. B&E, very good take of that B side. And notice the way that the Anchors, even though they had the initial hold of the first kill, Jay, they couldn't really follow up. Dafu and Manx get into a position where they're almost body blocking one another. They're in the same spot behind the default boxes, and then being trapped on the edge. You see Flatroot just seeing the feet pop through.
And finally, we get a start up for the B&E side. ECSTATIC making a couple of mistakes in that overextension. Slight feet peeking out of smokes, like you mentioned. Good trading game from B&E. The question is, will it follow up? Of course, they make their way quickly into the default positions, and the AK of Fletcher is going to get boosted up. Does not see Fasher below that smoke. He might see him, though. But it's flying. No info gained. Oh, Flatcher's head is a pixel below that smoke. Nades coming in. Will do the damage. They've heard the body block, but it's no spray. The M4 doesn't know. Now he does. Sen is caught, and Flatcher falls the same.
I think Fash was just waiting for the timing for that more util to follow. Even GXX is desperate to get this fight back, but the re-smoke is so good, and Fasher just gets out of there. Realizes no point fighting. I've got a 5-on-3.
GXX took a dink down in that exchange as well, so he's low HP in that 5-on-3. Zello makes it 2 now. Synopsy out of the B site. Rigon, the only man that can make decent damage happen for B&E, and what was a strong start, a decent round from them in the 7th, and now turns to Jello in 8.
What a response. What a statement coming through from ECSTATIC. I love that play towards ramp 2. The HE placement down into the corner. You could see that B&E were hoping for aggression and just caught that timing, or the mistiming, you could say, of Fasher getting down deep towards that right-hand side. GXX doing his best to fight off the first, but B&E have now given up their information. Bird from Sky spotted both of them.
Swing out, GXX gets his next kill. A 5-on-2 reduced to a 3-on-2 here. Smoke's being set towards the back side. One man is already placed up towards advanced position. 2 players back out, Elevator and Sniper's Nest. They both, all 3 of them will get smoked off. Orb is still looking for hopefully an advanced angle back at the sandbag. GXX might give it to him. AWP fires towards the bomb plant position. Rigon gonna be able to get away with that and get out of the site as well.
Oh, he's getting aggressive on top of default. This is really risky.
Here's Dafu's spray on the reload, catches the headshot, dives out of the way. Does not see Manx crossing past the smoke, sees them both. Manx with a kill, and GXX alone now towards sandbags. No incendiaries for the CT site to throw him off. Smokes down instead on the bomb. Manx trying to cross back with the only kit in play. Zello's AWP to reposition. Tap once, trying to see if they can find the bomb itself. Where is it? Gets them down now. Zello watching the spray through from GXX. Now distracted by the USP that comes up good for the kill and brings in 7 for ECSTATIC.
I don't really know how they almost lost that. There shouldn't be much of room for B&E to recover that round. That was such a great opener towards that ramp control. And a 5-on-2 gets gained as soon as Zello gets the pick out towards the B stairs. And for a moment, it feels like there's magic in the air there for B&E.
Yeah, overwhelming. By the ECSTATIC retake, though, again, the HP advantage really came back to bite them. The USP was good enough for Zello. First bullet accuracy on that jump up. And the CTs may have found a loss, but they immediately get right back into control, and they continue to maintain that control with the aggression towards ramp from Zello and Fasher. Zello with the AWP pick, Fasher with a kill on GXX, an instant 5v3.
Good consistency is coming through from Zello so far in this first half. A lot of impact with that NWP, and Fasher's even overextending. Sinner on the other side's going to drop.
Birth from Sky traded by Rigon at least comes back in 1 for B&E. Synopsy also follows suit. So once again, these 5-on-2s are being brought back pretty well by B&E side of things. Dafu swinging a hit towards Synopsy. Now a 2-on-2. Zello's AWP flashed off position, will fall away. Same thing for Manx. B&E have the A site.
They've got a HE though. Look at that CT side, that's Manx. As soon as he hears that bomb going down, he can try and dunk that in. That could do quite a lot of damage onto Synopsy.
Probably gets the kill against him, in fact. No damage. A little bit too short. Smokes back, gap being gained. Zello can see it, but the T's won't challenge it.
Flash over high. They want to try and get Max in quickly.
Flash forward with Synopsy as the angle. Zello's also caught by the headshot. A quadra for Synopsy as B&E win their 2nd round. Hard fought rounds coming in from them, though. The starts have always been with ECSTATIC.
ECSTATIC are really struggling, though, in the late game of over-peaking. They just need to control themselves, just hang back. They've done very well toward this ramp take. They've got Fasher in a good position to start applying pressure, but then just over-peaking, not necessary at all. Bird from Sky towards ramp. Even this angle being held from Fasher, got caught behind the incendiary, but Dafu did not need to make that mistake. He could play back, hold the retake, and instead, as soon as you over-peak to a side like B&E, they are going to capitalize.
After all the damage compounding against the CT side, B&E will break the economy state of ECSTATIC. The Eagles and 5-7s in, facing up against the T side line, doing damage behind those smokes. Not getting the early kill for the early ramp take. Fasher still sat back at sandbags, waiting for the incendiaries that will be put down against the smoke. Block off the kill.
Surprising that it was actually 2 players over towards B on this buy-up round coming through from ECSTATIC on the force when there hasn't been much of a B take at all. It's now going to turn into an A stack though.
Flash in to get the player out of dodge. So much ramp control being contested. Bird from Sky does get that kill. Fasher also chimes into one. Setter and FNATIC get a couple of trades. GXX forced to respond as a Synopsy, and FNATIC continue the aggression and does overwhelm the CT forces. So that stack not finding much there for ECSTATIC. B&E find 3. Now it should be an eco round for the ECSTATIC boys.
This is a way forward in for B&E. Try and see if they can muster up a little bit more on their T side. And when we think about Vertigo, 4 wins and 2 losses in the last 3 months from them, averaging a round win percentage of 53.7 over on that T side. So just getting themselves more involved, a bit more comfortability in this first half.
Should be noted that the 2 losses you mentioned there from B&E were both against ECSTATIC.
Does hurt.
16-12 and 16-1, for those of you who might not be aware. So there's potential that this map could be pretty one-sided. Right now, B&E are doing their best to try and back and fight hard in the T-side line. USPs of ECSTATIC will be fooled away. Again, harsher eco should at least give B&E 4 here.
Very aggressive in from ECSTATIC, putting a lot of pressure down. And for B&E, what do they even find out of this one? Just put some further pressure down into Snopsy. He kind of needs to run, though.
Made damage, does lose his life to Cello here. AK recovered, and now just save it into the next round. They will not be able to gain the retake on the B site. When I say that, and B&E do have a lot of presence towards A, so if they full send, then there's a chance in which they get the kills. But it's still a slim one.
GXX needs to try and get as much support out of center as possible. And it seems as if they're just going to hang that AK back. The rest of the pistols can try and see if they can go in for some damage late round and catch off these last couple of players towards the stairs.
Lean forward, hope that the T's give up the ghost. Only GXX redefined. AWP picks up the 1. Senna gets Fasher. And Bird from Sky on a run boost will also get picked up the same. Zafu's lost the AK as well. So no rifle recovered.
Well,
Does pick one up. Almost gets the kill.
How's he
Okay. That's a little bit wild. But they took the AK at least for ECSTATIC, so fair enough.
Not as wild as running out of bullets on the Glock, trying to defend a lower plant, but it's probably up there, Jay. It's in the same boat, same conversation.
Well, this particular wild play was down to ECSTATIC's favor this time, so no tilting involved in round 11. Round 12, we'll see the guns coming out in full, and Synopsy reads Bird from Sky, diving ahead of the smoke, getting killed off first.
Now just working further aggression up towards the top of ramp. Zello's trying to strike back, but Rigon's holding the smoke and catches him for it.
Dafu caught 1 trade back, so it's still going to be a 4-on-3 for B&E's favor. And the bomb was seen by Manx. He'll know and fire away to get the information back to his teammates and back to the T-side line. Synopsy is extended quite far. Fasher better be ready for this. He's not. Dafu forced to respond with the AK, and now they have the A play.
Still going to take a little while for this bomb to get up towards A. Rigon's holding down just in case there's some further rotations from that sniper's nest angle. Dafu's got a gap on the smoke, seeing that no one's gone aggressive.
Trying to spray back to the back of White, but doesn't get anything for it. Manx, similar story. Suppression involved. Got to think about where he wants to go. Making noise, might think about the safe call. And 2 AKs on the CT side might be justifiable to go for a safe call here. B&E, overwhelming advantage here on the A site. So they'll get to 5.
Very surprising how the start went down at 6-0, then 7-1. And now B&E have been able to get 4 in a row and really put a streak on. Get themselves in a stance where they could be very happy with what they've been able to achieve. 5 rounds on T-side is pretty proficient, especially when you know what some of the head-to-heads have been like in the past. If we think back to that upper bracket final matchup Inferno being played out. Only 5 rounds on the T side. Keep in mind though, Jay, when Vertigo was picked last time in the upper bracket final, we actually saw B&E decide to start on the CT side rather than the T side, and they did that in also the game in Pinnacle Cup 4. So they've actually adjusted by starting on T side this time.
It was a curious decision that I did want to bring up at some point, Dweg. Particularly if FNATIC had gotten away with the lead here. The fact that B&E, however, had brought it back from what was a 6-0 to now 7-5, probably the bigger highlight to mention, because it felt like it was going to be an awkward start and a bad decision for B&E. In the grand scale of things, it's worked out pretty well towards them. Only 2 to make up against ECSTATIC now.
There's not many maps in the pool where you can go for a T-side start. Vertigo's one of them. Dust 2 is one of the others. You see it on occasion. It's definitely a bit more of a rarity than something that's common. But for ECSTATIC, they're now starting to really feel the hurt of this economy game. They've had a few resets these last couple of rounds.
Nice leg shot onto center. 64 HP down for him. And the Pistols will hold their own setback. FlatTrue and Synopsy. FlatTrue's going to get dinked down. Swing back on Synopsy, though, gets the kill in the round. Facing up against the AK of Dafu. Manx forced to trade it, but the B site has been dropped for their own right. The center finding the trade on Manx is a 4-on-2 scenario.
Got to be another save here from ECSTATIC. Very good pace from B&E, out towards mid especially, really putting that pressure down, and Dafu just getting caught at a timing, thinking about aggressing up towards the top of that Guardian position on the scaffolding, and eventually just finding out that there was already contact being made. B&E accelerating with the pace up to their 6th, and now for ECSTATIC, they've got to hope that they hold on to these weapons.
And now the turns have tabled as well for ECSTATIC. They were the ones that being up 4-on-2 situations many times over the course of this CT side, and they will be able to hold on to these guns for the time being. But B&E mounting up a comeback, rallying the troops, going in for a retake. That's a mistake for Fasher. I understand the thinking behind it, but Senna could hear him coming from a mile away, so kill found, AWP, no time to go for the defuse on this occasion. Orp again just to stay in play. At least he can fall back and save himself a bit of harder cover in B main. But the gap has fully closed now.
This is looking very promising from B&E to just start getting themselves into a groove of how they could potentially not only upset in this first map, but just find more form in the series. Definitely feels as if now the pace is working in their favor. Zello trying his best to hold on to the AWP, doing a very good job in doing so, but unfortunately he did lose his teammate Fasher out towards those B stairs. Another buy will come back in, but you can see the limitations. Dafu's going to be on a FAMAS because of it.
Smoke set in, flashes over from Zello, again prodding at that ramp control. B&E spreading their forces across the main entryways, though. A couple players in mid. FlatTrue and Synopsy try and hunt for the ECSTATIC boys that will be defending this mid control. B&E, where do they go with this? That bomb's yet to commit.
Seems as if they want to go for a mid-walk, get that boost up to look forward. Rigon, as soon as the smoke starts to clear, hangs out into the open, realizes he doesn't want to stay for too long, but still prodding around.
Here's some flashes and smokes in. Manx will fire away against Rigon, just barely spotting him, but Rigon still gets the kill. The FAMAS of Dafu struggles to get anything out of this. Does find Senna, but Rigon can double up, look for the triple kill, and Bird from Sky deals with him. 3-on-3, but FlatTrue stuck his way forward, and Bird from Sky has no idea. Overwhelmed by the AK, who doubles up against Fasher, and once again, ECSTATIC are overwhelmed here on a site take. Only Zello left for the 1v3 clutch.
Been in these positions before, wants to try and go in front of the molly. Doesn't quite work out from him. And we're starting to see the acceleration of pace again. In another round there from B&E, Rigon just realizes, okay, well, I'm prodding around the smoke that's clearing. Nothing's been seen. Let's just send it. And him and Senna just keep jiggle peeking down on the angle, end up running through, deal with the first anchor of Manx. And then look at how quickly that rat play comes through from FlatTrue into the mid control. Bird from Sky's just caught out in the generators.
Been a total change of pace from B&E, considering how this half had started. 6 rounds in a row from ECSTATIC, and now the 6th round streak has gone the way of B&E. to equalize the scoreline and try and take the half itself at 8-7. Round 15 sees Rigon aggressing ahead of the Molotov, burning in his own molly though. It's a 1G kill, and Fasher to turn the advantage back to ECSTATIC on the site, seeing where Senna is, tagging him low, swings out GXX's orb, can provide a bit of support. Dafu struggles to get the kill and finish off the job his teammate had started. Similar story for Bird from Sky, overwhelmed by that AK, low HP for him. Meanwhile, Synopsy strikes on site, and Dafu and Zello fall, making it 8-7 for Bad News Eagles. They recover the T half and go to the break.
Is that?
Oh, Fisher! No! Ah!
That one still went down. Oh,
No!
okay.
No arm!
I can't jump.
No. Okay, that is now, it's our time now, but it's not here anymore.
Oh.
You can do it.
Do it, Fasher. Ah.
I don't know what I need to do. Yes. Yes.
What is this? What is this? Oh, what is this?
I'll just go. You guys are
No.
Yes.
You also respawn.
Oh, you have like 3 buttons for this.
No, I only have one bottom.
I'm not
Guys,
trusting you. I'm not trusting you.
I only had one bottom.
Oh, pull all the way back.
Oh, I got baited. No way.
What?
Hello, we're doing this for you.
I don't know what you can do in this.
How?
Hello, go, my man. Go kill Bird.
Oh,
Kill him!
what? Oh,
Run!
they are still shooting to the wall.
Okay, we got this set up.
Where do we need to go?
Oh!
Oh,
Ah! You got
No
it,
way.
guys!
There's no way.
No!
No! Thought I could sit on it.
it's actually nice because when you're respawning, you have a free way.
That's right, Max.
Ah! Thought I could make some tricks, but couldn't.
I mean, otherwise I can't do anything. It's impossible.
Oh yeah, then I'll just die, whatever.
What a recovery it was for Bad News Eagles in the first half. ECSTATIC got to wake up as their CT side falls apart. How much stock can we take in their T half here, Dweg?
I'm pretty sure a massive amount. 59.3% on the round win on their T side. It is one of the stronger halves from them in the entire pool, but they do need to knuckle down, Jay, and realize that if we don't get off to the best of starts here for B&E, this is a serious threat.
And again, to highlight, the last 2 losses that B&E had taken on Vertigo have both been to ECSTATIC. The first one 16-1, the next one 16-12. Could this be the moment where they overtake them this time? Pistol round for ECSTATIC, overwhelms the A-side defense, passive from Synopsy and co. Zello draws out first blood, Rigon can trade it, and GXX starts facing as the bomb goes down. Manx overwhelmed, Dafu isolated entirely, GXX gets his double, Thatcher with the double of his own though, look for the triple against Rigon's headshot, but Senna and Rigon hold the line and hold the retake for B&E.
Wild stuff once again. Just a fast play into that ramp control right up into the A side. Get that bomb down. Zello taking the first contact. Looks pretty good for ECSTATIC. Opening man advantage. They could slow the round down. The issue is, how do you slow the round down when B&E are fighting you with pace? That was so quick to try and get that retake together. And for GXX, he gets really involved into the action on the retake too.
Beautiful shooting on those pistols, the retake for B&E. The thing as well, they were pushed out so quickly by ECSTATIC with just the sheer pace and force. Bomb plant bonus can be afforded. The guns can come out, the Galils, the AK, the 2 Tech 9s for Manx and Bird from Sky. I mean, it's a bit of a lopsided buy. Still a chance that they can win this round.
Even for B&E, how aggressive do they get down towards this bottom of ramp control? Well, forget aggression towards there. What about the B stairs? Both Flatroot and Sin are really pressing the issue. They get away with a 1-for-1 trade, but they don't really spot a lot. They don't spot that bomb at all.
Just the frag on Manx for now. Flatroot traded back. Swing back to grab the utility, dropped from the man. Hold contention in the B main position, but go passive for ECSTATIC.
Gets very quiet. Lucky util as well to follow for B&E, considering that the majority of them went for the rifles up rather than SMGs. For ECSTATIC, it's all about maintaining the tempo of the slow passiveness. And Senna has now gone back to an aggressive stance towards the B stairs, so there might be a bit more of an information play later on into the round, especially if they hear util being extinguished towards ramp. He might go even further down into spawn.
Incendiary sent. Walk forward looking to be found by ECSTATIC. 30 seconds remain. So passive and so careful, and they're going to run this climber down to the very last moment before they get this bomb plant in. Zello should be the first man forward. The boost from B&E will try and catch it off as Synopsy looks for a double, only gets one, but damage to Fasher leaves him at less than half HP. Rigon will try to deny the bomb plant from here. Overwhelming fire covering him off though. Bird from Sky with the kill center very far forward against Fasher. The headshot not being seen. Daffy's chimed in though, leaving Senna all alone towards this. No smoke for the defuse. Taps it once, forced to the T side forward. Daffy definitely going to get hurt here. Low HP for that kill, but they draw him out of the sight for the kill. Not to be found by the one man, but Bird from Sky, one-on-one scenario. Tap on the defuse, sticking it. Swing from Bird, doesn't go out all the way. Sees him now and wins the round.
Very good effort coming down to just the stick, and Senna was so successful in the clutches against FNATIC yesterday, not quite being able to pull that 1v2 forward. Bird from Sky running with that internal clock, peeking out just before that 5-second window. And for B&E, you can see what they're trying to attempt there, Jade. They want to deny that bomb from going down. And for ECSTATIC, they had the right read as well. Make sure that a lot of us are pinned up close to the smokes, looking to the top of orange, because we know B&E are going to try and fight us.
Only so much fight can be held by B&E here in round 18. The damage being done by ECSTATIC will lead to the force buy. Deagle's out on the CT side. Synopsy draws first blood as Bird from Sky is first to drop. So immediately contrary to what I was just saying, start out, follow up. The Deadly Deagles back in play. B&E have the 5-on-3.
We know how good B&E can be with these force-ups. Another frag should present itself. Zello out the open, does get traded by Flatroot, and now further damage is coming through, but Fasher and Manx are recovering the round.
Bringing it back to a 2-on-2. One more player still out towards the tops, and Synopsy lands on Manx. Looks for the swing and the headshot on Fasher. And B&E has stolen the follow-up round. ECSTATIC had their way back into the lead, but just bowled it against B&E.
Oh my goodness. How does he continue fighting, Jay? On red HP, on 13 damn points of HP. They make the job happen. A start out for Synopsy, Rigon in mid, and everything just comes together with those pistols. B&E always in the action when they go up for the force. This last kill, though, I can't believe Synopsy got away with that.
Ridiculous. ECSTATIC didn't even get away with the bomb plant themselves, so forced back in with only one rifle. SMG of GXX, an easy pick to find against Bird from Sky. Fasher also drops to the man. The pistol, Zello overwhelmed by the AK. Continuous face forward from the CT side. Will try and hunt them all down. Zello next to drop. There's nothing left in it for ECSTATIC.
Oh my goodness, this could be B&E upsetting on map 1, Jay. Think about the situation that we've got in front of us. 10-8 on a force up from ECSTATIC, and they have been ripped. Nothing gets found. No kills, no bomb plant, no damage. This could be B&E 12-8 opening rifle, put so much pressure back down onto ECSTATIC. This is very worrying for the Danes. They've got to respond in quickly. Otherwise, for B&E, this could be a steal of a lifetime in map 1.
Now, surely must. 11-8, and it's getting worse for ECSTATIC. Pistols out, not even a force buy. An eco round with upgrades, some P250s. Not even the Deagles out this time. Concerning stuff. B&E full control, however. They are absolutely happy about how things have gone thus far for them. Nade damage on the 4 players. Line the spray for GXX. Flatroot might have to provide some support from the main ramp control. Gets his triple. And Bird from Sky left alone with an AK to deal with Synopsy. Synopsy still gets in the drop. Recover that one rifle, maintain its position. BNE up by 4 rounds and closing in with 4 more to the win.
And just knowing that someone like Synopsy, who only averages a 0.96 rating on Vertigo, has really stepped it up with some of the impact frags over in the first half and now come into the second. The kill distribution across the board has actually been very clean, and it's normally guys like GXX and Rigon that we look at on a map like this, but we should be looking at the whole team.
Look at the whole buy for ECSTATIC. Leos, AKs, Fasher with the AK appropriately enough being the top fragger in the server. But even that's not enough to bring ECSTATIC back on this T-side line. You mentioned how great they have been on this map up. On this T-side half especially. Yet to see much of that so far.
There's a slight bait of the sound cue towards that right-hand side. HE placement's been very good over the course of this second half, and this is another juicy nade popping in.
Landed directly on Manx and all. Smoke down from center will keep him at bay. Sprays through on the doorway. Nothing else being seen. It's passive now for ECSTATIC.
Just knowing there's so many Galils coming through in a round like this is going to put a lot of emphasis forward on good util usage to gaining the A-site control. Even Synopsy's not really too aggressive. Rigon out towards that sandbags. There's quite a few mollies for ECSTATIC to work with.
From Sky, forward first, Rigon, M4, they've walked right past him, he might go down here, but he'll do the damage for the BNE side. Flatru can chime in with 2 of his own, lose Synopsy, but gain a 3-on-1.
There's got to be miscomms there, Jay. That molly came in so late. Bird from Sky and Manx are already running up. They're already looking to get entries on the site before the molly goes down.
And that bomb in the open leaves GXX the perfect shot to acquire. And BNE just look like they're on cloud 9 right now. They are having a laugh at this. They feel good. They look good. They've come into this game with a game plan. They are decimating ECSTATIC now on their own map pick. You mentioned them as Kings of Vertigo. They might be about to get dethroned.
It seems that way. And just knowing 5 out of 5 head-to-heads have all gone the way of ECSTATIC. It's not often that BNE get an opportunity like this. In all the series that have been played between the two, it's always BNE's map pick, which is the only map to get gained, Jay. This time around, it's the complete opposite. It's ECSTATIC on Vertigo.
I don't know what to say here. They're in trouble. They're in real trouble here, ECSTATIC. Deagles, Tech 9's coming in, a P2 Fiddy for Zello. Another upgrade pistol half-buy. They just need to get around.
They have been hurt with the double eco status with the back and forth rounds in the first half. Synopsy trying to catch a timing, dealing with that first and just getting out of there so quickly.
Burst fire comes in, nades down. Damage done to 2, 3 players in fact. 90 HP on Manx and Dafu. Zello down to 38. Swinging from Flatru will continue to hold dominion here of the ramp control, seeing 3 players, getting away with 1 pick, but now his teammates there to bail him out of the trades. Decent damage being done by the Deagle of Dafu. 2-on-2 situation, away back in now for ECSTATIC.
Try and flash their way forward into the site. They've got to try and draw another fight, and GXX might just give it to them. He is pressing super aggressive towards that alley entrance.
Zello on 1 point left health, leaves Dafu with it all to do basically. And both CTs will now mount up to Ali. Orpin connects his shots. Dafu turns attention towards it, but GXX lands his double and keeps it all together for BNE. 14 to the board. They are closing in on the win.
Rigon and Flatru are loving this. Center and Synopsy and GXX is like, yeah, another day in the office. Don't worry about it, boys. But those 2 guys are getting hyped. They know how important it is to really strike in the first map of this series. And remember, Jay, there was a massive winning streak coming through from ECSTATIC on this map of Vertigo. 7 in a row until yesterday. It was ended by Sinners. Don't tell me it's going to be 7 maps in a row by Vertigo of wins for ECSTATIC to now 2 losses in a row.
Surely it might just be Fasher trying to change that narrative and change that eventuality. Shot to connect to Synopsy. Kill found against BNE for once.
Further nades going down towards our alley position, trying to force Flatru into the open. He is very aggressive behind this smoke.
He does catch an angle onto Bird from Sky, do a ton of damage towards him. Finally, a stray bullet lands, and he gets out of dodge as Rigon aggresses forward from ramp. Won't see Fasher, but Zello might be the man to get caught. The body block now hears him, but Rigon holds his trigger for now.
Knows that Fasher's towards that left-hand side, but his main prize is out towards ramp, and Zello's missed the AWP frag.
A pixel being spotted by that AK, took a quick pop shot back, Insignia to stall them. The nade to follow suit. This gets Fasher. Fasher's dead, man.
Oh, great util usage once again. And Flavor thinking about pressing the issue.
Got to escape through the Molotov, but eventually caught back between Manx's aggression, gets the kill in either way. Rigon on site, gets his headshot, holds from the boxes, a double kill for him. Senna, now top of white. Looking over for Zello, the AWP doesn't see him just yet. He does now, connects the head back to a 2-on-2.
We've seen him in this position before, though, and every time it's GXX to come out on top, he's peering down for an AWP fight.
Zello spotted, but the shot doesn't connect. He falls away with smoke in place. Nade at the ready. Jump out, sent back down. Won't catch the damage onto Zello or for Dafu. 10 seconds to the clock. They're going to make that move, and they're going to get a bomb down right now. BNE will be up for the retake. The shots from the AWP. Blind catches him, stops the plant, and stops the round for ECSTATIC. Fighting back with the smallest of threads. Desperate to get anything in this one. Now Zello's just going to stay alive, being borne down. Fired against, but held together in the round. But for map points for BNE on Vertigo, this second half has yielded a single round right now for ECSTATIC.
And that was the problem that B&E faced in their series against FNATIC, right? Very good, competitive first halves. They went into the second, over on Nuke, managed one round. Into the second half of Ancient, managed 4. It felt as if B&E were really trapped in that second half. This is not the case at all on Vertigo. Instead, they've accelerated themselves, and they're putting ECSTATIC into that position instead.
Look at the situation as well on the buy. 2 AKs, an AWP, a Tech 9 and a Galil. At least the AK of Dafu can strike first on Rigon, but they got the first pick in the last round, and look at how that ended up.
GXX has been the man of the hour in these last few rounds, really coming through when it matters the most. Further nade damage. This util ADR has got to be so high for B&E.
M4 swinging. Hunt them down, just can't seem to find the position. Burst fire continues with a minute on the clock.
All that comes now down is the stalling, to spot that information, to bring the rotates back over, and actually Zello catches the jump spotter out towards the sandbags.
All right, we've got a 5-on-3 now. ECSTATIC. Holding Dominion, holding control. Holding the advantage, it seems, above BNE in this one round. But it's slow. It continues to go with a passive default. One man on the A side to defend. Backup is on the way, though.
And GXX has got to try and help out with the nades. Get the util on the standpoint. Deny the bomb if at all possible. Great shot from GXX to start.
Wallbang headshot. Zello through the smoke. Returns with his own AWP kill. Plant to be secured. GXX blind firing, but just can't seem to find the angle. And knowing that this 2-on-4 for BNE is virtually impossible to land. They've just got to escape. Get out of there. ECSTATIC will get 9. Their second round in this half. 1 out of 7 they need to bring it to overtime.
So many rounds to gain and not many rounds left. B&E, knowing the fact of the economy state being limited of Synopsy and Flatroo, it's not much of a concern. Rigon could buy himself, Senna could drop an M4, GXX can do the same. Overall, they'll give themselves a very healthy looking buy in the next and even the follow-up. Manx is thinking about putting some pressure down onto the last couple of CTs, trying to see if they could drop some further weapons.
Oh, at least a headshot from GXX takes one back, trying to make it expensive for ECSTATIC. You can find a second kill, that would be great. Close, but no cigar, so 9 to the board of ECSTATIC. BNE, fun's a little bit awkward to think about here. They have at least saved those 2 weapons, so it opens up some more options. See how that kill from GXX came down against Bird from Sky. Great timing on the shot, at least, to try and make it manageable. And it wasn't enough to win the round here. BNE will get the guns back.
Start the pace again out towards that bottom of the ramp control. Dafu expecting a mid-walk, and Synopsy's just flying down.
And gets clothesline for it. Bird from Sky, headshot through the smoke, just spraying manically onto pre-fire positions. And the kill gets found for it. The AWP of Zello watches and waits. Holds his nerve for now. The first kill's been found by ECSTATIC. BNE are the ones that got to force the issue.
B&E are currently ranked first in the event, Jay, on their CT side for the highest round win percentage in 4v5 situations. Keep that in mind.
Flash in, face forward, GXX held back, the smoke's in. Blasting through, Zello, edge of the smoke, catches GXX. Next, a 5-on-3, ECSTATIC. Hold contention, hold control. But still play slowly.
In flatbridge with legs. This is so tough. Can't escape out of 51, just has to keep fighting. And now it's just over-peaking beyond belief towards ramp.
At least one kill comes back from Rigon. Fasher fragged. And the second CT will stack up the A site here. B&E in this 2-on-4. So much work to do to bring it back.
Getting closer to 30 seconds. If Rigon can deny the bomb or at least try and slow it down, there's room to work with.
Ali's uncontested. Rigon's a dead man. Center in the middle of the smoke. Spammed up by bullets once again. ECSTATIC not willing to let this map go. Not willing to let this half go the way of B&E. 15-10. Senna's forced to save again.
And now it finally has turned into a competition of ECSTATIC to draw back this comeback. Haven't been able to find much success at all in this T side, but these last couple of rounds have looked promising. Trying to see if they can target the economy float, make sure that Senna drops, and you'd have to imagine with Manx being close towards T-Sport, he might just do so.
Engagement against Manx does get that kill. The T's have got so much time to go for the hunt though. Burf from Sky slow walks it. Senna checking the wrong place. Does find the kill against him. There's two more down. But not around. Not for Senna, not for B&E.
Even Senna being backed off into a position where Dafu's going to try and lean further forward, but they don't want to disrupt it even further. That's a lot of players dropping. ECSTATIC put a lot of emphasis on the hunt, didn't quite come through, and now their emphasis just has to be clawing back to OT.
Slowly but surely they'll get there. Round by round, step by step, slowly, considerately, conservatively. ECSTATIC, it's the only way back from here. They can't rush, they can't overthink things, they can't throw themselves at these rounds and hope for the best. Yeah, calculated comeback and calculate their way into a broken bye against B&E.
Even Zello trying to just hope for more of that overpeak to come through. Synopsy maybe thinking, let's not aggress all the way down towards the bottom of ramp, because he got punished in that last round for it. Definitely more on the back foot this time. Instead, they want to apply more pressure towards the B stairs.
And Manx tag to less than half, smoke out. Gap in the smoke for Senna to exploit. Manx will try to flash his way out of it. But Senna will hold his position, and Manx might just give it up here.
Senna's holding very aggressively, and without a teammate, he's got to be careful. Well, those bullets just sailing by Manx.
He's a lucky man. Fasher and Burf from Sky might not be so lucky. That nade actually bounces off the thing, off the scaffolding, back into the ramp control rather than into tarps. 50 seconds, gonna make that move.
Even the boost up for Synopsy to try and play the headshot angle behind the signpost. ECSTATIC making a lot of noise, but the backstab coming through from Senna, finding so much damage, aggressing through from the B stairs.
How's he got him there? No one watching it for ECSTATIC. B&E may have just found the counterplay. Look at the HP, the wraparounds coming in. No one's on that B site. So they've got to go back and defend it. The press forward continues towards A, so ECSTATIC with the 4-man mounts up, stalling for as much time here.
Even Rigon just wants to try and fight, put as much damage down as possible. Time is low.
Tag on Synopsy, Rigon waiting. Zello, low HP, dead to rights. Fasher with one trade. The Deagle gets another headshot, and Bird from Sky's fallen. Manx, no time, no clutch, no round. 16-10. B&E with the steal of a lifetime on Vertigo, taking the opposing map pick. That's got a sting for ECSTATIC.
That is a huge result. Even though it's just the first map, Jay, it sets up this series for victory. Now we can start looking at more positives, at more elements for B&E to take this third place in Republic Season 3. That is one hell of a way to get started.
I can't disagree with you at all. I'm so stunned as well because we literally gave them the Kings of Vertigo title over on the ECSTATIC side. They pick into this map for good reason. They were one of the pioneers of it when it first came into the pool. But this just looks so awkward. And I come back to some more conversations we had yesterday about not having a permanent fifth, about not having a coach, about all these mistakes. You mentioned miscoms over the course of that map up, how utility was being thrown awkwardly and teams were peeking for it. I have a feeling that there's some seriously deep-rooted problems in the ECSTATIC side right now.
They'll be very disappointed with themselves of what happened yesterday, what happened in this map. They've just got to try and mentally reset, because the way that they came into this series, that they were up 6-0, they're up 7-1, they led by example, they got off to a really fiery start, but once B&E started getting more acceleration on the T side, we saw that the Kosovo team were getting back into the mix, and then even in that second half, the ramp control, the over-peaking, some of the forced by wars that were won out eventually by the Deegs of B&E set themselves up for victory in the series.
Well, needless to say, a lot of work that needs to be done for ECSTATIC going into Dust 2, the BNE map pick, and what could have been our main series of the day is might just end up losing out in a 2-0 fashion as ECSTATIC will look to try and not disappoint in map 2 after the break.
I know it's hello. It was Cell Racers.
Yeah.
100%.
Yes, you're right.
Oh, this one is hard.
99, right?
Yeah, I think it's 99 too.
You wanna go with it?
Yeah, I think it's that too. We go with it. We take a risk.
Okay, so answer B, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually,
No. I knew it was 99 or 02.
It was Envious, right?
Yeah, I think it was Envious too.
Envious.
Yeah.
I didn't attend it, but it's in my country, so I think it's Envious, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's Envious too. It's Envious on NIP, but I think it's Envious.
Envious.
yes, you're right.
Nice, hello. Let's go.
Which of these maps was not in the map pool during first two majors?
Oh, that's hard. It's not Overpass for sure. Oh, it's Overpass.
It's Overpass, yeah. It
Not
should be.
Overpass. Yeah. C, Overpass.
Yes, you're right.
I thought it was two maps for some reason, but it was two majors. I think it was number 11.
11th, yeah.
Yeah, if you think it too, let's go with 11. It's 11 or 13.
Right.
Yes, let's go, Cello. We're so clean.
Yeah.
We know it.
Yeah, it's D.
Nightwish. It's D. Oh, it is, right? Wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is Nightwish. D.
100%.
Okay. Yes, you're right.
Oh.
It's actually... Oh.
I think
it's C, right? It should be C.
You think it's that much?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, it's factory new. You think it's that much?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
I don't.
I mean, I remember, like, I searched it a lot some time ago and it was like a lot. But not B and not A.
You don't think it's A?
No.
Okay, then we go with C. Then I trust you. Because it's not D, that is full troll.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I go with C.
Answer C, okay.
I think it's...
Yes, you're right.
Nice, hello. I thought it was A, but you...
No, it's a lot, it's a lot.
It
Copyright
was the...
fishes,
yeah,
right?
yes. It's D.
D.
Yes, you're right.
Nice. Okay.
The sign,
Yeah.
the Vespa thing, the motorcycle,
Yes.
and the last one
Let's think. I think it's the...
is the ramp.
Yeah,
You
it's
don't
the
have
ramp.
to- Yeah.
I think it's the ramp. It's used to be stairs.
Yeah.
That's the ramp. Yeah, so it's the C, the sign with the arrow to the side, and the moped, and the stairs ramp to the right.
Yes, you're right.
Woo! For me, Banks, it will be like cobblestone for sure. Like the old cobblestone, not this new one.
Yeah, the cobblestone. Yeah, I think cobblestone is that too. It's between, for me, it's between like cobblestone or Tuscan. But
Oh, yeah.
like just getting something new, cobblestone Tuscan.
Yeah.
Or if you have to bring it back, it would be cobblestone for sure, because that was already in the pool.
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay,
cobblestone.
and what would you like to remove from a competitive map?
Is it still like both of us or just individual?
Yes. It's both of you.
Because for me it will be like Vertigo.
There you go.
Yeah.
I think Mirage. It's been there for too long, the same way.
I think 90% players from this quiz answered Vertigo.
Oh.
And bring back Cash map.
Cash?
Yeah.
Okay.
The string of disappointments for ECSTATIC continue in our third place decider match here in Republic Season 3. Another loss for them to add to their tally, Dwayne, and a map of Vertigo as well. That was not expected. We thought it would be a 3-map series, that Vertigo should be an easy win for ECSTATIC, but a number of mistakes being made with punishments followed up by Bad News Eagles now leaves them going into Dust 2 with a major advantage here.
And just knowing they got off to a good start too, that you're up 7-1, and yet you only just get to double digits. Very disappointing from ECSTATIC, and it comes down to them in a few of those rounds after they had the early streak, over-peaking, disallowing opportunities of closing out rounds, and then B&E just coming into their own, playing with some comfortability, and getting guys like even Senna and Synopsy really involved, obviously helping out GXX towards the end there, who was phenomenal with the AWP.
And that phenomenality was just not really replicated by most of the players over from that ECSTATIC side, just knowing that there's only really one guy I can point to and say he was particularly good for that side, that being Fasher, of course. He had a monstrous game, but it just wasn't really all that amazing for ECSTATIC, not able to pull it ahead and actually get themselves like a decent map win, because especially on that T side, they all just fell apart.
I don't know about Fashion, to be honest. Like, while his numbers were quite high, he had high numbers even at the turn of the half. He did not gain very much at all in that second. And when you look at a guy being as impactful and as solid as he is as a rifler, you need more consistency. And he dropped off towards the end of this completely.
Well, no one from the B&E side dropped off at all. In fact, you want to take a look at the closer numbers for those guys. 20 kills on 4 players, 18 on 1 more. That's ridiculously close and the tightest ever kill spread I think I've ever seen in any team, in any map ever. So credit to them for doing as well as they did over on that Vertigo. And now we move towards Dust 2. Again, the pick of the B&E side. For ECSTATIC, do we have a lot of hope left in them here?
No, not really. Their Dust 2 is on a 6-map losing streak, and after what we saw against B&E previously, it was quite competitive, but then you have a look at what happens against the X-Mad Lions, and that one got off to a bit of a trouncer. They weren't able to get double digits. You've got to think about affecting the mental coming into a map like this, and I don't see there being much possibility that ECSTATIC can bring this to a third.
I'm honestly glad that you agree with me on that front, because I was thinking a very similar thing, a very worrying set of thoughts, just knowing how awkward it was. The 16-9 loss against Mad Lions really highlighted how dire this map can be, and knowing the protocols aren't in place, knowing the miscommunication issues we saw in that first map, the on-the-day performance that you've mentioned so much over the course of this playoffs series is Dweg. It's not even on here for the ECSTATIC boys. I'm not sure what their thoughts are. I'm not sure what their mentality is coming into this map, but surely it can't be good.
You can't imagine so. That's for definite. And just thinking that for B&E, this is an opportunity to finally get the revenge, to be able to turn that head-on-head situation to actually, we can win a series. We can put it right to the ECSTATIC side. And what a way in a pounding fashion it could be, especially if they play like they have typically on Dust 2. This could be quite a one-sided best-of-3 for the third place decider.
Indeed, it could well be. And again, you took a look at this matchup, and technically when it comes to star rating, this one will be the better series of the 2 that we have today, even if it isn't the grand finals. So seeing this much of a bottle job from the ECSTATIC side is going to be concerning, to say the least here. B&E must be riding the highs, and you could see it over the course of their cams. We jumped in with them earlier on during this the first map. Seeing them lose out in that sort of sense on the ECSTATIC side, the mentality must be crushed, but the opposite can be said for B&E, knowing how just happy they look.
And think about a Bad News Eagles player like someone of Synopsy J. Took a 1.13 rating out on that last map. So far in the competition coming into this series, Jay, he was the 67th highest rated player. He's had a quiet event, has not been able to post many numbers at all. And right there on the first map of Vertigo, he was giving it his all.
That was everything they needed to bring it in together. Bad News Eagles in full control of this series, may well be in full control of Dust 2 from the outset. ECSTATIC will pick into the CT side. The CT side that needs to get off on a positive start here, Dweg. If they don't get any more than like 8 rounds at a minimum, I don't see them winning this one. It might even have to be a lot more than 8 rounds, honestly.
You'd have to imagine so. And being able to consistently apply as much pressure forward onto B&E, try and keep it competitive like the last time they played on Dust 2. Fast, out of the gates towards that longhouse control. A decent nade down onto Rigon and Synopsy will at least do the opening damage.
Tags up against both the players will at least give B&E the breathing room, though. Look forward to the upgrade P250s on each of those individuals. Raid boss on Rigon, the damage done to Fasher. Goosh to 8, forced away.
And now for ECSTATIC, forced into a bit of a retaking situation. Oh, body block comes through. The smokes don't land.
Well, Zello can at least get that one try back on GXX, but Purple Sky is fallen. That's coming down to the Angels here for the B&E side, with one smoke missing, challenging Zello directly. The shadow of Flatchery has been seen. He engages against Manx, who does end up dropping Zello with a kill found. A double up, going down, gets the triple as well. Quadra with the headshot, runs out of ammo. Rigon alone, gets his 2 picks, and now it's up to the backstabbing player of Fasher to slow this down. Low HP on both players, but Rigon is on the rotate to the B sides.
It's all a matter of timing, and Rigon's watching the backstab. Fasher does not know about this reposition, and now Rigon's got to safety. Can get right down towards B, get that bomb plant through, and for Fasher, this is such a difficult retake on 8 points of health.
Unbelievable read for Rigon. Both players are low. One shot might do it. It's a headshot, especially for Fasher, seeing him jump face, or not, apparently. Rigon's certainly seen him, though. Backs up towards the tunnels. Look at the wrap that Rigon's taking here.
Knows that there's no kit involved. Fasher has to try and tap the bomb, draw the fire out to the open. Rigon's behind.
In from CT. Tap connects for Fasher, and he holds it together just about. Control found for the pistol gain by the CT side.
You've got to imagine B&E are going to try and force it up, though, Jay. Get those Galils forward. Get as much out of this as possible. 4 kills and a bomb plant. A very good attempt in from Fasher, and a successful retake at that.
B&E still brought it down to the wire again. Rigon doing it all. Zello's triple is ultimately what brought the round into doable situations there for ECSTATIC, because they were down on the back foot for a while there. Perfect headshot for Fasher in that one. Exactly what he needed. The pistol did yield a bomb plant for BNE though, so as standing, 4 spies in.
Zello's going glass cannon, AWP. Interesting.
It's gonna work. Synopsy down first, Flatcher out towards mid, Manx follows suit with the M4, and these guns work out better for the CT side.
So aggressive. To think in the second round, you've got an AWP forward, you're going for a mid pick, and then they're just rushing the lower tunnels. ECSTATIC are trying to get into the mind here of BNE.
Try and throw them off early. It was the early start of Vertigo that worked so well for them. The bombs dropped out towards that top of mid position, all the way outside of the spawn. It's Ringon in a 1 versus 4 that does get at least 1 kill to Fasher. So many more to get here in Zello and co. Taps forward to the AKs. Does find Dafu in the end, but now 12 HP to win the 1v2.
Just knowing he's got to get right back up towards top mid to even regain the bomb. Try to keep a tail on for Zello, make it uncomfortable for him to retreat. And Manx just knows, play the time. That's all I need to do.
Got plenty of it here for the T-side, man, so we can go for the big reps again. Deal with Zello. The concern, honestly, is going to be Manx, though. The higher HP individual in this exchange, playing Overwatch on the bomb. Zello's crossfire now setting for him, and Rigon's just going to have his back turned.
This is actually looking very promising to deal with Zello at least and try and force it into that 1v1.
Making noise, seeing the head. Wait. Oh, turns around, kill found. Now Manx with the task. Rigon, 3 kills to his name. Needs the headshot, needs to pre-aim this perfectly. Land the flick, and it's just not going to happen. Looking the wrong way at the wrong time as the peak comes through. It's 2 to the board of ECSTATIC. But an expensive round at that here. It's a shame there's no real buy to try and follow it up, though.
Well, there might be. Even though there's not a bomb plant, we are looking at BNE here, Jay. And I feel for Rigon. This is 2 rounds in a row in which he's been in 1vx's, and he's fought so hard to get it back into a winnable position, but just not coming out on top. ECSTATIC doing as much as possible to get that mid control in and to allow the aggressiveness to really rein in. Rigon on 12 points of health, trying to get the clutch together. Disallowed.
Denied. He's got the AK back up on this hero rifle setup. Of course, eco pistols around it, so there is a kind of buy for BNE. Zello will get tagged up forward down to 25 very early here.
And knowing that he still has no armor, you're always in a difficult position when you're holding that AWP over towards the B side. They've got to try and put some pressure down onto one, the one holder of Dafu.
Oh, Rigon gets 2, 3 kills out towards the A site. The SMG of Dafu can still lock out a triple of his own swim, but now the second RCT player has dropped, and Dafu has a point of health to win this clutch. Synopsy's picked up the orb. The bomb is in CT control, though.
What is going on? How has Rigon got 1? How has he been able to get 1 more to get an ace, Jay?
Should be easy enough to get the pick as well. 1 HP for Dafu. Unbelievable clutch for him to hold. An unbelievable play to find. That bomb's in a real awkward position as well. Dafu trying to bait out the AWP. Try and find some info as to where BNE are. Finally swings and Rigon gets the ace. Unbelievable place for him there. And that is a hell of a steal once again for BNE to insert themselves into this map up. It wasn't even like a major force buy. It was 1 rifle.
And it's him alone at long. He doesn't even have anyone to support off one another. Excellent fights being granted. And for Dafu, I feel for him. He holds down the B side, gets 3 kills, and drops the bomb, and they still don't win the round. He's thinking to himself, I've done everything. As a B player, he's done everything right. What's let him down is his teammates on A.
His teammates on A that lost to a single player, as you mentioned, with no backup, no utility support, straight firepower fights. And it wasn't even like isolated 1v1 fights. He just sprayed them all down. An early tactical called in by ECSTATIC to force the issue into this round and figure out how on God's green earth did we mess that up, and how on God's green earth do we bring it back?
And knowing that Zello still was glass cannoning with the AWP 2 rounds in a row, that could have come to the detriment, because you saw how early that damage came through to him and how passive he had to hold the A site up against Rigon. Bad news, Eagles have stolen 1 out of nowhere, and now from ECSTATIC, pressure's on to return, otherwise they'll lose their lead.
Rigon with that round sets himself up at 11 kills, and I have a strong feeling about him here in this map up. AK set as the Orbs already landed the leg shot onto Manx. FNATIC working into the long control. Zello's AWP could get caught off at the longhouse. Sees his man. Scout headshot. Disconnect to the head. Rigon with a swing back at the flashbang in from Fasher. T's do fall back.
Even Snopsy trying to prod out towards his B site. Can't aggress through the smoke. Dafu doing his best with the spam. And from ECSTATIC trying to see if they can recover another weapon. Now we're actually getting B&E doing a lot of aggression towards the mid doors.
AWP hoping out to hold out position for the scout. The Molotov's going to send him back and send him forward, actually. Zello might be in a bit of an awkward position. Max has dealt with in the aggression. Dafu on center of the site, overwhelmed by center's headshot. Sprays Manic, 4-on-3. Bomb plant gained. B is fallen. ECSTATIC into safe.
Brigon's getting aggressive. Want to try and put some pressure down onto the players trying to save, and Zello's not getting out of that one. He spoke about Rigon and how much you can find. Averages a 1.12 rating on Dust 2. The second highest for the likes of B&E in the last 3 months. It's actually Flatroo at number 1, so maybe those two guys, Jay, could be a combination unit on this first half.
So far, a combination of rounds for B&E. Certainly can't deny that much. 2-all to the board. Splashes in against them. Tries to hunt that last man. Synopsy with the wallbang. Connects it in the end. A great read, and already look from Sky. He's miffed at that.
Not happy at all, being completely spammed with a lack of information. And sometimes it does happen. And for ECSTATIC, we can say they've been forced of playing quite a lot of Dust 2 in the close qualifier against the Hellslayers, in the group stage against OneWin, in the group stage versus Entropic, in the group stage against Bad News Eagles, in the playoffs of X-Mad Lions. They've played it in every single series.
This one's coming up good for B&E. ECSTATIC, pistols, USPs, no real buy, not even upgrade pistols on their buy. Synopsy prodding out towards the B site as the rest of the T start looking towards A. And FNATIC does get caught off on a crossfire, so that's one pick to be found. Passed around towards an appropriate man. But meanwhile, they have gained the B site with the smokes down.
And now it just comes to disrupting the CTs, not knowing where to look, and GXX just farming up towards that top mid position. I thought for a moment there that it looked kind of worrying, the idea that the CTs have managed to pick, that the Ts have got A and B and mid control, but doesn't get too out of hand.
You have to suppress the map control from the CT side in general, though. You mentioned how they had the A and B in mid control. So only really CT and CT mid that they could work with. Synopsy and GXX locking out the bottleneck and removing all ECSTATIC players from play. Now the guns come back for the CT forces, the AWP, the M4s. And the main staple guns out of standard for B&E side.
Decent nades out towards that longhouse, and the aggression continuing into the upper and lower tunnels, but the pace is starting to really fire up towards A. Look how quickly they're going into short.
Very fast indeed. Flashes over for B&E to try and gain that long control as well. No one's there to suppress them for ECSTATIC, so it's going to have to be a retake setup.
This is going to be very difficult, just knowing the lack of map control they've got. You wonder how many players they're going to split up towards a short position and how many are going down towards CT. Even a deep smoke, don't see that very often for B&E.
GXX caught by Zello with the overextension. Synopsy extending out towards mid has missed the mark on Manx and Dafu. Dafu's going to lean back, try to look for the man and win that fight. Now to two players on the site to fend them off at a two-man advantage. Nice nade in against two of the individuals. Dafu especially down to 25 points of health. Senna holding back around Rigon. Here at Goose sees Bird, transfers towards Manx but doesn't do enough damage. The defuse without a kit should come. No, it won't. It won't come through. ECSTATIC just weren't quick enough. B&E will win the fourth.
They got very lucky there, Jay. Not having a kit for the CT side meant that for B&E, they somehow come out with that round on top. And I look at that post plan and think, my goodness, that's so aggressive. They didn't really need to be in that stance at all. They put the smoke down deep towards CT, and there's actually a slight gap in that left-hand side. Zello punishes on the AWP duel up to GXX, and then even Synopsy thinks about the big wrap getting around towards that top mid position. Dafu reads it, but the time just gets stalled for long enough.
Yeah, B&E's aggression didn't aid them at all in that post plant. It was mostly down to ECSTATIC, as you mentioned before, stalled against for just about enough with that spray at Goose. And not acting fast enough as they dealt with the mid presence as well. AWP up to Zello, of course, part of the buyback for the ECSTATIC side. Similar story for B&E. And still they have a stable money line here on the T side.
Oh, beautiful flash. Max just can't see a thing. Fashion quick for the trade, but Rigon's running. He's desperate to find this, but it doesn't quite happen.
Now, Fasher brings it up to a 4-on-3 advantage for ECSTATIC. Now, Birth from Sky extending. Flashbang in. Synopsy caught blinded, but so is Fasher, and Fasher loses the fight for once.
Just a meat grinder down there in the mid doors. Even GXX aggressive with the orbs, gonna get spammed down from Bird from Sky. The chaos continuing in mids.
Get the smoke stuff there from the M4. Advantage regained by ECSTATIC. The back and forth blows between them and BNE, resulting in this position where BNE are forced to slow things down. Bring that bomb towards Longhouse. But Flatcher is so far away from Synopsy here.
Bird from Sky's taking map control away. Going in for a slight search, seeing what's going on. Even Dafu's got to be careful about the overswing. Flatcher is hoping for the pick.
Trying to find him. The flash comes in from Bird in the end, and Flatcher is dealt with. So Synopsy now 1-on-3 clutch. Zello's orb ready from the cross towards Car and just land the shot without hesitation. Kill found, third round for ECSTATIC. BNE, however, they can continue buying here.
So far, so good from Zello on the CT side, averaging a 1.13 rating in the last 12 months playing with ECSTATIC, the highest rated out of any player on this map. For the Danes to get as much out of it as possible. Fasher, that's a really sick follow-up. When you thought about the pace, when you thought about how much BNE tried to throw at him down there in the doors, he actually comes away alive and continues to hold.
Zello's orb leaning in towards the tunnels, expecting there to be T-side presence. Not sure if Flatcher is already aggressed here. The one lurker towards this B side. Now they're aggressing to try and ensure that nothing's gained. A three-man stack can ensue towards A. Dafu sees Flatcher, and Flatcher is forced to escape.
BNE have got such a good idea that upper tunnel's control is just going to get at least taken every round or attempted to do so. That's how passive Flatcher was, because ECSTATIC just keep prodding their way around this position in several rounds in a row.
Now they can just leave one man out there, extend towards mid and bolster up the A site. Raygon boosted. Gonna look for the CT players, but it's unsuccessful in finding a kill here.
It was trying to jump spot out towards that car position, doesn't see anything, so they might not have to put as much util down. Get those cross smokes forward. Fasher and Bird from Sky both have HEs.
Smokes down as well against the cross smoke set up by BNE side of things. Fasher won't extend for it. Zello look up from the CT spawn. The AK of Rigon looking in for Bird. Does not see him above that smoke. He spot him. I don't know if he did. I don't think he did. Either way, BNE have to go. Smoke's about to clear. Flashbang sent over. Bomb committing to site. Smoke's down. Bird from Sky just going to pick his moment appropriate as Fasher leans in. Gets that one kill. Flattrue with a quick trade back. The CT's closing up close. 4-on-4 ensues. Bomb yet to get planted.
Running out of time, and even Zello wants to try and put some pressure on. Flatcher out towards Akara. Seen the AWP.
Manx strike, Zello dealt with. Manx continues to swing. 15 seconds, the bomb's got to go down. Think down a default. Bird from Sky tries to act, but Flattrue deals with him with a spot of the AWP. Manx, however, tries back into evens. Struggles against Synopsy. Dishes out no damage to the man. Down to 19 HP on his own part. Dafu out of 63. AWP firing. They're aware of both CT players now. Manx has spotted Synopsy. Takes the fight and still loses it. And GXX, his AWP's missing as ECSTATIC overwhelm and get the retake.
What a retake coming through from Manx, and even Dafu just providing so much assistance down there from CT Spawn with the distraction. From that elbow angle, you thought the advantage was going to go the way of the ramp position. Doesn't quite come down at all. Fasher in for that 1-for-1, but without Manx stepping up with a triple, this round just would not have happened.
Big tie-up for ECSTATIC there. The bomb plant bonus does not enable a buy for BNE. From the back foot, they were fighting all the way. Even standing should turn to a lead for ECSTATIC from here, unless there's some shenanigans in play for BNE. Double orb setup should bolster up the firepower. Tunnels is taken very early. They might just go for the rush tactic here. Daffy with an awkward nay, getting out of dodge against the flashbangs in. Fasher, kill found against the first, and Bird from Sky and Fasher combine overall. Senna gonna get overwhelmed as GXX falls, and the USP is good enough for the kill.
That's slightly unfortunate. That's a very good read coming through from Bird from Sky, just off the spawn basis alone. Knowing that they've targeted the economy quite heavily, that it's going to be an eco, they actually stack up B. For the first time this entire half, J, there's 3 CTs on B, and what happens? It's just a rush tactic. It's just the BXE, and you're running into the trap in a situation like that, especially when you don't have rifles.
The effort's given up here by the ECSTATIC side will give them the lead. BNE still not confident on the investment here. 3 AKs, Galil and a Scout. 1 AK going to extend straight forward for Rigon's part. Dafu and Manx insert themselves though, shut down the 2 first frags, bringing the 5-on-3 for ECSTATIC.
ECSTATIC are so aggressive on this CT side, whether it be anti-ecos or rifle rounds, fighting the hell out of that long control with the util, and even Zello starting to hear some of these footsteps towards short.
Smoke set in for Zello's part. T stacking on to the short position. Oh, the flash is sent back and the smoke's being going over towards the A site. Incendiary's blocking as the bomb not be received. Synopsy bursted upon by likes of Thatcher. A 5-on-3 scenario. They continue to face the 2 kills pour in for the CT line. GXX, Scout alone, low HP, no chance in hell.
And now for BNE, you start wondering, was it all just Rigon? Was it him in those early impactful rounds stepping up and having a masterclass? Need to be able to get a little bit more assistance around him, and they've got to find a way to stop this aggression, this hyper-aggression from ECSTATIC on the city side.
Constant pushes, constant prods, tunnels control, you mentioned earlier, always been taken by ECSTATIC. Leans in towards mid for Zello's, not really missed many shots there. Won't miss against Synopsy either. Backing up his 11th kill, equalising the score against Manx's part. Now FlatTrue not being spotted by the secondary orb, not like it matters though. Thatcher's got his back.
Just being incredibly consistent towards the mid doors, looking up to T-spawn. Center with the bomb. Thatcher's still quite aggressive, hasn't quite spotted it. BNE trying to see if they could work in for the mid take, but they're already down by 2.
Now down 2-2 by BNE. Bring on the full to Manx, continuing to fire away with that AWP. Thatcher catches 1 kill, his second in the round. Bomb dropped and basically round done here. It was an eco for BNE, upgrade pistols at best, so I wasn't really expecting that they get the round itself. ECSTATIC start to pull away from the T side.
And for BNE, they find themselves in a situation where the last 2 out of 3 maps that they've played against the likes of Dust 2 has been over to that ECSTATIC side, a 16-4 and a 19-15. You look back at that upper bracket final game, Jay, and funny enough, it was actually 4 rounds on the T side gained. A 4-11.5 on T side to a recovery all the way forward to 15-15 to fight out in overtime.
1 man spotted by Zello. Again, BNE prod towards the mid control. Is Thatcher seen by FlatTrue there? It looks like he might have done, but the smoke seems to cover him off entirely. Either way, this boost up gives you angle to take Thatcher down eventually. Hides in harder cover, and I think they took a quick pop shot towards the man. So now ECSTATIC can adjust, indeed. Head tucked away. And a renade on. The engagement does not go well for FlatTrue. He got so close, and he's not unaware of Manx here. He gets the opening pick. No, actually, FlatTrue turns it around.
Really seemed as if Manx was going to have the upper hand in that fight. Even Zello needs to get the flick down. FlatTrue might multi-frag.
Indeed he does. Zello out to the double. Dafu isolated towards the B side. They can split towards it, but FlatTrue keeps going in towards CT. They brush right past each other. Bird from Sky has no idea. They think it might be clear. He thinks he might backed off here. The smoke's in. Bird now turning that towards Long as FlatTrue removes him. Goes back into the smoke. Will start to clear here. Hiding harder cover. Thatcher's turned away. Kill does not get found for the Quadra, but FlatTrue's done enough here.
So much damage, and with the money in the state of where it is from ECSTATIC, they might as well give themselves some exit frags, try and get as much out of this as possible, but maybe exit frags just come to them. Dafu's being hunted.
AK sat behind the big box, hoping that he doesn't fall. ECSTATIC have money, BNE lesser so. It's a risky hunt for the T-side line. Senna will walk up. Dafu will get that 1 pick, and now the T's will start converging upon them. Got to be wary about the overall money line, though. AWP firing. GXX will watch the cross. No flashes they can use to get the T-side player in the sight, but Synopsy peeks in blind anyway. Gets Dafu, finds the frag, and brings it around for BNE at last.
What a round by FlatTrue too. How much he was able to exploit down there in the lower tunnels into mid towards CT spawn. And coming into the series today, he's currently the 13th highest rated player in the entire event. Doing incredibly well for his team in all stages of the tournament. And in this round here, just having a masterclass with the multi-frags.
Double AWP set in for the T side, one of which was removed by GXX so early. Manx not quite as lucky in mid control as his counterpart of Zello. Fasher also dropped, and Bird from Sky trying to hold up against him. Has no idea where they're coming from. The flash from Synopsy keeps him blind. And it's a 5-on-2. ECSTATIC just decimated in the early 15 seconds.
GXX ranked 4th in the event for success in opening Jules, Jay, and I think we know why. What a starter that was from him. Down there towards the mid doors. As soon as he got that pick, it was just a flourish of acceleration into furthermore in mid.
Dafu at least gets one exit, but I don't think it means much against BNE here. 4 players still alive, can go for the hunt as well, try hunt him down. He's such low HP. Zello will be uncontested towards the A site, which actually might provide a bit of concern. He has a kit and a smoke. Now the nades land. 20 seconds to go. Will he try go for this?
He actually might do. He might have a slight crack. He's going. He's going, Jay.
Frag on Synopsy, got across. Evades FNATIC, he can go for the defuse. Oh my god, it's a perfect ninja. Incendiary on short. BNE, surely not, boys. Surely not. Surely not. Oh my god. In desperation for the hunt, BNE left the site completely exposed, and ECSTATIC get a steal of their own.
Oh my goodness, why have they left the site? Why are they hunting? Oh no, there's only a few more rounds left in the first half. They do so well. GXX with the opener, Rigon, Flatroo, everyone coming together. And it's a 1v4. Ninja defuse from Zello. This should never happen, Jay.
It's not a W for ECSTATIC, it's an L for BNE there. That's unacceptable. Rookie mistake to make. Overconfidence gonna get to them if they continue that here. T-side half has been great so far, but now they can't even win the half itself. Best they can do is 7 rounds. 6th round up to task right here. The bomb plant will enable the buy, but they can't let that happen again.
And imagine the potential swing of momentum right here for ECSTATIC to punish down, to get a 10-5 half after BNE looked like they were going to find a solid 6th. Manx, aggressive in the upper tunnels, has not been spotted just yet. Synopsy's finally cracked him, and now the B-side's open.
2 taps, 1 to the head. I don't know about that just yet. They continue the long campaign. The bomb's yet to commit, and there's also a counter backstab from Fasher in those tunnels, so it's not like Synopsy's completely safe, and there won't be any issues for the T-side line, but 3 players still held towards the A site. It's definitely the worst site to take, as Bird from Sky and Zello will prove. Crossfire locks Synopsy with a trade, back to a 3-on-3. Converges in from CT spawn. Flatroo so close to the site itself, trying to hunt for the angle he needs. 42 seconds. It slows down for now.
Even Bird from Sky is so wide, trying to take the fight onto GXX, and running into the Incendiary, has to keep fighting.
Yeah, that Incendiary cost him his life right there. The advantage tipping the way of the T-side line. Zello's AWP spotted out by GXX, accounted for by Flatroo. Synopsy gets the kill and is Fasher alone, lining them up, but being knocked down by the double spray. 6 to the board of BNE.
This has been a wild first half. So much back and forth nature coming through. And just when it looked like ECSTATIC had the jump towards that long control, they lose the presence out towards the B side. And Synopsy does as much further forward of just distracting and helping out the A players. And then eventually from Bird from Sky, where do you go? You're playing around the rice sandbags up there from the top of Goose. You can't go back to Goose. You kind of just have to keep fighting. And now Rigon apparently is an AWPer.
I mean, he can be if he wants to. There's no reason not to at this stage. By the double AWPs, go for the mid pick. GXX had a good spawn out towards long, so they'll gain the long control for it. Now Zello backs up with Dafu, both players on pistols, the Deagles. All for GXX watching the smokes down in the cross. They have gone past car unaccounted for here. Could be a chance for them to strike on a 1-man. Tap through towards Senna. Senna gets Fasher instead, though, and now the Deagle starts missing, so the 4-on-3 maintained. The bomb's been dropped back towards House. Zello will get picked up, and Senna will fall, but meanwhile, extension out from Rigon has gained the B site, so the bomb will go there.
Rigon just knows. Cut the pressure down towards these last couple of CTs towards A. Bird from Sky's been seen. That bomb could just rotate over. No, they're going to commit it to long.
Not like it matters. The kill gets found in the end. It's 8-7 at the half. ECSTATIC with the advantage. BNE could have found one themselves, but still a single round difference as they go to the CT side after the break.
Hej bre! Ecco Yamare, aha. Hey, måste blocka ni, hey! Admin, stop making this, hey!
It's
Okres, jobre!
Sui, was chose.
guys, attack. Wait here. Wait.
Våran booster set.
Are you ready? Go.
Yeah, I'm so shit.
Are you ready? Go.
Drop reps up på flashshot sen.
Support.
Din där att ha fler.
Why is he throwing flashes, bro?
To blind the T.
Hey!
Yeah, flash.
Yeah, flash him.
No. Hey, what the f should we do here?
And flash.
Right, sir.
Oh,
Flash not work.
Got baited.
Flash is made in.
oh my god, it sends me.
Fuck off, them first! Run! Run! Hey, where have to go, admin?
Admin!
Yes, running target.
Spot die kamer shkuar doj.
Nalte ki objedën, djatë.
Qysh më naltin djath?
Hey, that's more than Geneva vjen ajt myt o kles, që i të
Coming
bukto.
with flash.
O si që, shto jam o bish, po di kamer shku.
Pa djatë në gjithë nalt. Shtova. Po i fordën.
Same.
No! What? From the start?
Yeah, of course, bro.
Flash. Do you want? GX.
No.
What is this, bro? Hey.
Ai.
This is hard, I think.
Dust 2 has been the constant sticking point for BNE in this head-to-head against the ECSTATIC side in the past. Always a victory and always close, but with them going into the CT side, only one round the difference now. BNE could run away with this here, Dweg.
They absolutely can do. Round win percentage in the last 3 months of 62.2% on that City side. And having the idea, Jay, that 5 head-to-heads back-to-back have all gone the way of ECSTATIC, 4 of which have always gone to a third map. They've always been competitive in that field of the 2-1 fashion. This time around, Jay, it could be a 2-0. And for BNE!
The break that win streak to finally get a big W on the board in terms of the best of 3 series is ECSTATIC. Will try to change the narrative here with a pistol round, charging into the B side. GXX backside for headshots, gets Zello, burns quite significantly down. Vash is allowed to trade for it to a 4-on-4 now. Rigon strikes him from the back, backed up by one player of Flat True. Max gets that kill, the bomb can go down. The USPs continue facing, desperate to get something back here, but Max continues to hold the line. Synopsy with one trade, now with Senna alongside him. Wrap around towards the back of the B site as ECSTATIC move forward in towards mid. Bird from Sky at car gets his kill. Senna stands alone and Bird doubles up for the pistol for ECSTATIC.
Beautiful stuff again for the pistols. And you know what we've always seen, Jay? In the pistol rounds on Vertigo and on the pistol rounds of Dust 2, they just send it on the T side for both teams. It comes down to ECSTATIC just getting complete control of that B play and then chaotic fighting in those upper tunnels that eventually just run the clock. And then there's so much information. The crossfires can be set. Bird from Sky ends up with a couple and ECSTATIC keep the lead.
And the force buy returns from BNE, the same. The scouts on 2 individuals, the upgrade pistols that are force up. Taps forward on Synopsy. Just trying to look for some sort of frag initially, but unable to do much here at this moment in time. It's passive from ECSTATIC on the default.
We saw Rigon getting 11 kills in the first 3 rounds of this entire map, Jay. He has slowed down. This is his opportunity to bounce back. And knowing there's a deagle in his hands, I'm confident.
Fires first, Dafu deals with him, Rigon with a shot. The second kill comes in a little bit more difficult, but he lands it in the end. Max with a responsive Synopsy and GXX. The crossfire with the scouts do maintain a 3-on-2 advantage for BNE.
Even sending it up towards the A play, having quite a lot of aggression. Notice the util, there's only one smoke from Manx, so if they don't put the D smoke down towards CT, there's going to be a gap.
Working in with the Galil bursting up against the CT side, allowing the wraparound to come through Synopsy going to try and find the flank against him with his own Galil in hand. And if they keep focusing on CT, this will be the perfect chance to backstab against them. P255, Synopsy gets his kill and indeed doubles up for the triple steal for BNE.
Just the kings of the Force Spy. We've seen how consistent they've been across not only the series, Jay, but even in the group stage and in the playoff run. The Force Spies are electric for this BNE side. And Rigon, what a statement this was down in the lower tunnels. This set the whole round up.
BNE putting the hurt back on against ECSTATIC. 9-8 on the board, still favourable to that T half, but a tactical taken because they just lost an important one, and this is where the whole setup can come unraveled for ECSTATIC. Double eco status. So on paper, BNE should get to 10.
We know how wacky some of the back and forth natures have been over the course of the last couple of days. I mean, X-Mad Lions is probably a perfect example against ECSTATIC and how many we had in that sort of series. Now for ECSTATIC, they've got to try and put themselves in more of a winning position, draw their way forward into Ancient, give themselves a little bit more life in the series. But BNE know, and having the better weaponry, this is their chance for the taking. ECSTATIC, you wondered to yourself, Jay, what have they got hanging in this second half?
They've got some sort of plan. Birth and Sky is geeing up his boys. They're all laughing at the BNE side. They just took a tactical themselves. Spirit's still high in this map up, still up by 1 in the series for them. An important round steal now to convert it is going to be their focus. The Tech 9s and Deagles will get bought in by ECSTATIC, of course. Passed off by Dafu and Zello to a couple of key players who will have the head Kevlar. A scout in for Zello's part. 15 frags deep, and he'll try and win that first fight against GXX's scout, but it's GXX with the opening start.
They're both giving it to one another. They are not backing down. No one is backing off in this mid-fight. Finally, GXX has to put the HG because of the rush outs.
Now Rigon's going to support him alongside Flatcher with the kills found. Crossfire locked, 5-on-3, leaning in against Zello, and Dafu seeing the head. Not quite able to catch him. Smoke goes down with a flashbang support from BNE. And Zello tagged up even further. Thatcher got close. Rigon gets that kill. So ECSTATIC dismantled.
GXX could be the one to get traded. Synopsy aggressing further forward. We saw it in the last round. He had the big wrap out towards the long control, and now he's got the big wrap into the lower tunnels. Him and Flatroo peeking up towards that top mid position. And for ECSTATIC, they tried something very aggressive. Get down in towards the mid doors, exploit GXX, and while it seemed like for a moment they did a very good job in doing so, Jay, it was the switch. It was the fact that Rigon swung so far out to that left-hand side and was just the assistance in the matter.
Got it all together in the end. BNE finding 9. Harsh eco for ECSTATIC now. B-Rush seems to be on the table for them, because why not at this stage? No util support, so no real way they can block vision or blind players. The PP Bison of Rigon set for a lot of cash out of this one. And Flatcher will also be supported by Synopsy. They will hold the crossfire. Only one pick will get gained by that SMG. Galil drops for Birth from Sky as well, so the main rifles will stay in for BNE's part. Synopsy just alone, like, lock out this last kill. Okay, Birth from Sky, good shot. M4 now upgrade. And the CTs give chase. It can still rotate to the A site here. It depends how quickly they catch him. They missed the mark.
Imagine if he gets a bomb plan out of this one. Oh, it goes back. Okay.
Hide in the corner. Hide in the corner.
Ooh.
Bird, hide in the corner. He doesn't hear them. He's seen one, though. Bites onto center. Should have been a bit more patient. And that should give up enough info for BNE to win the round here. Out towards mid, he'll go. GXX accounted for him, and indeed, he'll get that kill.
Could have been 400 IQ. He tries to wait for the CTs to get back in towards spawn. And taking it proper seriously, of course. Got some extra notes on the phone. That's what it is, Jay.
It's the playbook.
I can't believe
he's out here tweeting while he decimates.
He's getting the tweet ready for the victory. Putting it in the drafts.
Hit send once win is found. Yeah, pretty sure you can automate that with Counter-Strike at some point. Anyway, back to the game. Max is going to get the opening kill, but Rigon from beyond the grave burns him alive to a 4-on-4 scenario. Senna and Co now forced to try and act out towards this long position. Force the issue. AWP Zello gets an Opsy. Senna follows suit on Thatcher. 3-on-3.
Still having the indication that there might be someone out towards that blue bin. Further spam and HE placement coming down. GXX is not seeing any aggression up from short in towards Xbox. They are trying to catch a timing though, because Dafu might be able to walk forward into B.
Yeah, he's the primary concern right now for BNE here. Moving the one man out towards the longhouse. The Molotov should burn Bird from Sky out of dodge. They'll hear the tags as well. Knowing that they have that control, knowing there was a player that might be significantly low. And there is, it's just not him.
Get the Xbox smoke down, start indicating that they're taking some short control. But really what ECSTATIC are hoping for is overextensions. And as of what we can see on the radar, Jay, it is very back passive. They're regrouping with Senna and Flatru over towards short. And GXX deals with that lurker Dafu in the upper tunnels.
3-on-2 situation. Flatru, Bird from Sky, found Zello, last man standing in the round. 1v3 to try and clutch with the AWP. Has the bomb on his back at least, and a fair amount of map control that he can play with. No one's watching mid, but 20 seconds to act, and he just doesn't feel confident in it.
Can't imagine you would feel confident. Hold on to that AWP. And how many times have we seen Zello glass cannon this AWP over the course of Dust 2? Feels as if we've seen it in so many rounds.
BNE will hold the advantage for it. Easy pickings against them. 11-9 to the board of the CT side. Tactical was called in, I can assume, by ECSTATIC.
Poor Flatru boy.
Util damage for days. Not so much damage for ECSTATIC today. Galil's in on this round. Bird from Sky. Might be rocking a pistol, a Glock here into this one. The AWP is Zello, is glass cannon, as you mentioned, saved in from the previous one. Had to force around it for ECSTATIC. But no AKs to play with here.
Zello getting on the boost up just as he gets re-smoked. Might actually win the opening off the orb duel.
Looks towards GXX at the right time, and indeed he does. Frag just above the smoke, registered as a smoke shot. The kill is found. And ECSTATIC have a start in the round.
The aggression towards upper tunnels could be juicy though. Keep an eye on that. Synopsy's just on the other side.
M4 standing, waiting. Both backs are turned. Finally turns in one. Synopsy is traded back by Dafu, so now Rigon has info.
They're going again.
Flatru's read the right crunch. The bomb will back out. Bird from Sky picking up the Galil, and the AK will find the frag.
There could be even Rigon starting to press forward as the lower tunnels players come out of this. I love this. So much distraction being pulled. Dafu might read it though, but the timing does not work out. What? How has he not been seen?
Not again. Not again, boys. Zello. Oh, turned away from Rigon. Escapes with the smoke to get behind the cover and onto the boost. Flatru continues to hold the lower tunnels. Wow, the prods from BNE timed so perfectly, finding the picks here in tons. And now ECSTATIC is depressed.
I swear Dafu looked out to that left-hand side. I don't know how he wasn't spotted. And now there's two on B. Now Rigon could just pull the distraction away from Senna.
Crossfire locked in the corner. Senna's aggressed. Manx doesn't even look towards it. Kill found. Rigon closes down Zello. And BNE look alive.
Wild stuff. Absolute madness in those upper tunnels. But very clever from BNE. The way that they fight from lower brings so much distraction forward, and Zello has got to be very frustrated knowing the idea that he got that opening man advantage. Flatru pulling the mines forward, and then Rigon somehow escaping the ire back out to the site, then him and Senna just working off one another. 12 on the board, no bomb plant from ECSTATIC, and they're buying again. We saw this against, what was it, X-Mad Lines on Nuke, right? The last map where they just kept forcing.
A face forward in from Flatru to burst onto Manx. The Molotov down against him. Gets the kill. And ECSTATIC getting real desperate right here in round 22. First player to fall. The AK's limited. The rifle's limited in general. PNE. They can taste victory.
And this is where we criticized them yesterday, Jay. We both kind of looked at it and thought, yeah, they're done. Anytime you keep force buying when you're not getting a bomb plant shows signs of desperation. And right here, 9-12 down. They don't have the best economy float at all. And there's 3 CTs towards a long contact too.
Flatru once more. He got his first kill. Senna's right behind, ahead of him. Basher, top of blue bin, seen, spray, taken down, Birth from Sky. Will trade 2 back. Zello also engaging the AWP of GXX, who might get forced back to passive. The flashbang in, still gets his kill. Birth from Sky struggles with the spray. GXX waiting for the shoulder bait, waiting for the shot, extends out further. Bird has no idea as Daffy's fallen, the last player left standing in this round. Dealt with by the AWP anyway. 12 HP to stay alive. And BNE, oh, they're putting the hurt on now.
Bird just desperately wanted to get that jiggle to fire the shot off, because you know when you're in that sort of circumstance, as soon as the AWP fires, you win that fight if it doesn't connect onto you. So just keep jiggling, try and get into fire, and then you can wide swing out. He gets a multi-frag from the back of the blue bin, and Fazello just gets caught completely blinded. Dafu trying to walk through. There's a lot of times in which Dafu's tried to walk, lurks out from the mid doors over towards the B side. It's just been red.
ECSTATIC have some semblance of a buy here. It's getting better and better per round, but they're just forcing time and time again. They do find the first threat on Bird from Sky. FNATIC swings into the mass amounts of T-side players, so now they have further info, but a 5-on-3 advantage for ECSTATIC is given up.
We've got to say, what are BNE doing here? They've just aggressed Longhouse and top mid. Like, why? Why has that happened, Jay? They've just won 6 rounds in a row without even giving a bomb plant to ECSTATIC, and they're just peeking. And Rigon's going to do it again?
Doesn't lose to Zello this time. But the only reason why you go for those kind of peaks and prods is because you're playing overconfidently here for BNE. So far extended for no real reason in the early part of the round. Should you see a CT extending outside of Longhouse, maybe if you get a good spawn and ECSTATIC don't challenge it, you can get into Longhouse, but going any further than that is risky as anything. And now it's up to the remaining players to try and hold off against them. Orp finds the first pick. Manx gives up his life. GXX trying to land that triple is forced out by Thatcher, who gets his trade. No one on site, but there are players in a CT. Meanwhile, Dafu starts to walk out to the B side. Should find the backstab on Rigon. Bursting through towards him. He will get that kill now. Center, a war on 2 fronts in the middle of the smoke. Caught off by Thatcher, and ECSTATIC find their 10th.
And they've got to get slapped back to reality after that round and just say we've lost it in our owns. The fact that we aggress up towards top mid, out towards Longhouse, that's unacceptable. We've got to calm it. We've got to tame ourselves, because that was just pure punishment coming from ECSTATIC. Didn't really do too much there in the early default. GXX has a blinder of a sequence, just can't find that third. And Fasha, very good trade, because that was important. That could have got so out of hand towards that car position.
Guns back in for the BNE side. Double AWPs this time. Swing out to Longhouse for Manx. Sees nothing behind that smoke. One player was hiding. They re-smoke onto the Longhouse position. Suppress even further. Leave center up here to defend.
Just try to spam through. Hear a certain bullet of a tag. Try and get as much information onto Manx as possible. And you can definitely feel it being a lot deeper in the passiveness nature here for the CT side. Center being spammed back. That's actually a very good attempt from Manx & Co.
Yeah, after the disaster of peaks in from the last round, makes sense they wouldn't try and press the issue this time. Couple of prods in from standard angles, particularly the boost up from GXX, and of course center out towards the Longhouse. Didn't go well for center's part, as you mentioned. Tagged up early, and the notch smoke down from Fasher does not allow Rig on a wallbang shot. Can't look out towards that short position, but FNATIC will blind fire anyway, try and suppress them, take some damage of his own.
GXX is still holding very aggressively with this AWP. They've got to try and flash him off angle.
They'll peek towards it. Bait in the shot, allow the AWP to start swinging. Bird from Sky barely catches the frag, and now FNATIC on site. Decent smoke with a gap to work with. Bird from Sky will drop that bomb. A 4-on-4. Now he's back up in for the long control, because they're working their way in from CT. Further lineup, Center and FNATIC get those kills to a 3-on-2. BNE suppressed the center, finds Dafu. Wallbang headshot out of Gandalf, and Zello no chance in hell to win this clutch. Immediate strike back from the Bad News Eagles, who are feeling it. They're on fire at 14-10.
And that was such an obvious one-way smoke coming down towards ramp. Why else would you smoke it? Unless you threw a molly from the T-side perspective and then it gets smoked off, then again it's extinguished. You surely have to look at that smoke, Jay, and say it's a one-way. It has to be. That's just too easy of a hold coming through from FlatRoo.
Fast rush for ECSTATIC, doing everything they can, anything they can. Zello at least finds a frag to open up. A rush ahead of the Molotov, a double up against Rigon. GXX puts him down and now looks towards mid for more frags in a round, but the B side has been gained, and BNE gonna have to think about this retake here. There's not a lot of cash in the bank.
I can't believe an AWP is just double entried on a B-site rush, Jay. What is happening?
Back true, not checking. Manx with his kill. What seems to be happening, Dwayne, is ECSTATIC getting to 11, not allowing BNE to map a match point just yet here. Flasher finding Senna. Senna trades it back. And GXX, how to save the AWP. Certainly no chance for him now.
Yeah, pretty lost of words in a round like that. It's obviously a very good round from ECSTATIC and they make it work, but it's just so unorthodox to get an AWP sending it, just rushing so far forward into a B site. And he makes it look fairly easy with that double entry. A very good sequence from Zello indeed. A lot of confidence to go for the man. And now with 11 up for ECSTATIC, you start feeling, is there hope? Is there a glimpse here?
It's a glimpse, but that might be all it is. Zello's not going to get another sequence like this ever again, by the way. A big sequence to get into the B side. Like you mentioned, there's no way in double AWP, in any logical sense, would be able to get 2 entries on B site. Now down to a single AWP setup, a force buy for BNE. This is ECSTATIC's way into the matchup once again. Have bought those rifles to scout, and the M4 in particular. The AWP swapped out by Synopsy, falling away trying to challenge Zello. But no one's challenging the longhouse where all of ECSTATIC are.
I like this though for BNE. You lose the mid pick, you just think, okay, let's gamble stack. Let's just bring everyone forward towards the A side. And if they can get the AWP of Synopsy in for a decent refrag, there might be a way into the round.
Shoulder bait missed. Synopsy watching Molotov sent back towards Kai. He'll try and escape and will be able to cross. Tank some damage. The scout bears down upon them from the back of the rice bags. And the T's fall back out of there, hold themselves nerve up towards top of long. Go for the resmokes.
They've got so much util, and they can use it down towards the CTs. This is going to be very difficult on the hold. BNE were thinking about an over-rotation, but they're bringing the stack back involved to A.
Further smokes, they've seen the jump scout. Those AWP will hold together in the round. And it goes quiet. Very quiet here.
BNE just trying to get some further information. Even Bird from Sky's got a short volley to try and make it more uncomfortable for the CTs playing out in that angle for the retreatment. They've got to keep fighting head on.
Flash over. Zello firing away with the scout centers. M4 tries to hunt him. Smoke set. 20 seconds. Oh, and Senna's caught by Zello. A prod out was unnecessary. Should have waited for the timer. And the nade from Synopsy will at least get 1 pick back. The AWP needs to do so much more. And behind the smokes, he can't do much at all. The scout at Gandalf. Now to deny the bomb plant here, but it goes down at default. Boost up for the Deagle of Rigon. Brings it into a 3-on-3 and drops Dafu to a 2-on-2. Synopsy's fallen. And now the snipers leaning closer. The AK and Mags can't get a kill onto Flat True. And his Deagle strikes the AWP Zello back to a 1-on-1. Flat True caught up on the wall. Will drop in the end. A good effort for BNE, but ECSTATIC bring us back to a 2-round difference.
Absolute madness once again in that round. Rigon getting as much done with the Deag as possible, and then just when you think the Goose angle has got a very easy chance just to clean up the pieces, it's somehow a jiggle, another Deagle shot. Zello coming through in these last couple of rounds, and he might be the difference maker, Jay, to allowing this to go to a third map. He has to be the difference maker.
All eyes on him. ECSTATIC working with that advantage now. The USP's brought out in the harsher eco round against BNE. ECSTATIC inches away from evening up the situation. Fasher does fall to Senna, so the USP's have something to say about that. But a 4-on-4 situation. Synopsy trying to swing on Dafu, needs to get that kill, gets his dink off. USP of GXX almost gets the kill himself. Swing back for the second shot. No, he backs away.
There's a lot of damage being done, but they've got to convert that into a kill for Dafu, because he knows he can just play quite passive for the rest of the round. Rigon's still got a Deagle, Jay. Keep that in mind.
Taps on, doing damage to Manx. Bird from Sky also being spotted. And the backstab also comes in from the man that was at the tunnels. GXX leans in, we'll hear the footsteps, know that they're out towards long.
Oh, they need a steal. They need one now. And trap them forward.
Oh.
GXX has got to hope that no one's watching this.
Someone is. Oh, but they turn away. Perfect chance against Mags. Taps forward, gets both the kills. Bird from Sky strikes down, Rigon on the side. Deagle, got to get a headshot, but can't do it. And the 5-7 from GXX is way too far back. Heart stopping for BNE. ECSTATIC keep control just about 14-13. And there is a buy for the CT side.
Oh, that got ever so close. That got ever so risky for a moment there. Fasha with the double entry out towards long, gets caught off guard. And with the light eco coming through with as much damage in as possible, B&E know the potential of the next and how much crippling damage that could do. Another send it. This is going to be the B-side exit. They're running.
2 players to hold. Synopsy with the SMG, first man forward. Fasha's core, dead to rights. Man to the trade, Wriggle's still out there. 1 frag found, transfers to 2, needs the triple, runs out of ammo. And Zello punishes, but the efforts of BNE on that B side have gained a 3-on-2. Backup's already here. Zello's fallen, and Dafu's next. There's the reset they wanted. Map match and 3rd place point for BNE.
Keep in mind, Jay, that smoke didn't land. We saw it a couple of times from ECSTATIC over on Vertigo, some missed utility here or there. That one is crucial. The door smoke out at B does not come through. And what that means from the rotating players, and especially the last 2 Ts on the site, is they're nervous. They're scared of trying to cross that bomb out into the open because they know they're going into the death pit. They needed that smoke to go down.
And after such an effort from ECSTATIC to get back to this one, for them to concede now, the hard work, the grind, the tactical taken, because look at the buy, where you said there was potential for BNE to reset them, and it won't be a harsh reset. You have got rifles, but there are also a number of pistols out there. We'll see what the final buy looks like. We can also watch what BNE did to win the round itself. Breaking point, crunch time for ECSTATIC now.
It's another glass cannon AWP from Zello. My goodness, he loves this weapon at all costs. And even bringing 2 players over towards B. Don't tell me they're going to do it again.
Oh, the incendiary stalls them. Damage done. Zello looking for another summer entry. It won't happen this time. Synopsy with the kill. Rigon backed up to car. Bird from Sky's core. Dafu Fasha down. It's dismantling the wall placed up for the Bad News Eagles as they find themselves in 3rd place of REPUBLEAGUE Season 3.
And for the first time here, competing in one of the seasons of REPUBLEAGUE, that has got to be looked at as a grand achievement. 3rd place, it's not the final, it's not getting to that last position, but it's a slight prize towards the end. They were fantastic in that series.
Indeed they were, and it just kind of makes me wonder with how well they played, what the difference could have been had they not taken on FNATIC. Had maybe they'd been seeded into the other side of the bracket and taken on ECSTATIC instead. Maybe they could still be in the grand finals, Dwayne, because that was a dismantling. And for ECSTATIC, again, it comes to compound with all the issues we mentioned over the last few days here, the problems that they have, not having a permanent 5th, not having a coach. I believe that those are the things they need to sort of figure out and to change up for them to be able to fix the issues in this team here.
Perhaps so. They know that coming into the player break, they can settle down. Both of these teams have been known as the grinders. Forza and ECSTATIC are probably more so than any of the other teams that are in the playoffs, of just playing a lot of events, a lot of maps, and knowing for ECSTATIC, you've still kind of got this stand-in situation, you don't have a coach. Maybe a well-received break, come in the player break, Jay, would be granted for them to come out even stronger. But they'd have to say that for this event, they wanted the whole thing. They wanted the 1st place, and it doesn't come.
That's the problem, right? Again, ECSTATIC have such a big amount to live up to, obviously, for this particular squad. Knowing the issues that, again, they've faced over the course of the year, not getting a decent trophy, having come in, I think, top 4 at maximum a lot of the time. They had that 1 second place position in the Thunder Pick Bitcoin series, but they haven't really won a trophy since, what, December last year or so? And they've been hunting for one over the course of this entire year. They have yet to find one. We had them pinned to do something here in REPUBLEAGUE. They have to fall out in 4th place, though. Again, it's disappointing for them. They've got to go back to the drawing board and figure it out post-player break for me.
I will say I gave them not much of an attempt on Dust 2 to try and keep it close. They actually were playing better on Dust 2 than they were out on Vertigo. I think they made a lot of adjustments on their CT side, getting very aggressive, wanting to put a lot of pressure down. And unfortunately, Rigon was so difficult to deal with in a couple of those early rounds in the 1st half and the 2nd that set them back. And then even towards the tail end there, it felt as if it was a slight resurgence, but just not coming through when it mattered the most.
And Rigon dropped a 30 bomb in that last map, so for me, my certain MVP pick for his own right, for Bad News Eagles, the 2-0 decimation, and coming in onto that Vertigo, especially to win out as much as they did. Certainly a victory worthy of them. A lot closer in that 2nd map, like you mentioned, overall, Dweg, but still a victory for them. And again, they can take that 3rd place with pretty much decent pride. And it can't be too shocking to know that Bad News Eagles got the result they did, because they have been a decent contender, might have struggled in this tournament overall, but still managing the victory today. It's a positive sign.
And you've got to imagine what comes next as well. That whole idea, Jay, that you've got another result on the board. It's a top 4 finished, moving into a 3rd position. They've got to be happy about that.
Indeed, they have got to be, and it looks like we're about ready to chat to one of our players from the Bad News Eagle side in a short few moments' time. We will get to hear from Juan Flatru, of course, one of the second highest fraggers over in that last map for the Bad News Eagle side. So he's ready to go. Let's have a chat with him now. Bring him on the line here in the commentary box. Flatru, welcome to you, my friend. Congratulations on the victory. I'm hoping that we're going to get a visual of him in a short few moments' time here. Dwayne, I'm being told that he's ready. There he is. Hello, welcome back to you. Again, congrats to the victory. Wasn't quite the grand final position that me and Dwayne had hoped for you guys, but still a 3rd place position. Are you happy with the result you've had in Republic today?
We're quite happy. We've been seeing constant progress in our gameplay, in our fixing our mistakes and everything. Yesterday was a different story. We had Regan being a bit ill, so he couldn't give his 100%, and then the whole team was kind of down. But I'm pretty sure that if we were on our 100%, it would be a whole different story. It would probably be an easy game for us yesterday as well. But mentally, we were kind of like slacking. So, but today we came with a different mindset, and I think it was much better today. Yeah.
And what's the situation with you guys at the moment being unorged? Is it affecting the practice at all? Is it making it a little bit more difficult for you guys? What's the circumstances like now for you?
Not at all, not at all. We're giving our best. No matter if we have an org or not, we're trying our best each day, trying to progress as a team. But it's not that we didn't have offers. We had quite a few offers. But firstly, we're waiting for the players' break to finish, and then see over the offers that we have and choose what's best for us, I guess. So yeah.
Now, since the major, you guys haven't played in all that much. Obviously, you captured everyone's hearts during that particular tournament and did so wonderfully well for your team's position here. But since that point, you've been playing in so few tournaments. Like, what's the reason for that? Is it all just down to like focus, or why not play as many tournaments as other tier 2 teams?
After the major, we've been really tired, so we took a few weeks off, I think, and then we looked into our tournament offers that we had. So we've been playing 2 or 3 of them at the moment, but we didn't want to put too much pressure in us and have too many things at the same time, so we just took a few weeks off and then came back to tier 2 tournaments and see where we're at. But it's going pretty good, yeah. Heading into the players break, it's going pretty good. We have Elisa, I think, next. So we're into that one 100% right now, and then go into the players break and get a well-deserved break, I guess.
I want to ask about the veto, because in the last 3 times that you played ECSTATIC, it's always Dust2, it's always Vertigo. What changed this time in comparison to the last time? Because it seems like Dust2 results are either really strong from you guys against ECSTATIC or sometimes really close, and then Vertigo too is the same sort of field. So what was different in this sort of matchup?
We've watched a few demos together, and we checked our gameplays, and we checked where we're lacking on. So we thought that we would go with Ancient as last pick. We knew it's going to be between Ancient and Nuke, but we wanted to give it a try on Ancient. It didn't go to the 3rd map, but anyways, we did what we could. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, you guys are coming 3rd place in Republic, runners-up in this tournament, and I do want to give you the floor now, just to say whatever you want to the fans that have supported you, the people out there who are watching this matchup. Is there anything you want to say to them, my man?
Yeah, thank you so much for the support, guys. We've been having unconditional support from our fans, especially from our Albanian fans. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart, and even better days are coming for us, so stay tuned with us and have a little bit of patience, and things will turn out good. I'm pretty sure about it. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, we look forward to seeing how well you guys can do. One more tournament for the end of the player break. We look forward to seeing how well you do. But for now, 3rd place in Republic. Congratulations, Juan, and thank you so much for joining us, man.
Thank you, man. Have a nice day. See you.
Well, there you go, Tweg. The result that we kind of expected, but we ultimately believed it would be down to the wire in a tier 3 map affair. Ultimately not going down that way for the Bad News Eagles. They dominate their way through this series, and again, they deserve all the credit in the world, so they can walk away in this tournament with a decent third place position, and an opportunity now to catapult themselves into that Elisa tournament and into the player rate with a lot of confidence.
Just to have the idea that they sort of fended off against the Forza side in the quarterfinals, who they had so much difficulty in those head-to-heads. We've now been in a very similar position up against ECSTATIC, where 5 out of 5 best of 3s all going the way of the Danes. It's got to feel really good, and such a high positive going into that player break, just knowing some of the teams that have given them trouble in the past, maybe they don't give them trouble anymore.
Well, certainly not in the case of ECSTATIC. For the first time in history, the core of players from the Bad News Eagles have beaten them in a best-of-3 fashion, and to turn it completely around into a 2-0, definitely not going to be much of a problem for much longer in the future for their own right. Bad News Eagles, the 2-0 victory, the 3rd placement here in Republic League Season 3, and that would almost wrap things up if it weren't for one thing known as the Grand Finals, Dwayne. We have FNATIC taking on X-Mad Lions in our last match of the day and our last match of the entire tournament, so we'll head towards a break, set that one up, and close out Republic League Season 3.
Abugate. Abugate. Abugate.
We'll turn
this around. We'll turn this around.
Sneak back in. I can't get rid of her. I'm just a prisoner like the wind. Oh, she got my heart right on my chest, making me believe she knows the best. So on the bridge I stand.
this already. I think we faced them.
Hellraisers, right?
Yeah, Hellraisers.
Yeah.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah.
It's B. Hellraisers, good job.
Do you know that, Freddy?
No, but I guess I've been playing for a while, but I haven't been like the mad fucking fragger. But I want to say D, but I'm unsure. It's C or D, 100%.
I think it's C because I saw someone and they were like above 32, and I don't think you're like in the top, right?
I mean, the top is around 40k right now, right? I think Forest has the record, yeah.
Okay, then it's D, I think.
Yeah, I think D as well.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, we'll say D.
So the final answer is right. Good job.
Nice. Get right on Forest?
No.
Or what? Oh, was it Passion, maybe?
I think Get Right was number 1 and Forest was number 2. Oh, Forest wasn't even number 2, I think. Get Right was first, 100%.
Yeah.
Should be...
So it has to be like...
It's not Kenny or Shox as well. It's Pasha or JW and Flasha.
No, they played with FNATIC, right? Back then?
Yeah.
JW? So they were like the second best team, or?
No, that was the French guys. Maybe it was Kenny.
I actually have no idea, but I want to say
Get Right was first. Yeah, let's go with that one because Get Right was first. That is all I remember.
Yeah, let's go with Pasha and Snacks.
So Pasha and Snacks.
Yeah.
Is good choice. Yeah, that's right.
Nice, Roy.
Okay,
That's right. First, Flash a second.
What a list.
Oh, yeah.
As well, Freddy.
Yes.
Let's go.
What the fuck? Yeah, it was actually.
Good job.
1G.
You think it's 1G?
Yeah, no.
Maybe they changed it after that thing. It wouldn't like surprise me though.
No way.
Maybe
it has to be. I think it's fire or Molotov. Like it.
Yeah, I think fire as well.
It has to be fire because that's like both grenades, right? And Molotov is only like the T1, so.
Yeah.
I think let's say fire.
So final answer A.
Yeah.
Is wrong. It's actually Inferno.
Really? Oh,
nobody knows why, but it's Inferno.
Makes zero sense.
Great question.
True. Developers, you know.
Actually, I have no clue. Is it named like those two different things with a letter? Like,
I mean, the different marks, right? Or what do you call it?
Yeah, different
symbols.
Yeah, I think when I googled it, it's Japanese symbols for 1 and 2.
Ah.
But there is something on the skin.
It's gonna be something like simple. You see the trigger? It's metal blank, right?
Yeah, that's true. Maybe
that was supposed to be red or like the orange thing.
No.
Well, I have no idea.
So it's maybe it's like the. Actually, I have no idea. I haven't seen this skin that much.
It was a little face that is on the handle. There's just simple difference.
I think that's the Arma that didn't get to anything, right? That's one. Do you have anything else?
Gold.
I know you have that one from 2020.
Yeah,
yeah, that one where the major didn't happen, right? Because of COVID.
That was the first gold, right? I think just the FNATIC logo.
Yeah. You didn't have anything before that? If you don't have anything before that, then
no, the gold was introduced then, right? As the.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's only one.
Yeah, then it's one then. Yeah.
So only one?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, good.
Yeah,
it was this one. There are many other, but they are on the souvenir cases.
Yeah, exactly.
Souvenir weapons.
Not the Turn of Fire, I think.
No, I want to say.
Oh, wait! Didn't we play that one?
You might have.
Not. I think I played it. I think we won it, right? No.
Who did you face then in the final?
I don't remember now. I think it was Eternal Fire. No.
Okay.
Maybe not. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with Eternal Fire.
Okay, let's go with that.
So final answer D?
Yeah.
Yes, it was Eternal Fire, and you won.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, what a memory.
Nice. Good job.
The right shield, right?
Yes, tactical shield. If I can get you a hint, it's not a weapon.
You can. Oh, the night vision goggles, right?
Yes,
yeah, that's true.
Yes, tactical shield and night vision.
You gotta know the last one, Crims. You played 1.6 for.
Yeah, oof. This is.
So night vision goggles, the tactical shield, and then. Oh, maybe it's some sort of grenade.
No.
What did it was only smoke.
It was smoke, flash,
HE,
flash,
right?
HE, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I know what it is. Ammunition.
Yes.
No,
primary
that's
and
true.
secondary.
That's true.
Good job. Good job.
Alright, let's go. Okay, so it has to be like dust 2 or Mirage, right?
Yeah, those 7. Yeah.
Yeah, that's 2 then, right?
It looks like dust 2.
Oh, the location. Oh, I thought this was like an alley in like Italy or something. Okay,
No.
that's 200%. Yeah.
That's
I
dust
think
2.
so.
And can you name exact location?
Does it look like it's? Is that long or what?
Yeah, it's long. Good job. It's behind these bars.
Okay.
And it's along here.
Oh, next to the dentist, yeah.
Nice.
Good job. Good job.
I will change a lot, but let's say I can go first. Let's remove Vertigo.
No.
And put back the old Cobble or the old Cash.
Okay, and I would remove dust 2, and I would bring in the old Cobble, 100%.
So
Both on Cobble though.
Yeah, I love that map. But you can't remove Vertigo, Freddy. Come on.
Okay. Sorry.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Republic Season 3. We're into our final match of the entire tournament, the Grand Finals, the moment that we've all been building up to. FNATIC in with their chance to claim a second trophy to become the Kings of Republic. And standing opposite to them is a team that we did not expect to be here, Mad Lions, with the magical run, the underdog run of this season. And I have to say, Dwight, they have done a lot of great work so far. We've counted them out every single time, and here in this matchup, I'm going to give them a little bit of credit to try and do something against who are clearly the definitive favorites in the Grand Finals.
This has to be one of the biggest runs from a team so far out of left field that we've had this entire year. In these sort of events, we never get the circumstances of a team like Mad Lions going all the way, Jay, underestimating us in every single best of 3.
Indeed, they have, and the team they've got to face up next, the biggest challenge so far for them, FNATIC in the Grand Finals, have worked real hard to do this of their own right, because remember, this was a squad that they managed to, this is a squad that they literally just managed to pull off a quick rebuild, getting the 5-man unit back together, standing in with the part of Keeper's part of things, still yet to trial and see whether they're going to stick with this 5 after Republic. This was the big debut for this squad, and so far it has been pretty good for them. 4 wins in their group stages, now in against BNE during their semi-final matchup, and for FNATIC so far, it has been pretty flawless, even if the competition has been a little bit weak.
They had a pretty easy run in the groups, it has to be said, but the way that they showed themselves against BNE in that semi-final game probably lifts the stock a lot higher than what we saw in that group stage. And for Mad Lions, they have played some unbelievably good teams to even get into this position, Jay, beating Eternal Fire twice in the groups, having a game win over K23, beating Mouse and XT, beating ECSTATIC yesterday. They have had to do the absolute unthinkable to get here.
Yeah, again, they come into this tournament looking at themselves, and we're thinking they're probably going to get out in the group stage during one of the first stages of the lower bracket. We're talking about Eternal Fire being their first opponent in this tournament run, and they still somehow managed to upset them in that first best of 3. Then going up against the Bad News Eagles, which they did lose to, K23, Eternal Fire again. Those were the teams they had to face in the group stage, and you would never have thought that any of those squads would have conceded a series to this Mad Lions side. Same thing for Mouse NXT during their quarterfinal run. Same thing for ECSTATIC in the semi-final match, and for that reason, like Mad Lions have proven themselves in droves here, even though they have already stated that they're going to be a dead team.
And sometimes you might just need that one run, that little boost of confidence. It could even be the idea that everyone is doubting them, and that's why it's even more fuel to put up decent performances. We saw a few hours ago, they came back from losing their map pick, getting a 2-1 win over Apex. So then you got that whole idea, well, they're on the back foot, now they're looking good, now they're coming into another series of the day, trying to replicate results, getting more wins on the board.
And the question is, can they get another win on the board against this FNATIC side? A difficult task to say the least, of course, because yesterday FNATIC looked stellar against the Bad News Eagles. The best we've seen this 5-man core play in any context at all, and I wonder if that translates over to today as well.
You'd imagine so. You would have to think that for FNATIC, they are going to be quite heavy favorites in this sort of series. And knowing that it was almost a leg up in that last game, in the semi-final, not really being tested at all, especially in those second halves, they're coming into today looking for victory, looking for another tight series.
Another title victory as well to their name in Republic to close out the season, to close out their time. I don't think they're playing anything else after this, so looking towards the player break with a trophy in hand, definitely something that FNATIC would like to use to sort of carry themselves forward, go into that player break, sort themselves out, come into the next season, go into tournaments like Pro League and whatever else they might be playing, and work on themselves from that side of things. Of course, Republic being the big debut for them and the chance now to win the whole thing against ex-Mad Lions. Best of 3 matchup, Dwayne, so vetoes will have to be considered. We can't show you them on screen, so just walk me through what we've got overall.
Well, for ex-Mad Lions, they don't like Vertigo or Nuke, so this actually allows a very good punish to come through from the FNATIC side. We know that they don't like Dust 2, which is ex-Mad Lions, is one of their best maps in the pool. So I would imagine for ex-Mad Lions, they probably have to go to Mirage, and for FNATIC, they'll probably go towards Nuke. They'll try and punish one another.
Well, that is exactly what they've done here. Ex-Mad Lions are picked into Mirage, Nuke being picked up by FNATIC, and you mentioned those defaults from Vertigo and Dust 2 also banned out in the first wave. The second wave of ban sees Overpass being removed by Ex-Mad Lions, Inferno taken out by FNATIC, and Ancient is the last one in this best of 3 series. So, with that in mind, you've got the decent punishes in the first 2 maps. How does the third map set things up for this best of 3?
Both teams are actually pretty good on Inferno, to be fair. This actually looks decent for ex-Mad Lions. We saw them on Ancient yesterday against ECSTATIC, and I am surprised that FNATIC didn't go the route of Ancient, knowing that FNATIC's Ancient was fairly good, knowing that ex-Mad Lions really struggled up on that T side of it as well. Could have been a very good opportunity for like another punish to come through from FNATIC to go that route, but maybe knowing that we've only seen them on Ancient once, that's why they want to go with a safe pick into that.
Yeah, we haven't really seen what FNATIC's map pool looks like yet. We have seen a couple of inklings here and there, and Mezzi was saying, well, we play all the maps, probably down to the fact that they're still feeling out which of those strong ones on their own side of things. For FNATIC themselves, I mean, there's still very early doors for them, teething period. They just played their first LAN a few weeks ago. This is the first tournament they're playing with Heap, obviously, in the lineup. So we're talking about some very, very early runs for them, and yet to redefine what this team's identity is, especially in terms of the map pool itself. So I understand why they would lean towards a bit of a different map of their own right. The punish picks definitely have been working out well for them. And again, you have to consider yesterday's results against the Bad News Eagles side. Nuke and Ancient were played in that series, and those will be the second and third maps in the series, of course, picked by FNATIC and left as the third one, as you mentioned before. And especially Nuke was pretty dominant from FNATIC the same.
It was very dominant. They had very good composure across both the first and second half on that T side and to carry over. For me, Jay, I want to give the opportunity of ex-Mad Lions to take this first map, to get started on Mirage, but I'm going 2-1 FNATIC.
I'm going to go 2-1 FNATIC as well. I do give them the benefit of the doubt to find this Mirage the same. I think this will be the one weak point where FNATIC will fall down. I want to give ex-Mad Lions at least that little bit of credit, because at this point, you can't count them out. We've counted them out time and time again. We said they'll lose against every squad that they faced up so far, and here in FNATIC, I still think they'll lose the best of 3 series, but I'm also looking at this matchup thinking, look, they'll take one map at the very least. You can't go this magical and this deep in this kind of a run without at least taking a little bit of credit for yourselves. So yes, 2-1 FNATIC, maps 2 and 3 will be the win.
And knowing that Mirage has been played quite a lot from the FNATIC side in the group stage, they even picked it against the Sinners result. We saw against Mouse and XT, they had some struggles on the T side. So if they can look back at maybe their last official that they had on Mirage, Jay, see what they can adjust on that T side, I wonder how competitive this first map might be.
We'll find out as the pistol round goes live. FNATIC on the CT start. Ex-Mad Lions with the Glocks pulled out. USPs cross the board for the CT side. No defuse kit in with no util, so retakes might be a bit difficult for them.
over towards the B site. Mezzi and Roy to play off one another. And I think Mezzi really proved himself in the last series, Jay, up against B&E. He was solid on both of those maps when we normally look at guys like Crims, Roy, Nico Odos as being the hard hitters.
Look at this aggression from Heap coming up real quick for FNATIC, trying to be the hard hitter in this pistol. He might even see the bomb here. Outside of spawn, he'll make his way up. One player in Palace might be a concern. As soon as he sees that, however, X-Man Lions might have to fight back towards him. Is he going to miss the bomb? He most certainly will. Warro gets caught. Opening start found for Heap. Sees Buzz just at the edge of the doorway. Needs to get that tap. He is forced to fall back.
Got to be careful he doesn't just get swung on by Red Star, because this could be a very easy pickback. Evades the timing for the majority of it. Knows that he's fell back towards that ramp control.
Yeah, unscathed in his transgressions. An opening start for FNATIC. And Heap will continue pressing the issue. JL right around that corner. Crims with a backstab himself. Heap is so far pushed up. His back's turned. Needs that headshot desperately. Taps to do the damage from both sides of things. Crims does lock out TMB and double up to Buzz. So a 4-on-2 start for the FNATIC side. Roy desperate to get a trade in on Red Star as he pops out of Palace. The bomb needs to get recovered because it's being contested by the CT forces in Crims as he backs away with less than 30 seconds here.
Lovely pressure being applied up here at T-Spawn. So difficult for X-Man Lions to get anything out of it. They've done with that trade, but they don't know about Roy.
Sat here on the boxes, Red Star knife pulled out. JL, similar story, will fall as Roy falls off the box with a headshot to his name, a pistol to FNATIC as well.
And there is a massive disparity when it comes to some of the experience too of this team, Jay. The average player age of X-Mad Lions is 20.8. For FNATIC, it's 25.
Beat him out on that number. The T side losing that pistol effective. No bomb plant gain thanks to the extensions of FNATIC. For Masters, M4s, SMGs out as you would expect. Versus just a deagle from JL here.
FNATIC getting very comfortable in this second round, knowing they're not up against much. We have seen X-Mad Lions pull out all the stops when it comes to some of these ecos. For the start though, JL's going to drop, so they want to try and get the deagle in somebody else's hands.
Mezzi finding TMB as well in the apartments. Red Star will grab that deagle. Not much of a chance to use it as he does swing onto Nico Odos, and Crims comes up with his double. Roy there with the final frag of the round. It's a 2-0 start for FNC.
And you've got to imagine, X-Mad Lions, T-Side and Mirage, we want to see what the individuals are made of. Warro2K is currently the 6th highest rated player in the event, Jay, so far. Positive 75 KD difference going into this best of 3. He has been the star, the guy we always look at in every best of 3 for them.
He might become a very important player at this one. Obviously had his up and down moments in yesterday's semi-final. Wasn't enough to hinder Mad Lions' side. Incendiary set with the AHE over, of course, for Mezzi. The contact play into the apartments will keep his eyes on. Yet to spot anything for now. The Molotovs will burn, and X-Mad Lions will set up for the hit.
TMB is actually aggressed really far forward, undetected as of right now. Wants to try and get a sight line into that short control to put pressure down onto B.
Smoke to the forward cross. Mezzi hearing footsteps to his left-hand side. Nico Odos caught the first kill onto TMB. Red Star caught damaged up. Buzz there with a trade back. And Crim struggles to get one himself, but Nico Odos is tapping heads. Triple found in the round. JL in a 1-on-4.
Difficult position for him to be in. Everybody else just falling out of the apartments, not getting damaged. Nico Odos holding strong out from that arch position. And even for him, Jay, we can hype up Warro2K, but think about the AWPer out on the other side. He is currently the highest rated player in the entire event. He has been the one putting the most numbers up for FNATIC in all best of 3 so far coming into today.
That sequence of frags just demonstrates exactly why. Not even on the AWP yet, but the AK is good enough for him and for Crims as well. 2 of those rifles to play with here for FNATIC. Still rocking the SMG for Heap, so bonus weapons into the next gun round. Of course, there's a deagle by for X-Mad Lions, so it should be easy enough to not concede much of these frags. Crims will be picked up first and foremost. There's that much to their name. See if Heap can get in with the SMG and grab that gun.
JL's just trying to see if he can slow walk through that pot of Macon smoke. Unfortunately, getting so much spam damage, even up towards a bench position. Trying to see if he can put the fight down to Roy, but it's just going to be the return instead.
There's the burst. T-side will rotate away into the apartments. We've got one player already aggressing to that position. Bit of a boost up there towards the short position at the cinder blocks. Roy will look over. Be left there as Mezzi tries to play apps on the defensive once again. Warro prodding outside of the Palace position. Might not see contact. Nico Odos will take some deagle shots. 2 HP for him.
TMB's trying to do his best to find a return, a way in towards that A site, and even a distraction being pulled out from the apartments, trying to peek together. Mezzi's having a tough time.
Very awkward sprays for him, but fortunately his teammates are compounding the damage. TMB falling to Roy. Heap comes up with Warrior 2K. Red Star seen towards bench. They know where Buzz is in the apartments. Mezzi will finally drop. Nikorodis is close on the site at 2 points of health, though, so don't be wary about him. Plant looks to be secured. Nikorodis still catches them both, and at 2 points of health, he doesn't need much HP. Just get the 4-0 start for FNATIC here.
Very difficult as of right now here for the X-Mad Lions, and having a look at their Mirage in recent history, it is a strong one in the pool, Jay. Their other option was to try and go into Dust 2, into the Grand Final, but unfortunately, knowing that FNATIC's permaban, since the new roster has come into fold, is Dust 2, you have to go the other direction. You have to go into Mirage. 8 wins, 3 losses so far on track record.
Guns in for the X-Mad Lions side. AWP and AK's out for them. Heap leaning forward to the M4. Flash in against the T, sees one, gets the kill, gets the second. That just looks so easy for FNATIC.
They're getting rolled right now. They're having a really tough time. That was a great info spot coming through from FNATIC. Flash assist forward, out there towards the CT ramp. And just couple of picks being granted in such an early stage of the round too.
Focus on that top composition to try to suppress some vision, but FNATIC, they just hold all the cards here. Nice nade on TMB to follow it up, expecting him to push into con from Roy. Follow up HG as well, not quite landing as fantastic. Crims is going to get caught in the midst of the smoke as TMB trades places with him. Now gets to the stairs and connector. Nikorodis almost might get caught by JL as well. Scene of the AK, engagement found. A 3-on-2 as he does at least get one AWP out on the way out here. Warrior picked up, and apartment's cleared out by Mezzi.
It's still the bomb control though, out towards that ramp position. So even though the mid-control defense is doing quite well and X-Mad Lions are working with the trades, they've still got to try and get back to bomb, and Heap's defending it.
Wrap around from TMB, Roy gets him. JL last man standing, Heap. One of 3 players on the crossfire. JL does break one side of it. 20 seconds to go for the plant, however, and there's got to go back for the bomb, and Heap will just shut him down easy. Wow, this has been a streak for FNATIC, and you're right, the struggles continue for X-Mad Lions. And this was something I feared a little bit, Dwayne, because obviously coming into any of these matches, it's such a mismatch to say anything about the way that X-Mad Lions can compose themselves in this tournament. Every time they've proven us wrong, but I'm fearful this will be the one time they don't.
But keep in mind, TMB, JL, Buzz, and Warrior 2K are debuting for their first time in a grand final of an A-tier event. They've never been here before, Jay. The only one that has was Red Star, winning illicit invitational forward Fiend.
Taps Nikorodis, gets his double in, immediately facing in against the pistols. FNATIC wasting no time for deliberation. TMB, a 1 versus 5 for him. Get picked up by Roy as all 5 stay alive.
X-Mad Lions focusing down on getting the next rifle round forward. A very good start coming through from FNATIC, and one element of their game plan that I think we saw to absolute perfection was consistency against the Bad News Eagles. Being able to put on a good strong half in the first, moving over to the second, and just consistently allowing so many rounds to go their way. Now for X-Mad Lions, they've got to focus on trying to get these AKs out of play. The last thing they want in this first half is to constantly be up against 2+ AKs in every round.
3 in this one. Head Kevlar being negated by 4 of the players on the FNATIC side, so X-Mad Lions work quicker, be a little bit quicker to the responsives. JL, first man up towards that top mid position, burning a little bit. Nade stacks in against him, will tag him to 25 HP, so not the start that the T-side wanted.
I'd like to see a pace changer here for X-Mad Lions. Have something a little bit more pacey towards a connector control in mid. Feels very flat, very slow as of right now. And even for TMB, he's desperate to find an opening towards connector onto Crims.
Just spotted above that smoke. Nades will come down towards him. Not quite catch the damage against TMB. They must have hit the wall as he backs away. Bit of a lucky break there for X-Mad Lions. 1 positive to their name, but they've got to get the map control soon. A minute to go.
Red Star's been able to walk really far forward out from the apartments, so it gives me the idea, Jay, that if they can put enough pressure down towards this A side, they might be able to over-rotate Nikorodis ever so slightly to allow that walk to continue from Red Star.
Meanwhile, they are prodding out towards the ramp control. Red Star does get his apartments kill. Now, might force some players away. Connector ramp split as Mezzi gets Red Star recognized, and there might not be an actual execution. Indeed, the call's coming quick. Crim's on a wrap around. Short undefended here. Roy will start to watch for TMB. If his back's turned when the kill comes in, that could change the narrative.
Very good chance to try to deny the bomb too. Time is really running down low. Warrior's got to get this molly into a good position.
Does put it out towards Connector. Stopping the rotations, but the players at CT are the big concern. JL swung upon Buzz, seen Warro provides support to get the bomb down, but a 3 versus 2, making it 2-on-2. Heap chimes in, Buzz reduces to 1, but Heap holds his composure, gets the double, and keeps the undefeated streak for FNATIC alive.
Very uncomfortable as of right now for X-Mad Lions, and it just coming down to trading. That's all it is on the T side. That's all the success that's being found. Red Star was doing his best to get an opening pick out towards B to pull more distractions, but you just felt there, they were so light with the util. They can't put a smoke down towards CT, the molly goes out towards Connector, and while Warro holds strong towards the top of Palace to at least allow the bomb plant to go down, they just can't trade off, and Buzz cannot get the clutch together.
Expensive round for FNATIC, but I don't think they're sweating that too much. Good shooting from Warro and Buzz. Buzz especially with the 2K, almost made it a triple. But just that little inch further back from the finish line to get the first round for X-Mad Lions. FNATIC. No, they'll be up against the buy once again. The bomb plant bonus will help that, but even after they lose 4 players and buy back against them, they've still got so much cash.
Red Star's waiting for the short peek to come through from Roy, even just a jiggle, a slight overextension, anything to allow Red Star to find that first. Because as of right now, for X-Mad Lions, they are hungry for some opener in this round.
They'll play it slow. Eventually find a kill through the smoke. Crim's picked up a headshot. Mezzi will extend out against JL, and those will be the 2 picks that they're looking for here. AWP and Nico Odos looks in a connector. Did see the one individual firing blind against TMB. That bomb's yet to commit here. It could go to either side. One player to defend the B site will try and hold up a little bit of resistance to JL's position. Incendiary forcing him forward. Up to the spray. Onto the site he goes. Swinging a hit for Roy to a 3-on-3. But now got Warro to get towards the short control. And he gets the headshot for it, dropping the bomb and all.
Oh no, just when they were trying to wrap in from jungle, it's all falling apart. A 2-man advantage right there for X-Mad Lions, and you could not have asked for a better opportunity, Jay. I think the pressure's getting to them really hard in this quarterfinal to now move into the semis, into the grand, and now you think to yourself, wow, how does TMB even fight out of this one?
I think the answer is you don't. Got Heap in CT, hearing the footsteps. Nice pulled out jump face. It's an easy pick for the man. It's a casual day in the office for FNATIC. 8 in a row for the CT side. They've won the CT half. And this barrage not going as well as we thought it would do for X-Mad Lions.
And they've got to be begging for Warro and JL to step up. Warro 2K averages a 1.32 rating on this map in the last 3 months. 11 maps played. JL down there at 1.21. We have got some mad fraggers for this X-Mad Lions side. We're just not seeing them, Jay. Warrior's down on 1 kill. JL's on 4. And the X-Mad Lions that we know and love, the ones that we saw in the group stage, upsetting series after series, it was down to the individuals. It was the wackiness. That's how we categorize some of the wins against Mouse NXT and ECSTATIC, but just hitting them head hard. Just going into so many straight up angels. And as of right now, Jay, that is not working out here against FNATIC.
It would be so deflating if X-Mad Lions consider this map in such a one-sided affair as well. Great tournament run to come crumbling down at the seams only in the grand finals. TMB with the hero AK burning to less than 30. Still getting the first kill on Heap, so that's at least a decent start. But Nade will take him down, and Sindir is throwing back to force him away from the apartments. So the spread out default here for them.
Roy's so aggressive, up towards his top mid portion. The slight jiggle coming through from Warro. JL's got to be there for the trade. It's a little bit sloppy. The flash comes forward. They've got to try and hunt him down, but Crims is there for the assistance.
Yeah, no way FNATIC get that aggressive in mid without having some sort of backup plan. They're smarter than that. Red Star and TMB flashed in. Tech9 trying to deal with Roy, but you have lost PMD in the interim, so expensive round again for FNATIC, but nothing that will do anything to the economy state at this stage. 3 players on 10 grand plus pre-buy. Nico Otis can afford the AWP. The AK stays in for Mezzi, so FNATIC are fine, and they're up at 9.
And for X-Mad Lions, they've had to beat 3 teams ranked in the top 30 on HLTV to even get into this position, Jay. That's beating Eternal Fire twice, being able to beat ECSTATIC in that semi-finals, and now going up against a new-look FNATIC roster with their full 5-man lineup debuting here in REPUBLEAGUE. They are getting absolutely pumped.
Guns out to deny the double digits already for FNATIC, Mad Lions. Not receiving anything of any worth. Again, the defaults have been behind the smoke so far for the CT side. Up top mid for JL, can't see anything. And the hit looks to be the split play into A. We'll see whether that ends up being so.
Even Red Star's just being held behind this util. JL not really over-peaking towards that top mid portion. Afraid of Nico Erdos in window, or perhaps Roy aggressive towards a short control. 3 CTs up on A. Quite a lot of incendiaries going down towards both ramp and that palace control, just to try and slow the default.
Well, nades a little bit late there for Nico Erdos. TMB will evade the damage. Heat now in sandwich, part of the central site defensive. Crims in the back site. Hearing footsteps inbound, looks for JL. JL lands the headshot and Heap just hides. Will he go checked in? Not against Red Star, swinging a hit. Warro also caught out towards Palace, not quite dead just yet. Heap struggles, he gets his kill alongside the AWP. JL to drop, TMB with one. That nade finishes Warro, and it will be all be left towards one here on the Mad Lions side. 1v3 in fact for TMB, getting Roy a drop first and foremost, and 30 seconds to get Messi and Heap.
Just a lack of information of where these last couple of guys are. Knows that Messi's the B player, spotted him out to ticket now.
Taps him down to 54. Time ticking away on the board though, 20 seconds. Heap's backed up to such a passive position, knowing that TMB is going to extend the sandwich, grab that bomb, probably plant it open as well. Grabs it, leans in, Heap hears him, taps towards CT. The reposition has been found by FNATIC. Tap once, that's round done. Hasn't enough time to go for the plant anymore. He was hoping for the kills. Might get Messi. Heap's trying to stay alive here, and he knows what he's got to do. Wait until the last total. Give up his life in the end, but it's not around for Mad Lions, and that's the bottom line.
And you can feel the glimpses that Mad Lions are having, Jay. The idea that JL gets that opening pick up there towards the stairs position, TMB doing as well as he can in that clutch situation, but just not having the time on his side. It's just that the rounds aren't coming together. They're struggling up against this FNATIC side. A very good attempt at the 1v3 from TMB, and you could just see he wanted to draw the fights. Not worry about that bomb getting planted. Thought that the peak would come through from CT. FNATIC up 10-0.
Unreal. Swing forward to the CTs again with the confidence in mid. Nades ready for Crims, TMB, run boost out. Crims got to turn around towards him as Roy doesn't provide as much support as he'd like to. Does get the trade at least.
Still getting very aggressive and out towards a chair position. Buzz is going to fall as well. And when you've got plays like that, what can you do against it, Jay?
Sweet FA. Red Star trying to work out of the apartments, get something in that B site. He's extended so deeply there. Not being watched by Messi yet. Now he is. Kill found. JL and Warro smokes down in mid, shoulder bait, gives up the kill to the AWP. Another one, not quite. Warro's AWP still being seen out there. Reface for Nico Erdos isn't required. Roy gets the triple in the end. 16 kills for him in this map up. And Mad Lions being down 0-11, looking more like Bad Lions here.
We saw the struggles on the T side up against Apex just before, Jay, in that Alyssa Invitational playoff game in the round 1 that they played not that long ago, and the first map of the series was Mirage, was their map pick. They ended up losing their map pick, coming back on both Dust 2 and of Nuke. They started on the T side and managed 4 rounds, Jay. I don't even think they're going to get 4 here.
Pistols out for the Palace dive. Try to get something in this bomb plant at the least. Crims just blind sprays, does his damage. One player in the dark does get overwhelmed by the hero AK of TMB. Extending out here, the edge of the smoke. JL will spot Crims's head, so something to be gained in the 3-on-3 scenario. The M4's now swinging in for the rest of the trades, trying to dish out the damage on the CT side of things. Smokes just to suppress them here on the connector control. TMB and Warro being spotted by Nico Erdos. Brings back the man advantage, trying to extend it. Knows that player's in a Palace with the bomb on his back. Watching alongside the M4s to stall for time.
JL's trying to get aggressive. I like this towards the top of connector. Wants to try and get into a fight, but Roy just sees him on the edge of the shadow. Messi peeks forward. And what I love in that 3v3 is how disciplined it is coming through from FNATIC, Jay. You've got Messi out towards CT, not over peeking, playing it calmly because he knows Roy can play top of con, wait for the smoke to clear, and Nico Erdos can continue that pressure towards jungle. Very calculated on this CT side from FNATIC. And for Mad Lions, you have to look at that round as being another opportunity, but not for the taking.
Decimating on their side, 12-0 FNATIC. Overwhelming this T side. It's I'm just a little bit lost at the moment, like, because I had hope. I had hope that X-Mad Lions would get this map at least. Almost certainly looking like they won't get this map at all. Guns brought back in for round 13 to get just something, but again, the util placement does all the damage to JL.
And what X-Mad Lions were so strong at on their T-side of Mirage in previous games here in Republic, Jay, was their defaults. Just working the opening picks, allowing their individuals to multi-frag, to get themselves set up into very good map control. It's not happening at all. Even Nico Erdos is peering aggressively with the AWP into connector.
Hunting for the T's that are out here. Barely spotting JL and taking a shot, missing it out. Roy will fall for his transgressions to TMB. At least one pick. JL's extremely low for it. But a 5-on-4 for X-Mad Lions, at least that's something, an advantage at last.
Even regrouping to a split in towards A, they've got to deal with 3 CTs, and Nico Erdos has the idea and the potential that there could be a window play.
Opens up the jungle, Crim's turning away from flashes. Counter incendiaries from his teammates, they swing and JL will get the kill as he was so certain of a flashbang on the CT side of things here. One man back at CT, if Heap gonna wait for his backup to rotate here. Nico Erdos' AWP. Can't see anything yet. Bomb plant might be considered. They're hearing the tags up against him here. JL, ooh, barely evades the AWP shot and jumps around the corner to get another kill with Red Star finding Heap. It looks like finally they're gonna get around on the T side.
There we go. That's what we want to see. Come on, X-Mad Lions. Let's get a little bit more, Jay. That's what we're hoping from right here in the grand final, getting their first round. The vibes don't look good, unfortunately. And something that we were speaking to JL about, something that we're talking about Buzz, is they're just here for a bit of laugh. They want to try and get as many good games up as possible. They love playing in the officials, and while they're not practicing, they take it as seriously as possible in the actual matches and the actual games that are being brought out. And that has got to be a decent feeling to get the start. But you'd have to say 112 down, they need more. They need a hell lot more.
Well, you can say it's a decent feeling, but based on how the looks on their faces off the back of that one round, I don't think they were that decent at all. Didn't have a single smile, didn't have a single positive look, looking distraught at the fact that they lost 12 in a row before they gained their first. And playing so unbelievably passive on this T side, not to concede a mistake to FNATIC.
Free range being offered up towards mid. Roy's not aggressive towards short. Nico Erdos isn't playing up close and personal with that smoking connector either. So it gives a little bit more freedom for X-Mad Lions to work with. A regroup going down towards that B side by the looks of it. Messi just jump spotting out to the van.
AK leaning in for Red Star. Trying to spot. Smokes down, there's JL. Picked up by Roy. Warro can at least get one trade back, but Nico Erdos has found one of the interim. Mezzi, now a war on 2 fronts, can deal with the first and the second. Overwhelmed by Warro in the end, but now he's on for the ace clutch. Now time to prove why you hype him up so much here, Dweg, to get the second round on the board for X-Mad Lions. Expects Nico Erdos to swing, and indeed he gets that kill, but backstab and the short control. Inbound from FNATIC. 4 kills for Warro now. On for the ace. Heap coming in from the apartments. Unknown, tucked away behind a wall. Warro 2K making noise, dropping down to grab that bomb. So now Heap can use that sound cue to move in, see him, but play patiently for the shot to deny the clutch, deny the ace, and deny the second for the boys on the T side.
I feel so bad there for Warro. That actually could have been clutch of the tournament, Jay. That was being set up to be so insane. The fact that he's recovering as much as he did in a 1v4 in the grand finals. He does an excellent job of isolating some of those 1v1s, and he even had the read onto Heap, but because Heap did not overextend, because he held in the cubby corner in the apartments, he just can't draw the fight.
13-1. M4 set in for Crims. AWP for JL will try fire back towards that mid control. TMB is seen, and Crims lets him know, you will not pass there without facing me. Nico Erdos gets smoked off. So HP start for FNATIC.
Looking for more, looking for blood, looking for 14th here for FNATIC. And even for X-Mad Lions, they're going to leave JL towards that top mid fixture, start rotating players back out to the ramp control. Now this time around, they've actually got Roy and Heap in a dual crossfire towards that underback position. So if a molly goes through, Roy might smoke it and just bait himself, might not offer up Heap.
TMB and Buzz walking forward. 3 sets of footsteps to be heard by the 2 players in the dark. Molotov to try to force him out. Heat will get caught. Roy is also there. Did he put that smoke down to throw misdirection? Do X-Mad Lions think he is going to be out there? Well, they'll know now for certain. Gets the kill onto TMB. Red Star being seen over towards Palace. Overwhelmed, but Roy still fighting with the USP. We're forced to reload now on the M4. The AWP hunting for him, but Roy is still alive here. It's 1 of 2 players left for the FNATIC camp. Mezzi coming in from CT spawn now with the FAMAS in hand. Burst on Red Star. Waro shuts him down and brings up a second round for X-Mad Lions, but at the turn of the half, it's 13-2 for FNATIC, a monstrous CT side. And we come back with a T-half after the break.
So fast. Away. Okay, it's starting. Okay, it's gonna go live. I'm down.
Левіше, чуть-чуть. Правіше, ще чуть-чуть.
Not checking this time, okay? Now we go for...
Правіше. Стріляй. Він пригає зліва. Ти того. Доставай ніж.
D, yeah. Go left now.
Лівіше, да. МТ. А він закорав. Правіше стріляй. Правіше, ще правіше. Нижче ти зажимаєшся, тобі мусор зажимаєш той.
Flashing.
Need to go a bit to A. No. A, you're in mid. Tarek, aimball down.
Короче, все. Він йде ставить.
Knife him now. I believe in the dive.
Перед нижче.
Now you're in long, break it. Go right.
Перед тобою стоїть. Ти за сигаретою, ти за лівіше. Ти зря пішов, насправді, він би ще зайшов.
Now you got the right height, and now you just need to aim.
Стріляй, нижче.
Are you hitting him? Close. A bit more right with the aim. Okay, now just run away.
Дві бомби і назад відти. Ну, типа скинуть, кинь пушку і назад.
Ninja. You're at the haystack.
Вперед, іди вперед на щось.
Yeah, left with the aim.
Нижче.
Слева, да?
Straight behind.
За плен зайшов, релот, стой. Мишку вліво.
Backside. Why are you playing?
Лівіше. Нижче.
Я защу. No way he hits that. Bro, is it...
Вліво, да, отут, все, дефай. Нижче.
He's just radar hacking.
Він молі кидає, не попав нам.
Ебать. Then he can defuse it.
Лівіше. Стріляй. Правіше.
First, down. He's trying to kill you. Run!
Але ти роздефаєш.
He's fading.
Последній секунді.
Over the course of this tournament, Mirage has been a schizophrenic map for FNATIC. May have choked it against Mouse, but dominated it against the Sinners in their group stage. And now, here against X-Mad Lions, they're repeating that Sinners result. 13-2 at the halfway. The comeback is going unreal right now for X-Mad Lions.
So many similarities to that Sinners game, and there was the difference of who picked the map. It was actually FNATIC in the upper bracket semi-final picking Mirage, having a 12-3 lead over on their T side, Jay, and now moving on to their T side. This is theirs for the taking, to steamroll it and to get the first map through to them.
Charge forward for FNATIC, straight into mid, wasting no time getting to the A site. Heap challenging TMB, trying to extend out here towards ramp. Red Star found that first kill. It's a 5-on-3 being gained. TMB strikes back with a double. JL on site, sees the last 2, gets goosed down. There are no trades for FNATIC, and a far better showing for X-Mad Lions and the pistol.
Very quick indeed in from FNATIC, and for X-Mad Lions, they've got the protocol down on pat. They play it quite defensive towards A. They've got some very good crossfires being set up, and it just allows those individuals to really shine. FNATIC not getting off too much in the pistol, no bomb plant, they'll just Glock it.
Take this one on the chin. No bomb plant bonus, no need to really force the investment. Rifles in for X-Mad Lions, should be able to rip through them anyway, so see where they go. Passive defaults from FNATIC, which has been pretty characteristic for how this map has played out for the T side thus far. X-Mad Lions not receiving any resistance here.
Got to imagine too, for the X-Mad Lions, they're not interested in really farming up cash the focus is rounds. And when you're down 3-13, you have to have a strong focus on 1 round at a time. Try to bring the comebacks through. And while we've had a couple of attempts over the course of the group stage and the playoffs, Jay, this sort of a comeback would be a first.
Certainly for this tournament. 13-2 is borderline impossible. See what X-Man Islands can do about it right now. One player on the B site might get forced away by the numbers game alone. Does get his 2 kills. P250 brought back. Taps on Crims. Buzz looking for the Quadra. Lands it on ECSTATIC, so now the rest of his teammates can swing up and try and deal with. He was the last man standing, so no bomb plant here for FNATIC. Horror steals the last. That's forward to the board of X-Man Lions, but no celebrations in their camp. Cool, composed, understanding that this got a long way back still.
And knowing that we haven't seen X-Mad Lions like this at all, I think one of their most one-sided results was probably against B&E in the upper bracket semi-final, where they got 7 rounds on Ancient against them. Other than that, we've had a lot of decent performances from X-Mad Lions across the entire event. Always trying to keep the maps, even their map picks, very competitive. And now for FNATIC, you start to even wonder, is there a glimmer of hope to the X-Mad Lions, or do they just put the focus down in the opening rifle?
FNATIC with their chance to set themselves up on victory row. 3 rounds, of course, to get past the finish line on Mirage. 9 for X-Mad Lions to bring it back to evens. Nades on, missing out on the part of TMB. The flash is inbound from FNATIC. Will stall the hit and stop anything from pushing forward on X-Mad Lions' side.
There is so much control, trying to get game from the CTs towards mid. Double playing towards Connector and in around window 2.
JL reloading to try to bait the C side players forward, but they count for TMB, and Roy gets a double.
Unfortunate. You try to play together, you try to stack up, and Roy just multi-frags you. At least Crims gets dropped on the walkout, but Buzz finds a response, but Warrior2K has to try and pick up pieces in mid.
Might find Roy pretty easy, 15 HP for him. Bomb on the back of ECSTATIC now. Potentially walking his way towards the A site split. The man out towards ramp has backed away. Morrow making noise, sees Mezzy, tanks some damage, but gets quite a lot of his own right, to be fair.
Might even be an A stack right here from X-Mad Lions. Buzz was thinking about rotating off of B. They realized that they're in a very uncomfortable stance. Time is incredibly low in this round from FNATIC.
Only just starting to form up the mid control here for the split in from Connector, and they're going to the A site where the majority of players are. Not quite the stack you mentioned, but Warrior and Red Star easy picks on at least 1 player, potentially 2, 10 seconds on the clock. Roy swinging out, ECSTATIC going for the safer plant. Should be allowed in this case. No, they convert in from short as well. And in an instant, X-Mad Lions will hold the round.
Just a little bit too slow, a little bit too tempered there from the FNATIC side after they got a double entry into Connector. I thought off of that, they could have just exploded, Jay, just used the brute force numbers game straight up into A. Instead, they run the clock, and for X-Mad Lions, they actually have a pretty good call there. They have 2 players playing defensive towards CT spawn, crossfiring off one another, and as soon as they realize the tempo is going up to A, just to con that information over from Buzz, who was on B, to peek from short and deny that bomb from going down.
Perfect timing from X-Mad Lions there. FNATIC reduced to the half by once again. The MAC-10 that Eagles, a fast play in from said MAC-10 will be overwhelmed by Buzz. Nades and Incendiary is down against the Mezzy to 32. Warrior and Buzz get 2 more kills. ECSTATIC and Crims last 2 players left. Crims diving in against the pistol, doesn't stand a chance. It looks to be all 5 alive until ECSTATIC does do that towards Warrior. Eagle trying to fight back as best he can out of the apartments. Best to go down for the money bonus anyway. Take at least a life with him, but not able to do so against Red Star. So it's a start for X-Mad Lions from 13-2 to 13-6. It's 4 rounds in a row for them.
And now getting to see Warrior2K up on the big green. We didn't see much AWPing from him over on the T side, and that probably comes down to, out of all the rounds that they lost, of those 13, Jay, one of which was a bomb plant. There weren't many retakes that FNATIC had to set themselves up for, so the economy state was never solid. FNATIC just looking to close out this map. X-Mad Lions looking to survive for a little bit longer.
Keep control of the comeback for the time being. FNATIC back to basics with a set piece setup. Wait for the Molotov to clear and might go early with this.
Got to imagine for X-Mad Lions, with this stack down towards A, this is already looking to be a shaped up, solid defense. Warrior looking down towards that ramp control. He might get quite aggressive.
Seeing the util going over, the two smokes on, the one player crossing, Mora repositioning towards dark. We'll get Molotov back out of here, no smoke to utilize, and at too close position is going to get overwhelmed. Roy and Heap get training back on JL's double red star, removes Heap from play though, a 3-on-2.
Even Mezzy on that late backstab in from underpass really needs to come up. No one's watching it. He might get the two con players.
It all depends on his timing. He's seen the first. TMB and Buzz. Nikolas has got to make more noise, though. Double up. Buzz found. Mezzy, no idea where to look for TMB, and ultimately, as his back turns, as he enters into connector. Now Nikolas with the hard wrap towards the B site. He's won many a great sequence, but now a 1v2 clutch for him.
Very doable. All comes down to how quickly those rotations come through, and knowing that TMB and Red Star are going to play together, you'd have to imagine that they're going to strike towards short.
Guru for Nikolas to go towards the B site. He was considering the underpass wrap, taps that bomb once, hoping he could break them out, but no. They're both inbound from short. The AK in his hands, the clutch that would set FNATIC up on 14. Backing away. Head of the market doorway. Red Star will be seen. The tap so perfect. The last man standing. TMB unknown until now. Nikolas sees him all. The drive-by headshot's perfect. And this guy is perfect. FNATIC flying 14.
There's a good reason, and a very good reason of why he's the highest rated player in this event, Jay, because he does stuff like that with an AK out of all weapons. What an unbelievable clutch coming through for Nikolas. And for X-Mad Lions, they've got to be gutted. They did so much right there, Jay. JL's multi-frag down on A, Red Star with the trade, playing around that bench position outside of connector, and then even the 1-for-1 in con, it was everything up until that point was successful.
X-Mad Lions push back on the back foot all of a sudden. Mac 10 on Roy, unaware of TMB in an underpass. Will be able to get that first kill for the CT side. Now Mezzy spoken himself as Warrior strikes with the AWP on the A site. Nikolas picked up a Palace. They turn away from the site defensive though. There's still two players acting out of ramp. JL out behind the danger boxes, be waiting for Crims and Heap to take their peeks, and eventually Heap will find the frag to return. Mezzy to cut off the rotations, knowing about TMB there, drawing attention away from the site itself, and that's a good thing.
Mezzy's in a stuck position though. They know that he's up here towards a chair position, and he's still fighting away. Even Warrior might get peeked in by Heap.
Does find the man in the end, the AWP frag. And with that casualty, A site is regained by X-Mad Lions. They have to go back for the bomb, and a bit of an overcooked flick there from Warrior, but he gets his triple in. And it's Crims alone to make the clutch happen this time. The lowest fragger on the board here for the entire server. Let's see if he can pull one out of the hat.
X-Mad Lions just know, don't get too hungry, don't overpeak here, play it safe, even if we allow that bomb plant. Buzz is just jump spotting, trying to catch that information. Crims doing his best to be able to find the ticket angle, not to be. And X-Mad Lions on City side, while they've given a round up, while they've given a clutch over towards Nikolas, it is looking so much prettier. And this only bodes well for the series, Jay.
Sometimes a couple of clutches are all you really need. Especially when FNATIC are this close to the end here. 14-6 is still the scoreline. 14-7 rather. Lockout defensive holding together for X-Mad Lions, and FNATIC use their first tactical of this game to go in with a half buy here. Now, Mezzy was mentioning that he wasn't all that happy with the way things worked out in the Mouse NXT series earlier in the tournament. So I'm looking to try and lock things down and try to hold contention in this in the rest of this map up right here to fix those little issues. Focus on the win here.
Remember, FNATIC are ranked first in the event, Jay, on T side for the highest round win percentage. So the idea that they're struggling on T side has not been a characteristic trait that we've seen in previous best of threes from them. Might just take the tactical to mentally reset themselves and look to go in for a B side exit.
Slowed by the incendiary for the time being. A smoke's about to come in though. Only Buzz to fight here. Smoke at the ready, gonna recognize how close they are, put the smoke down for cover. M4 standing, waiting for the T's to make their move in, and they're gonna make their move in right now. Heap caught, flash blinded by Mezzy's own flash, unfortunately, so bit of a T-side mistake, because now the CTs are out control. Buzz will get overwhelmed, and that bomb needs to get picked up and planted.
Roy's very pressing, very far forward towards his market door. Warrior 2K is actually expecting a jump through. It hasn't quite happened as of yet.
Continuous taps onto the AWP. It's Red Star against Nico Odos. It's Roy and Mezzi, the last two players left. Roy with the M4, low HP though. Sees Red Star burst through, does find the pick back. TMB now working in against him. The burst fire not contested. The Tech 9 strikes back. TMB and JL extremely low HP. Swings forward from Mezzi, brings it into a 2-on-2. Might get naded to low points of help, but they're stalling for time here. USP pulled out. Mezzi attacked from both sides. Warrior gets his kill, but Mezzi holds the line. Looks for the tap for the 3K, and Warrior's just on the bottom of the defuse kit. I think he's going to hold this round. X-Mad Lions taking massive casualties though. FNATIC can be happy with the half buy.
Oh, they can be. They really can be. And it's a round victory. That's what you have to focus at from X-Mad Lions. But from FNATIC's perspective, they know a couple more rounds to go. Let's try and get that instant reset. Let's force down such an economical hurt. And when you think about Buzz and Warrow getting those couple of openers, even Red Star to peek in from short, it felt as if the retake was going to be fairly easy, Jay. But Mezzi with that Tech 9 and Roy, they just waste so much time. It's Warrior with the clutch just to hang in.
It's 8 rounds on the board for X-Mad Lions in all. FNATIC's lead reduced to just 6 here. The comeback is certainly on. But for how much longer, if at all? Setting with the defaults again. Crims prodding out towards the apartments. Warrior's ult pick is found to Nico Odos. Buzz gets caught on the jump face towards the apartments. He won't peek again.
Starting to get more of a glimpse of Warrior that we know in the previous best of threes, Jay. TMB towards Connector. The gun barrel has not been seen by Roy.
Yes, now, but Red Star catches him. Posted up on short. Mezzi now has 2 players to worry about. Can't see the first. TMB, a resmoke on. Mezzi getting caught by the tags up and TMB deals with him. A 5-on-2 for X-Mad Lions now.
Oh my goodness, what a start. Going into round 23 for X-Mad Lions. And comes off the opening AWP pick from Warrow, and then the crossfire being set to look into Connector is just rock solid. Heap and Crims have to try and recover a 2v5, and FNATIC, I'm really surprised they're still playing Mirage, Jay, that they have not closed it out just yet.
Should have been over time ago. We should be playing the second map by now. It was a 13-2 half, remember. FNATIC now letting this one go as Crims is picked up by JL next. Heap in a 1-on-5. Sees one. Rest of the CTs are now on the way. The bombs, of course, in their crossfire. Samora just bears down upon him. Spray transfer somehow adjusts towards JL. But TMB gets the trade, and X-Mad Lions will find 9.
Even if you take into account 13-2, it was actually 13-1 just before the half. One more before we got to it. And now we have not seen many more rounds after that point onwards. Great display from both Red Star and TMB towards that connector position. The last frag of Crims and Heap just being really kept together. Nothing out of the ordinary. And for FNATIC, it definitely feels as if they're being tested in the second half. It has not been easy for them to close.
Not at all. Took a tactical in that freeze time to discuss things through with Keita and Mezzi. A lot to think about here because not a lot is going right for them. They found a single round of the second half. And it's not impossible with the way this is going. The X-Mad Lions would usurp them and get a 16-14 to win on their own map pick. There's been one bomb plant for FNATIC so far in this half.
Just poor T-sides from both of these teams. That's what we've seen here on Mirage. A pop Exy come through from the ramp control. The 2 A-side defenders from X-Mad Lions are proper passive.
Smoke's on. Molotov's back. Nays doing damage. Warrior picks things up against the man. Nays to follow suit. Damage will continue as the AK burst, the M4 spray. Let's catch off Heat with damage. Crims caught to death by the M4. Warrior player. First one piece of picks for the Deagle. Tap him up. Tap in the round for X-Mad Lions. They hit double digits.
Even the Eco doesn't really find much. They get 1 kill. They kind of get locked out of that main control. Very good setup for Warrior playing deep towards that CT spawn position. And it seems like on the cams as well, he's doing quite a lot of calling. Maybe trying to with him. Because Lions, they are really clawing this back.
FNATIC in it off. 4 rounds to separate the two teams. FNATIC taking that tactical to figure things out, discuss things through. And for XMAD Lions, you can understand why their T-half would be a little bit decimated. FNATIC, though, there shouldn't be really an excuse here.
Can't imagine so. Especially knowing that Mirage has been played in quite a few that we've seen in the group stage, all of which, for that matter, just wasn't seen in the B&E game. There can't be much to be looked at from excuses point of view, but for XMAD Lions, they know, right, here it is, for the taking, for one of the first times where it actually looks like they are driving into a winning position, Jay. Down by 4, 6 more to go. TMB aggressive up towards top mid, and he's already spotted that no one has gone to the run out towards those top mid boxes.
Bashes into mid, evaded by TMB. Mezzi's a dead man. Crossfire held by the two players. 5 on 4 gain, XMAD Lions. Control found easy, Incendiaries to drive them back as well, not allowing the opportunity for FNATIC to take map control.
TMB had the opportunity there of continuing to press up towards top mid, but thinks about playing the advantage, keep prodding around, just jiggling to see when that underpass control actually grants back into connector. Got to think here for FNATIC, do they go a little bit more pacey? Haven't seen much rushing from them, or at least acceleration in the rifle rounds. We've really only seen it on the ecos.
Slow. Careful consideration. Incendiary set. TMB gonna burn. Get up to the top of the ladder room. They'll look for Crims here towards the mid window. Sprays through on the AKs. It's Roy. Domes in TMB. Finally a decent start. Needs to follow up with the top fragger, but he cannot get Buzz. The trade is found. Crims isolated, pushed into a corner. As Warrior strikes to the AWP, looks for his double, gets Heap, leaves Crims standing alone in the 1 versus 3. Gets it back, but it's not going to happen.
Beautiful rotations coming through there from the XMAD Lions. You saw the initial defense from Buzz playing under Balk, just wasting so much time working with that information towards the top of connector into jungle, and then Warrior just coming through with that AWP. Constant on this CT side for her.
The rounds just keep stacking up for XMAD Lions here. But it's still 2 to go. Now, how long it's going to take to get the rest of the Lions.
Little bit better. And they're all starting to really notice the potential that they've got here. Nay, down towards that underpass position. Crims down to 66. And for FNATIC, because they're not getting bomb plants at all, Jay, in this second half, it means that it's just buy eco on a consistent basis.
In that one that will bring XMAD Lions to 12. We saw that in ECSTATIC and Bad News Eagles when they had Dust 2, and ECSTATIC brought the comeback as B&E to get the closing blows for FNATIC. Is the resurgence going to happen at the tail end of the map up? Or will it end up being exactly like it was for Mal's NXT? Buzz sprays down 2, gets the triple, overwhelms the Eagles. The AWP chimes in towards Short, and Heap will get at least 1 pick back, but the bomb's been lost 20 seconds. He hasn't got time to win this round.
What a round from Buzz, mate. Just when you think that Mezzi has got an entry, that he's actually got a way in to splitting and putting pressure down from top of con into that A side, you know you need someone to step up. And Buzz, playing with the AK towards jungle, not only has a good spray transfer, but holds his life, continues to farm up frags in that round and finishes with a quadra. Another tactical coming down now for FNATIC. And for XMAD Lions, the distance is only 2.
From a 13-2, I remind everyone again, FNATIC had that lead at the turn of the half. I'm stunned. I'm actually stunned, Dweg, because this shouldn't work like this.
The only round they won came down to a massive 1v2 by Nico Erdos in a clutch too.
Yep. Been pretty quiet since that point. He's back on the AWP here in this round. Roy's been silently chipping away at the CT side. Rora's Orc trying to get Flasher here towards that mid control. He stepped up, matching the top frag position of Buzz, on the CT side at least. Still got Roy at 26 as the target everyone's aiming for. Passive control, X-Mad Lions. Trying to receive FNATIC under default.
Even TMB trying to fire away towards that top mid position, start to slightly overpeak before Connector gets re-smoked by themselves. Just a spot for some early information, try and get a glimpse of what's happening towards top mid. And Krems is expecting any aggression to come through. Buzz is just jump spotting from that van position. Very deep here from X-Mad Lions. Not really any aggressive approaches.
Nades on to suppress them. Baiting in further util from the T sideline. A lot of execution potential with what they have in a moment. Smokes up, TMB looking out towards short. Incendiary sent down towards Roy. Boost up above the bench. Nico Odos caught, tagged up, does some tag damage to TMB, but both sides get away evened up.
So much damage being done towards that connector position, and now with 2 on B, it's going to be the explosion for FNATIC.
Red Star and Buzz to hold it. Waro is also set on the offsite with the AWP pick that misses. Roy and Mezzi with 2 frags. Less than 30 seconds, and Red Star and JL trying back. The AWP's flashed off, and Red Star still sitting in the back of the site. Somehow finds his way in alongside JL's combination. Heat reducing it to a 1 versus 1. Needs to win this fight around the corner, but JL expects him. 3 kills to his name. FNATIC picked up the pace, but X-Mad Lions hang in there.
Oh my goodness, just when they got entries down to the side, that looked like it was going to be the one. Waro misses that shot onto the bomb carrier to the apartments, and Red Star just runs further forward around that bench position. What a tap that was onto Nico Erdos. Him and JL working together. That is an unreal recovery out towards the B side.
What a huge hold. And Waro continuing to fight back. Mezzi picked up first and foremost. Start up for the AWP, the Deagles, the Galil. Set in for a broken half buy. One that will lead to a full buy for FNATIC, but they need to get the rounds required. They're still 2 away from the win. X-Mad Lions are 3 away from the win now. The comeback was so off the table, but piece by piece, the CTs fought their way hard back into this map up, and FNATIC are in trouble now.
Even Nico Erdos could get pressed on. TMB's thinking about another search play, another information spot to come out towards ramp. He does struggle, so there's at least a way into A.
Kill found, TMB down. But 1 trade out of 2 taken for the CTs, plus damage, plus Waro striking on Roy. And where do you go from here, FNATIC?
Has to be back out towards the A play. Just knowing that that's the only information they've got. They don't know if the CTs have aggressed towards TV, up towards top mid. They've got to work together in this one. Nico Erdos and Heat to try and just make anything happen towards A.
Lash into the other peaks of the M4, smokes down, will cover it off in the CT side of things. JL playing the edge of the smoke. The bomb's got to commit soon. Counter flash is evaded. And backup has arrived. There's now 3 players to hold down the site. They might only need 1 though. JL with his frag sees Heap, and they only need 1 indeed. 2 kills to his name. X-Mad Lions have brought it back to a 14-all scoreline. FNATIC, 1 last buy. 1 last stand to close this map out.
And everyone wants to see this, Jay. Everyone loves to see the comeback of a lifetime. And it might just come through. X-Mad Lions have had to work so hard on this CT side, have a couple of close and tense rounds to force it to 14-14. And now the double orbs are even out.
To add the extra insult to injury to put the heart up from Red Star and Waro. Red Star re-rolling himself to a rifler in this team, giving Waro the chance to use the AWP. They sit quietly behind those smokes. FNATIC just desperate to get anything in this.
Opening man advantages have come very limited in this second half for them. trying to see if they could prod out a walk contact towards ramp. JL's just trying to spot on the jump.
Smoke sent down close, Incendiary sent up and over. AK swing to the site, will try to challenge them directly. "55 seconds on the clock for FNATIC to act."
Gotta be the A split. Looking at the positioning, Mezzy up towards top mid, Roy being seen. Red Star might try and see if he can get the pick towards underpass.
Smoke some Molotov sent up by Roy. Red Star just making noise, tapping through Warrior with the AWP pick onto Mezzy. JL follows suit onto Heap as he extends out towards Palace. FNATIC down to 3 men. Flashed in TMB. M4 facing forward with the AWP the same. JL can still back up against them. They've basically got all angles locked out here on the T-side line. Roy swings, gets a kill. Red Star evading that Molotov that gets sent right into the hedges. Away in for FNATIC. They've got to get the bomb down though.
That's going to be the tough fight. Niguero's overextending. The spam's trying to come down. Is down to just one last player. And Waro steps up again with this AWP. Another round here for the X-Mad Lions. One more to go. And you can see the tilt, Jay, on the faces from the guys from FNATIC. This is an unbelievable thought that they are one away from a map victory after being 13 down.
0-12 down at one point, by the way. I can't believe this has happened like this. And flash back to the group stage, back to that Mirage against Mouse NXT. We compared to the Sinners match from earlier on in that group. It was a 16-3 win for FNATIC. In this case, it's more like the Mouse NXT match where they struggled on their T side the same, except in that game they didn't have as much of a buffer to work from. This time they do, which makes it even worse.
They can taste it, Jay. They can taste it. One more to go. When it looked like at the start of this map that Max Mad Lions were just getting trounced, that it was going to be a disappointing grand final across the board, that they weren't going to find any success. How that has changed about. The AKs up on this CT side. 1 AWP and 4 AKs.
They are so ready to close this. FNATIC, just give us a round. Give us a round. AWP of Waro missing Roy, but the gap in the smoke has been bought out. Mezzy is taking his chance to swing in towards short. Check out the ladder room, but see nothing. Might backstab in against Red Star and against Waro. Headshot found, seeing the man. And flashing against him as the advantage game by FNATIC at last.
Now Mezzy just wants to try and be that distraction. Cut the rotates off towards a short control. TMB's getting aggressive. Roy up and Chair is going to punish him for it.
Now we see a man advantage for FNATIC. When they're finally pressured enough to be potentially losing the map up outright, JL will burn and Waro will frag back. Finally get a kill in for the CT side and get a second as well. Roy extending through the Molotov. Almost gets the picked off himself. And now it's Buzz in a 1-on-3 clutch.
Oh no, just when you thought they were going to take it, just when you thought this was going to be it, 16-14, it looks like we're going to overtime, Jay. Buzz, he's going to give it the best effort possible.
Nades and smokes and flashes coming in close. He'll enter, wrap the corner, and Crims will end it with a headshot. 15 all. A sigh of relief for FNATIC to not let embarrassment get the better of them. But I'm honestly not sure if that really applies to Egg. A ridiculous streak, a ridiculous half being gained by FNATIC on the CT side into the choke of the tournament here.
It is a wild best of 3, and this is only the start, Jay. This is only the first map. Just think what is yet to come, mate.
I don't know. I honestly don't know. We're buckled in for the ride. Swing out, TMB finds Roy Mezzy. Quick swing back to the trade. 4-on-4. Gained by FNATIC early, and they charge into the B side for it, and completely ignoring the incendiary thrown up there by Buzz. Heap out the gate, dealt with by the man. Frag found to the 4-on-3.
These rotates are so quick. I think FNATIC have to cancel. You can't be exact now. They wasted so much time trying to get out of the gate, and that initial 1-for-1 trade of TMB getting aggressive towards Connector, and then what Buzz was able to see, he slows him down with the counter util. He's able to fight out one, and now for FNATIC, you've got no map control. You go back towards T-spawn.
Such tiny amounts of aggression. FNATIC have no choice in the matter. Buzz might get picked up by Crims here. Late to the party, does get his kill. But Red Star so quick to trade it even then.
I was worried that that was going to be a massive mistake, that you had Buzz on such low HP going for the info spot by himself, but Red Star's there. That's such a vital trade. And now Nico Odos and Mezzi might think about a walk contact into B. No one is watching this short angle right now.
Swing up. Red Star falling away. Backed in, sees his man, gets Mezzi. Nico Odos might have been spotted the same. The bomb's been dropped anyway. Another clutch for this Danish star to win. Did it once. Trying his hand at doing it again. Spotting Red Star. Tanky damage. Gets a dink through the wall. But ultimately, Warrior peaks to land the shot and kick things off in OT for the CT side.
It's a lead, Jay. It's a lead coming through from X-Mad Lions. Who would have thought it, the first time in this entire map they're able to get themselves here. And now, what more is possible? Is this the chance to continue going forward? What a hold from Red Star. The fact that he over-aggresses when Buzz looks down towards underpass, he's a difference maker in that round.
X-Mad Lions. Difference made in this matchup. A lead gained FNATIC. Knowing they're still not out of the woods in this one, knowing they've still got the chance to bring it back and equalize again. But this T side, far better than one that we've seen so far from either squad. TMB leaning forward to the M4. Backed up, hearing the footsteps rotate away. Just spotting Heap, and Heap turns around at the right moment.
What is that timing? What makes Heap decide to turn around in that? It looked like TMB was going to find a couple of kills. Now Buzz is trying to get the foothold towards his mid control, and Mezzi strikes out with another entry.
5-on-3 game by FNATIC. Saw this in the previous round of regulation, and X-Mad Lions still brought it back. Red Star with his orb will start off the training game. Get one, Heap blow, JL to swing forward to the AK. Bomb plant default position is where Heap's going to hold, but Crims swings out from apps, catches an angle for JL. Roy with the backstab, gets Red Star, and Moro's left alone to clutch this one.
Just when you thought Red Star was going to have the holdout towards that B side again, that is so unfortunate for TMB, because I think if you replay that round and he goes for that aggressive stance again, Jay, 9 times out of 10 he multi-frags and he gets 2. And unfortunately, Heap just goes for the spin around. Mezzi finds the entry down to the short position, and it puts so much more emphasis on Red Star holding to the back of B to just have a miracle, to have a multi-frag.
It took them so long, but FNATIC will get the 3rd round in their T side. X-Mad Lions taking it to overtime, though, means that the best that you can do about it is just continue to play out overtime. 17-16, the best half that you can get here in the first. Buzz set up as the point player on the mid control. FNATIC may have gained their win condition already here.
T-sides are going to be vital in overtime, because we've seen the lack of them in regulation. And knowing that you've now brought it to 16-16, you could be on the money. Nico Odos thinking about an early AWP pick down there towards a van position, catch off any of the jump spotters. Instead, buzzes over towards A, and it feels like now that Red Star's AWPing, he's actually taken the role of Buzz as that B-side anchor. So maybe depending on what rifle they've got in hand, they're changing between the two.
Oh, nice nade on Roy and Mezzi. TMB leaning forward, Warriors AWP. Down that mid control. Hoping for contact, hoping for a kill. He might just get it as well. Flash is sent over. Blind shot comes in close. TMB lands the first. Mezzi forced to trade.
They still have the indication that Mezzi's out towards mid, but rather than prodding at it further, they just want to back off. And JL's got to hope that Rory 2K gets into position in time.
Incendiary in the hands of Heap can force him back out of dark. Channels directly, footstep noises being made by the T-side line. Incendiaries and flashes sent over. Mora lands on Crims elsewhere. Buzz gets Heap, a 4-on-2. Found by X-Mad Lions. Nico Odos and Mezzi lean in. AWP scope heard, and JL gets the pick for it. Last man left to Mezzi also being seen. Faced in at point blank for JL's 2K, and for X-Mad Lions to take the lead at the turn of the half.
You start wondering here for X-Mad Lions whether they can continue that momentum forward of the massive disparity of rounds between the two and recover it into a good second half. FNATIC trying their best at the A play, and Warrior2K has just found so much form in these last, we could say, 15, 18 rounds. Pretty much from the turn of the half, even going into overtime, he has just been hitting absolutely everything.
He doesn't miss. Tactical taken by X-Mad Lions, who can't afford to miss now. Comes the difficult part. The T side, which was so dire for them, that got us into this position in the first place. Remember, it was X-Mad Lions that were down 12-0. FNATIC, they keep control, if they keep contention, if they channel what they fought for in the first half, they can still win this map at 19-17.
And something that we've discussed, Jay, over the course of the group stage and even the playoffs is the magic in the air with Mirage. We've had teams play in the group stage that are very strong on it, be very weak, and teams that are very weak on it, be very strong. We've had some incredible third maps deciders out on Mirage, and some that maybe were a breeze. And knowing that it just gets played so frequently here in Republic, we saw earlier on today that it's the most played map in the entire event. There does feel as if there's something here with Mirage and Republic. I don't know quite what it is, Jay, but there's some wacky stuff going on.
Well, certainly a map for FNATIC to avoid in the future, whether it be Republic or otherwise.
They've even picked it, mate. Like, you think back to that Sinners game, they picked Mirage. They played ITB on Mirage. They played Mouse XT on Mirage. It's not as if they've never played it.
Well, first of all, ITB, not exactly a great squad to compare to when you're considering we're in the grand finals and X-Mad Lions have 10 years.
But I'm making the point of what we've seen on Mirage, at least, in the idea that they need to avoid it in the future.
Wait, hang on. So are you taking my point, or are you taking the opposition point? I'm not sure what you're.
I'm taking the point that I don't know if Mirage should just disappear. I don't know about that one.
Well, for FNATIC's map pool, certainly, because yeah, you talk about Cities and ITB against real competition, a la Mouse and XT and X-Mad Lions.
Okay, yeah.
They have struggled and choked, especially on the T side. It was the exact same thing in that upper bracket final over in Group B. And overtime, still had a chance to take it on the CT side. Double ops now out for Nico Otis and Crims. Didn't see much of this from FNATIC in their regulation half. Or set with his AWP on the T side.
Didn't need to, in all honesty. They were finding so much success just with Nico Otis. Even up towards that chair position, you got TMB quite aggressive. X-Mad Lions very much centered up towards a play towards A. And Nico Otis is trying to clear as much of this top mid position as possible. He's waiting for a jiggle or a slight overextension from TMB.
It's execution coming in from X-Mad Lions. Shot missing out for Nico Otis. TMB strikes. Heap tagged up a little bit, was forced out of Dark. Roy trying to get that trade, but TMB's baiting him. Incendiary might send him out. He might just cross successfully here. Got to throw that and fire now. Get the man to peek. Smoke down instead.
Just pulling a lot of distraction, and X-Mad Lions are hoping that the CTs overextend, and that's exactly what's happened. Look at what's happened out towards a Palace control. Heap's gonna drop to the AWPer.
Bring forward of Roy. On chance back towards mid, get a trade. Okay. The start now for FNATIC, the AWP of Crims, seeing Warrow. Flash sent over, doesn't blind in, the shot rings out of the crack angle, does not connect. Roy now with a kill towards Warrow, almost line of damage towards Dale, swings out, sees so many more players as Crims repositions. It's him and Mezzy on for the clutch.
Crims thinking about denying the bomb, not extending far enough. Buzz would have heard that scope, they've got the info now.
Are they aware of the rifle that comes in with support though? Buzz tagged, M4 swings, JL core, Buzz with a trade back. Crims up for the clutch with the AWP, still firing back to try and dish out some damage. Red Star seen. Scopes back and forth, leaning in closer. Got to use the AWP. The USP's not good enough for the close range battles. And Buzz will land the headshot, bring in map point for X-Mad Lions again.
One more here for the X-Mad Lions. And that's all it's going to take. And that could be a massive setup in the series to destroy the mental completely. Because oftentimes, Jay, when you have one of those mad comebacks and it doesn't come through, the mental might not be wrecked. But right here from FNATIC, if the comeback does come through, if X-Mad Lions are able to take the map, imagine what the tilt factor would be like going into the next map of the series.
Always got to think about that. This is only map 1 in our grand finals. FNATIC pushed back on a major back foot. After they were the ones pushing Mad Lions on the back foot, of course, the comeback has enabled them to now take this next round and potentially win out their pick. And it's double orcs for the T side this time in Warrior and TMB.
Don't mind that at all. Again, you've got a lot of players here on the X-Mad Lions that can AWP. TMB, JL, Warro, Red Star, all of them, give them a good spawn, give them a good setup, and they'll deliver. Could come down to where they want to try and position that AWP, whether it's an early pick towards ramp, an early one to strike towards connector in mid. X-Mad Lions know they've got a couple of chances here to close, Jay, on their map pick and Mirage.
The 2 rounds for FNATIC to bring us to a second overtime here. Let's see what they got. Smoke set up into the mid control initially for Red Star. Moves down as well towards the short position to enable it. There's no real opportunity that FNATIC can peek and prod towards the X-Mad Lions default. The AWP before boosted, and Heap gives him exactly what he wants.
And we saw that play previously, Jay, but with a flash assist, where Heat went aggressive down towards that ramp contact. That time around it's dry, and if the boost up works out so successfully, what they don't know about, though, is the CT's gaining complete top mid control. Roy's really pressed the issue.
You know that there's no one here for X-Mad Lions, but that might not matter. Crims stands alone. Aggressive in the site, defense back up. Also going to get isolated by the smokes. Damage being done to Buzz. He's burning quite heavily. A re-smoke down with a nade to follow suit. This could get the opening kill here for the CT side, and indeed it does. Crims pushed back a firebox. Can't jump out of the way. Red Star dives in against him as TMB also chimes up against Nico. Oh, that's a 4-on-2. X-Mad Lions about to pull the comeback of a lifetime, the choke of a lifetime for FNATIC as Mezzy drops and Roy is left alone.
1v4, this is it, this is done. X-Mad Lions, I could not believe what we're witnessing, Jay. This has been one hell of a comeback, one that these players have probably never experienced before.
Roy with a pick found, quarter of the timer ticked away. Trying to lean in against TMB, try to force out the issue against him. The AWP does miss out. Incendiary towards the man, trying to force him out into the open, get a kill, but he just dives back further into dark. Warriors AWP set to the crack angle, and X-Mad Lions will indeed bring the comeback home from 0-12 down to 19-16 in overtime. That I can't say anything positive about FNATIC for that one. That is another T-side choke, and generally just pretty poor T-sides across the board.
Yeah, it's true, but look at the result. X-Mad Lions come out on top, and I think we've got to be more positive in that direction, because I looked at the start of this map and I thought, geez, this is not what we want to see. We've been so excited about X-Mad Lions. We've given them so much hype with consistently surprising, consistently upsetting, and it looked like they were down in the dumps. It looked like they had absolutely no way into this map at all, and come the second half, they've just resurged, 1 round at a time, having the unbelievable comeback.
I'm not sure we're going to see something similar from them in the next map, though. I mean, I'm a bit worried again about FNATIC, seeing how awkward that map was over in Mirage. It seems to be just a Mirage thing. It is the opposing map pick, obviously. We did say that maps 2 and 3 would be the moments where FNATIC would strike back and win this series overall. But it's a start in the grand finals for X-Mad Lions, taking their pick. We'll head towards Nuke after the break.
Cloud9.
Yeah.
Final answer.
So final answer, Cloud9. D is right.
Lovely.
Yes!
I think 2004. I don't know about you, Jill.
I am not sure, but I know they haven't been running for 20 years yet. So 2004.
Yeah.
Final answer.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
No.
Yeah.
But we gotta go with that one.
Okay, 2004, final answer C. is wrong.
They had.
They had 20-year anniversary, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew it. Oh my lord. I thought it was
Yeah, man.
upcoming. I thought it was upcoming. What? It's my bad. Sorry, man. It was Luminosity Gaming?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, easy, fast answer A.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Good job.
We're back. No,
I have no idea.
I actually haven't seen Overpass in the first 2 majors ever.
But Train is also was.
I think I've.
Did they play Train?
I'm pretty sure Train was like always a competitive map. No.
I don't have any idea. I wasn't born back then, Jail. It's all on you.
Final answer.
Okay, B.
So B, final answer, is right.
Yeah.
Good job.
I don't remember, Jail.
Fuck.
He didn't play that many games.
He didn't, but he did make top 20 for sure.
For sure?
Yeah, and I think he didn't get a high place as well, because he didn't play much, but he made it. 11, maybe?
I have no idea.
C, final answer.
So final answer C, 11th place, is right. Good job.
Yeah, you have to do it with confidence.
Yeah, you got this. I believe in you, Jail.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I get something with the I. Rapid eye. I don't know.
Final answer.
No,
I got it.
Okay. You're the skid man.
Yeah, I got it in my invent.
So rapid eye movement is good choice.
Thank you.
You had that skin?
Yeah, I do.
That's pretty nice.
It's from the Dreams and Nightmares collection.
It's way too expensive at the moment, so it's either A or C.
Actually, I do think it's B.
Okay, then we go with B. I believe in Mr. Jail.
B, final answer.
Just one more thing. The price is average from the Steam market from last year. So it can be price
from last year.
Yeah, it can be price range. It can be exact price, but
final answer.
Final answer A.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident in that.
Good job.
How is it so much? It's not that expensive.
Believe it, the skin expert.
It's not Siberia for sure. And it's not Central America.
And it's not South Africa, is it?
I don't think so. So it's probably Mongolia.
Let's go. What is that?
A, final answer.
So A, final answer is wrong.
What? Central America? New York doesn't look like that.
But yeah, true.
It's because of Aztec archaeology.
Ah. Alright. We got 8. It's alright. It's alright. Still good.
Question number 9. What is photoshopped in this screenshot? There are 3 things.
Okay, so first it's the letter C. Shouldn't be there. It should be away. Then the sick ass bike, the hell ride. I wish it looked like that, but it unfortunately doesn't. And the last thing, Jail?
I'm not sure.
I don't know. I feel like that number 3 to the right is wrong, but I'm not sure.
Nah, I think that's right. That's for sure right.
Okay. Then also like the stairs thing. Normally there's bricks there, right? It's not flat.
Oh yeah. It's the stairs. Nice. You got it, Thomas.
Yeah. Good job. Good job.
Okay. We got it.
I would bring back Train. It's my favorite map, and I would replace Vertigo. I know Vertigo is. It's not too hard, but it's a bit boring for me. And there's too much fight on A ramp, and if the cities don't play a ramp, it's re-TK, and then if you go for the plant, you get needed 5 times, you get mollied, and then the round basically lasts 3 minutes, every single one. Yeah, so I'll replace Train. I like flashes over main, and I like running sandwich all of anywhere. And wherever I get space, I run. So yeah, I'd bring back Train.
I think I would bring back the old cobblestone, The cobblestone, as it looks right now, is kind of meh. But I really like the old cobblestone, and I've liked it a lot because it was such a big map. So it was easily to spread out and do proper things, like when you're not needed to be in a stack, as some of the maps are now, where you just go in a big stack. On cobblestone, you needed to be good at spreading out and doing things from that and all that stuff. And I would probably replace... no, Mirage, man. I played it too much in Face It lately. That map.
Not a great showing from FNATIC in our opening map of the best of 3 here in the Grand Finals. From a 12-0 to losing at 19-16, X-Mad Lions pull off their map pick against all the odds. A comeback in some sort of senses. I say it's a choke Dwayne. It's happened over against Mouse NXT as well. It's consistent on the T side. Get rid of that map. Don't ever play it from the FNATIC ever again. But now we can focus on positivity for them because it is their opposing map pick. And it was very deflating to watch that map for FNATIC. And I hope they don't get that too much into their heads because this is their pick. This is Nuke. Ancient's up as the 3rd one in the series. And this is where they can turn the whole situation around. I just have that fear in the back of my head, Dwayne. Like, what's going to happen if they let it get into their heads and if they let that mentality cause issues?
You would hope to think that a team with as much experience, at least from the players, we can't say, oh, they've got heaps of experience as a team because they've literally debuted at this event. It would be off to say that. But they do have a lot of experience at these players that mentally they should be able to come back. And in all honesty, I think both teams are probably going to look at that one and say, oh, that was a bit of an oddity, right? That was maybe something that we couldn't have expected. Let's press it past. Let's focus down onto Nuke now. Let's focus down onto Ancient and give everyone what they want, a competitive series, one where we can see the best out of both teams, because come of Nuke, we've actually seen both of these teams play a fair amount of Nuke.
That's why it's encouraging to me that things will go a little bit more solidly for them, because as you mentioned, Nuke's been played a number of times. Obviously, it was a map that Mad Lions beat against ECSTATIC against yesterday, obviously. They also managed to beat out the Apex side a little bit earlier on today on that matchup, on this map up. So they've had a number of great results for them, which again throws another spanner into the works for FNATIC. But FNATIC are on a 4-match winning streak, one of which was against Big, a confident victory on LAN as well. So it balances out here, and I'm just hoping that it's not down to on-the-day performance.
Now, I wonder, Jay, let's just think about what went wrong in the first map, T-sides. Now, we're going into Nuke, right? We're going into Nuke. So, is there a possibility of a crazy one-sided victory for X-Mad Lions? Because if it is a problem for T-sides for both of these teams, we're going into one of the most CT-sided maps of the entire pool.
That is definitely a possibility here. I know that obviously the Mouse NXT they faced off against FNATIC as well during that during the upper bracket final of Group B, and it didn't really ring true for FNATIC in that match. They had 7 rounds on their team, which ultimately springboarded into a victory for them in that match overall. So I have some encouraging points that makes me say it's not quite going to be down to that sort of fashion. I feel like that again, it might balance out a little bit more here. We won't see quite as one-sided an affair for like we saw Mirage, but considering what we have just seen just over the last hour or so, you have to consider that possibility. Like, there's no way you can just throw it off the table instantly.
And do we have to have the conversation about Warrior again? Feels like we're always sort of hyping this guy up, but I think on Mirage, he was the factor to how they brought it back. Yeah, there are a couple of close rounds where I thought we saw some good rifling on that CT side of Mirage, but without that orb, I don't think that comeback comes through at all. So he dropped 37 frags, 20 deaths, nearly 40 bombs. You've got to imagine he's going to show up again.
My concern is, however, that his slow start. His start was slow there over on Mirage to a certain extent. I'm not sure if that's, again, a T-side thing or what was going on there, but we saw that from them over the course of the last series as well in ECSTATIC's matchup, especially when it came down to later on in the series. His starts in the map weren't that great. Had to rely on his teammates to pick up the slacks and bring the victory in for the X-Mad Lions. So I do have some worries about how things will go in this T-side half or the first half. If it's a case of an early start thing, then that certainly would be an encouraging factor for them, because CT side, that's where you kind of want the AWPs to go missing and everyone else to pick up those slacks, because it's the half that you can win overall and then bring the firepower for that T side.
And I guess the idea that we had that competitive upper bracket final game between Mouse NXT and FNATIC, I don't know if we're quite going to get that again, because when we saw them against BNE, I think we got almost a fresh-looking FNATIC. And that was always the comparison from the group stage to their first game in the playoffs, Jay, that it did feel like it was a completely different FNATIC, and maybe we got glimpses of that in the first map. I reckon Nuke could still be quite tasty for the taking to send it to a third map.
That's a possibility, and we've seen two very different styles of FNATIC. The kind of FNATIC that would trounce on Bad News Eagles in the semi-finals, or the ones that would struggle against Sinners and Mal's NXT, and here against the Mad Lions. I guess you can apply that right here and now. But as you move to stronger territory for them, they've got to find slightly inklings of that semi-final FNATIC and do some decent work here to bring this series back to a 3-map affair, to make it look competitive, like you mentioned earlier on. A lot of work to be done, to say the least, and I hope that Keita and Mezzi have given the any given day sort of speech to G them back up and get them set up into this matchup. Players to watch out for that would make the difference for FNATIC.
You've got to imagine on Noke, Nico Edos is going to be #1 for the picking. Roy probably at #2 for that FNATIC side. Over for X-Mad Lions, I'd actually like to see quite a lot of JL and Red Star, to be fair. They've actually really impressed me in their last couple of officials here in Republic on Nuke.
Well, JL didn't have the best of maps over on Mirage, and he kind of ended up at 23 frags by the end of that overtime. It was definitely the Warrior 2K show, but if you want difference makers, don't look towards your stars, look towards the guys sitting on the back foot. Nico Edos certainly needs to be a star for FNATIC right here, and again, they will be on the T-side start, so let's hope not to repeat Mirage. Pistol round, Glock's USP's pulled out. It's utility on TMB for the retakes as FNATIC charge their way into the ramp control, and he'll be pressured early.
JL's just not even trying to attempt to fight them off, just go back down. Even TMB being forced away from this hell control. This opens up FNATIC splitting towards A.
One player up in the rafters, locked on by Mezzi, and Heat will get the kill for it. Red Star back at Squeak Door will not take the challenge. Wait for his teammates to get back here as Roy will fall to Warrior. A 4-on-4 situation, but TMB is such low HP. JL swings into the site as they look to try and make this quick. Nico Edos going to get caught up by Red Star. Mezzi tagged to less than half HP. Finally, JL swings to catch his back up, catch his headshot, and leave Crims isolated back inside of the heart. Gets his 2 frags. TMB still low, using a smoke to put down on the bomb and try to stick the 10-second ninja here. And Crims is being backed up into Squeak Door. They just hold the line. TMB can't be swung upon. It's got to be quick. Oh, Crims with a taps back. TMB's off the bomb. Will get the kill and will have the time for the defuse.
So the craziness is only continuing, Jay. What a round coming through from X-Mad Lions. So much distraction coming on there. And for TMB, I thought he was just going to hold the whole thing. I thought, yeah, no, even with Warrior falling, he's just going to try and see if he can get those last few seconds over, but realizes that's not up for grabs. And on 22 points of health, he gets off that bomb, straight up into the fight. But it did come down to the assistance. JL in for a couple of frags. Crims doing his absolute best in the 1v4.
Almost got it all. TMB had 22 points of health to get that one tap. Unfortunately, his first bullet fired was the one that got the frag. X-Mad Lions. A start on the CT side, what you want to see, but FNATIC got the bomb plant, so you can imagine they will force the issue. AK's Galil, Scout, Deagle with the Kevlar, and a little bit of util to back it up.
TMB dropping down into the vents, thinking about that there could be a walk towards outside, so a slight reposition. Thinking that there might even be a vent drop come this 4-spy round. Nico Edos just peering up towards the top of the silo position, looking down into secret in case for that TMB rotation. And Buzz is just hoping for a run out on Heart.
Won't get it for the time being. FNATIC are back to these very, very passive defaults. Saw quite a lot of this over on Mirage on their T side, barely even taking much map control. It's Roy, the most aggressive player in this line of engagement, outside ahead of Redbox.
Very quiet indeed. And just knowing that they're trying to prod Roy towards the outside, if he gets caught by Warrior, that actually might cancel the initial play.
Burst through, flashes, JL picks up Heat, bursts through onto Crims, takes him down the same. As Roy will catch Red Star, TMB out to task to take the fight back, and he will be able to see 2 players for it. Deal with Roy. Nico Edos can't do much here from the top of Silo. JL, 22 points of health. Might get traded back by Mezzi, but I don't imagine so.
Even getting down towards that lower bomb site, they'll have to deal with TMB, and the clock is really running down lower. This is just aiding X-Mad Lions closer to a second.
JL faced upon. There's the kill for Mezzi. Player close in the FAMAS. The rifle swapped out to one of the AKs on both individuals. TMB will hear both footsteps calling for backup. Go unchecked. Allow the 2K only get the one. Nico Edos again up to clutch it here. Backed up towards ramp. Sees Warrow. Gets that headshot and plants open for the double doors. Decon should open up. And now the player will swing. Buzz will get the kill for it. So 2 bomb plants for FNATIC. Damage being done to Mad Lions. It might end up being a buyback here on round 3.
I think it is. I think it has to be. And I am very surprised, Jay, that it even got as close as it did in that sort of circumstance. X-Mad Lions maybe get too aggressive. I think there for TMB, if he plays down from Dark or maybe plays towards Old Toxic, gives himself a little bit more breathing room with the time, but he aggresses quite up close towards that ramp control, only gets away with one. And for the FNATIC point of view, that's bringing back a 2v4 to a near winnable situation with a bomb plant. They've got to be happy about that, knowing that they can force buy again.
A lot to be happy with for the FNATIC side. A lot of cash flowing in thanks to the bomb plant bonuses. Saw how strong that buy was in the last round. Let's see what it looks like right here. Yep. AK with 4 Galils this time. Deagle out for Heap. And a reset opportunity for FNATIC here.
It's whether they can take it. And for X-Mad Lions, a lot of anti-rush nades going out towards that squeak door and hut control in case there's anything pacey. They want to bring quite a few players towards outside, and it might be Warrow on the spot to see if there's any gaps in the smoke, or whether they use the smokes at all or just go out dry.
A bit of a risky move to go out dry here with as big as a gap as it is. The smokes will come down in the end. Incendiary ahead of the first. There is a gap to play with there for that rifle. Seeing one player cross, but not doing any damage. Roy himself in the position. Crims will take the damage though, down to 67 for his own part. Nico Odo's not seen by the AK.
Good damage. TMB even faking that he dropped away, opening up the double doors. He's still holding so aggressively behind this smoke, and he's brought JL on a rotation back down from ramp.
Back sway over at Decon as well. Roy's got his eyes set. Don't cross without him even taking a challenge here. Totally thrown over as they slow walk their way into the crosshairs. Roy with a perfect give up on this take. TMB with a pick. Nico Odos trans back to a 4-on-3 now. JL on the rafters to hold off against Nico Odos. Take him out. Crims left to get the clutch, but no. Dealt with Mezzi. 1v4 now towards the outside. FNATIC is shut down.
That was a very good opportunity of the taking there from FNATIC on the force-up, knowing how close the last few rounds have been, that it's come down to 1vx situations. That was the one to really target the break, but instead doesn't quite happen. And that's a very clean round coming through from X-Mad Lions, one of the easiest ones they've found so far.
Simple stuff overall. FNATIC overwhelmed by the firepower and now have no firepower to play with. Very confident round from X-Mad Lions. Not a lot of investment to have to carry forward into the next round. Half by basis with the Kevlar on 3 individuals. Warrow already kicking things off against Roy. Again, he's been quiet in the early portions. Very early doors for him as an overall statement. FNATIC reduced by 1.
Great to see JL getting off to a flyer though, right, Jay? Knife? Hey, there we go!
That was a little bit awkward. It's extra money, credit. Deagle firing back for Crims, and of course to build up the basis of the money line here for X-Mad Lions. Tanking a lot of damage in the conversion round. More knives, or Red Star wanted that so bad. Didn't get given the time of day though. X-Mad Lions will get their 4-0 start. FNATIC up to the gun buy once again.
Yeah, but just to go back on the JL discussion, you mentioned, Jay, that he had a bit of a poor performance, was towards the end of the board. When it came to the last map on Mirage, he found a multi-frag of 2 kills in the first, second, and third round, so we can expect some very positive signs from him. And just knowing they've got a couple of AKs to work with come what is really the opening rifle round, this could be X-Mad Lions putting a lot of pressure on in the early state.
Highly possible. Pin for Warrow, going to get dealt with by Heap though, as FNATIC have other ideas. Headshot found. Ooh. TMB going for wallbang spam through the vents. That's unique, but it works. Heap's on 2 points of health.
That's so much damage. And now even Crims has been spotted towards Silo. That's a great pick back from Red Star.
4-on-4 situation. FNATIC hanging outside of the red box. Incendiary is coming in for the CT side. Suppression involved for now.
Even TMB is expecting another lurk to come through from that squeak door position, just slow it down. Still plenty of nades towards outside, so there'll be no trouble crossing down towards secret. TMB, how long does he wait? And even when he does hear the util and see it cross over, I wonder how much spam damage he's going to find.
So many players to line up, and TMB does get overwhelmed by Roy on this occasion. Headshot found. Heap is already down in the vents, but of course an easy trade can be found against him. Some on top back to shut off the rotations, but towards ramp is where the 2 players will rotate to. One man in at dark. Red Star standing on the ramp itself. Seeing Heap's head, takes him out. Sees Roy throwing the utility, but can't catch the angle against the man here. The doorways open up, and Mezzi will get the kill over at Decon. So 3-on-2 situation. JL and Buzz limited by a factor of 1. Roy sees JL as JL can't respond in time. The AK does get a pick back. Mezzi shuts the door, is sprayed down through it, but he gets the return damage to the kill. So the start for FNATIC is found.
Very good trading game going down there from FNATIC. I'm surprised they crossed dry outside. You thought about how much util there actually was from the guys playing around that T-red position. They just peeked it in, and it meant that for TMB, he was kind of caught out in the open. He was expecting some util to follow. There's that entry coming into Roy, and then Red Star doing his best to have the crossfire down at lower, but it's really Mezzi coming alive in this round that makes it as damaging full as it is.
FNATIC bring their firepower to the table, get their first T-side round much earlier than it was over on the last map. Ex-Mad Lions, of course, have their guns back in to rebuy, invest into. And they're up for the reset is where they seem to be the most deadly here.
TMB spotting for some information, doesn't see anything from the back of the door and into lobby. And Ex-Mad Lions, they know, Jay, when the economy's on the ropes, when we're down here low on money, we've really got to come through to fruition. And they're thinking about a slightly aggressive move to ramp.
Roro finds the trade on Heap. JL falls for it, smokes down to the red box cross, will allow the T's to cross safely. There's no real contention. The Orpa only getting towards outside now. Only finding his position here and now at the minute and 5 marker. That bomb, yeah, it's a cross towards Secret though. That might become a bit of a concern.
Yeah, Warrior's in a very good position, especially if it splits in towards main. Now, Red Star's got no nades towards his single door, Jay. At least he's got the backup of TMB.
Roy gets the kill for it. TMB swings and finds the trade back. Does take a lot of damage. He's unaware of where Crims is. The AWP almost locked onto Mezzi, but Mezzi will get the pick back. Another missed shot from the Orpa. Ex-Mad Lions down by a player of 1. TMB snuck past by Crims' part. Could be a backstab to consider into the vent control. Buzz can't defend the site itself, though. FNATIC have their hearts set on the A site and they'll look to get the plant in. Can Buzz deny it? Crims gets TMB, but Buzz finds Mezzi and Nico Odos has to respond.
Warrior 2K had a near chance in that round. You could see him slightly repositioning, and that's the worst thing for an Orpa. Anytime you're trying to move to a different spot and you get caught out in the open, you have to hit the most ridiculous flick possible. And while he spotted the bomb control, just was not able to deal with Mezzi outside. A good play down from Crims to try and cut the rotates and just to distract a little bit more to that lower bomb site. Buzz coming through from heaven just doesn't make enough happen. And for Ex-Mad Lions, it might have been an early start here on CTJ, but now the economy's ruined. They're forced onto a hard eco.
FNATIC noticed and the MAC-10 in first and foremost against the USPs. Get a kill with Crims and Heap also chiming in. Red Star does find 1. But nothing else here for the CT side. 3 on the trot for FNATIC, bringing back the basis that Mad Lions are set up.
Just knowing that there's a bit of a winning streak building too from this FNATIC side, and also keeping in mind that one of those results of the Mal's NXT boys was a close one. All the others have been fairly one-sided, so they'd like to keep to that track record. Make sure that the map that they're trying to introduce into the pool as being a frequent map pick can be quite dominant from them. And so far on the T side, these last few rounds have proved that they're going to try and really keep it competitive in the first half, which is great for a T side.
And already it's more rounds on the T side than we saw from FNATIC over on Mirage, so encouraging stuff here for their map pick. Got a game plan, got an idea, understanding how to make this happen. Flashes in towards the A site, no one's really there to defend it. They are outside of the site, have positions like Mini and Heaven to contest from, but suppressed away by Incendiaries and Smokes. Bomb will get planted easy.
So much util that FNATIC have put up towards Heaven, and even Nico Odos is expecting the wrap play. He might not expect TMB to the left-hand side, though.
He's watching both entries, times it well against TMB, looks back into the backstab. Warrior chimes in with 1 good pick, but Nico Odos doubles up. So a 4 versus 3 for FNATIC and Ex-Mad Lions, they're out of there.
And that whole idea there for Ex-Mad Lions is try and peek together and crunch down in case there's any lobby control being handled. And just a matter of timing, like you mentioned there, Jay, the fact that Nico Odos is checking towards the left, he's checking towards the right of the ramp entrance, and then it comes down that he just siphons off both of those picks, adjusts and strafes ever so slightly towards that left-hand side to adjust the angle and to make it a little bit more difficult to be pre-fired. 4-4, Ex-Mad Lions. I wonder if they buy again. I think they might do. Drop 2 M4s because they've got 3 saved in.
We'll find out soon, but that's definitely a possibility here. Having those guns saved obviously gives you so many more options, especially on the CT side where the economy can be a real riot to deal with. FNATIC needing only 2 kills to really get control of it, and yes, they will get those M4s out across the entire CT board. No warps in for them, but same sort of story for FNATIC here.
A little bit more pacey towards outside. Roy charging forward. Warrior 2K not spotting any of that, just hearing all of the util, and now Roy starts to walk, get down into the secret control.
Just the 1 man in secret though. FNATIC not bringing the majority of their forces. AK set the M4 of JL bursting and spraying through, but not really capturing any kills here. Careful placement on the T side.
X-Mad Lions haven't done many lobby crunches or high-pressure situations. I saw a lot of that against ECSTATIC only yesterday. JL thinking about backing off. He needs a teammate for the assistance of the bait, though.
Crossfires now locked, but a flashbang sends them both packing, particularly down to the B site. Into hell, the other M4 will disappear too, and Roy now join the offensive, try and split in from secret. Red Star's watching it. JL on the central site defensive, might have to call upon him. T's lean in, utility will be known. Needs that headshot soon, but the T's are just not extending far enough to give the M4 the pick back keep. Starts things off, Red Star trades on 1, but now suppressed to observation.
Now Messi just wants to try and cut the rotate down for that vent control, and Buzz is expecting it. Roy with a swing out, gets a multi-frag from both Red Star and TMB. Buzz gets the response, but I reckon you've got to save again.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely save. There is no other option in this. Roy with a drive-by. That was a sick shot. And a double that ultimately gets FNATIC in the lead. 4 in the row for X-Mad Lions to start, and then 5 back from FNATIC to respond. And their map pick looks very juicy indeed.
Impeccable flashes out there towards that ramp control. Just when it looked like X-Mad Lions could have had a decent setup, that you've got the ramp angle on hold from JL, you've got the rotate in from that hell position too, that you could kind of set up between one another, and they just get driven back so much by that util. And then Roy, the first player that we noticed getting down towards secret very quickly into that round, was the one that ended it with the multi. And for TMB and Red Star, I don't think there's much you could do when you get swung like that.
Just easy face of the AK. Have to watch it again from his perspective as well. The trades are decent, but Roy, the jump face. Oh my God, that was sick. That was so sick. All right, Roy. I think he was top of the board for FNATIC in the last map up. Certainly deserved that honor. And it's shots like that are the reason why.
Oh, they're sending it. This is quick. This is going to be a ramp rush, and JL's just got to fall down.
Let's get out of dodge, and FNATIC wasting no time thinking they might be up against the basics, but they're up against the rifles, and at least the Mac 10 will get the information back. Warwick can strike on Nico Odos. Crims will find JL, get the B site opened up, but X-Mad Lions so quick to the rotates here. Raptors control could be contested by Red Star. Roy will start to aggress against the man, though, and there's all sorts of CT presence here at double doors.
Roy's got to try and be the impact fragger once again. The distraction being lost, and now the bomb gets dropped down to the open. Heap's the last one.
Standing alone for the 4K and the 1 versus 3. CT's coming in from double doors and from ramp. Swing towards ramp might provide the opportunity, but Red Star comes in from observation and shuts it down against FNATIC. Well, felt like it was going to be a decent amount of pace. Ultimately, just walked straight into the trap. And X-Mad Lions decimated them all.
So funny. When we've seen X-Mad Lions previously, Jay, they've always been high tempo, high spirits on any rounds, whether they've sort of won it or not when we've spoken to them too. And I wondered whether there's just more emphasis on just knuckling down because it is a grand final. Because there is a lot of pressure on the line, even though they're not practicing and that they're in the situation they are.
I'd say so, honestly. If I was in a grand final, I would get my practice in the morning of. I'd be looking at demos the night before.
Yeah,
I'd be doing everything I can. I want to just win that trophy. That's what it's all about at the end of the day. That's why we all get into playing Counter-Strike, especially for these pro players. You're definitely right about that observation, though. Not a smile on the face of X-Mad Lions. And last map, you can understand it right here and now. They're facing the tough task of FNATIC. Crims will kick things off against TMB.
Warrior's thinking about getting aggressive again. Now, anytime we've seen him prod towards an aggressive ramp hold, it's always been a 1-for-1 trade. Heap's not watching. That's a good timing.
Evens up the man advantage, 4-on-4. Gardos pressing in from the outside, watching on towards Mini, Buzz, and Red Star to boost one on top of the other and get back to the Rafters control.
FNATIC have done a very sound job on taking outside consistently. Red Star doesn't want to make any noise, jumping down the Tetris boxes. And now a slight distraction. It could be a split into main.
Red Star watching, Buzz waiting. Red Star backed up behind Tetris, hearing footsteps. Roy sees a shoulder, does the damage, but Buzz bails him out with a double. Mezzi responds out and does double back of his own to a 2-on-2, recovering the site for FNATIC.
Getting the bomb down could be tough, though. Quick backstab in for JL. They're not looking towards Garage, though.
Quick scope in for Nico Odos, get that pick. Leave it all on Woro to step up and find his form again. 15 seconds, 7 kills deep. He's not top fragging, but he is in amongst that spread, that very tight spread for the CT forces. Mezzi bomb, denies on a wall bang. Fight onto Nico Odos with the no-scope, and now switch to the AK. One-on-one, Mezzi providing covering fire, escaping to hard cover here. Woro with a flash incendiary smoke as well, but facing him dry against Mezzi's AK. He wins the fight and keeps the lead for FNATIC.
Pressure getting to Waro in that 1vx. I think he played it too quickly, Jay. He's got so much util there. He's got a smoke, he's got an incendiary, he's got double flashes. And rather than try to toy with Mezzi, just over peaks towards that left-hand side. What an attempt that was from Buzz too. Just to be able to get a couple of kills from the Mustang angle outside. Nico Odos catching off JL, and Waro trying his absolute best. Great no-scope onto Nico Odos, but Mezzi coming through with the clutch. And I think we saw in the last game too, Jay, in that semi-final against Bad News Eagles, how much of a good performance Mezzi really put up.
It might be IGL, but still proved himself as a great individual player across his time in the Tier 1 space. Doing his damage here. Working to get the site back for FNATIC. TMB, however, strikes against him, removes him early in this round.
It's not quite a lobby crunch, it's, should we say, a lobby walk? Just ever so tempered with the aggression towards that lobby anxious. I think they've seen the gun barrel of Red Star, though.
Volley against him, he has to use a smoke. The AWP, not sure where to fire. Red Star did escape, though. That's a smart call.
And now you start thinking about this lower side take. TMB's on the rotate down to lower, but has not spotted Crims and Roy down to close to the double doors area.
They've crossed effectively. Window's got to be popped open now if they want to get to the site. There is rotations that can come through from ramp. Also a man in the vents and decon that might provide a bit of trouble for FNATIC. It seems to be the B play here for them.
Out to that ramp take, JL struggling with the consistency of these last couple of rounds. He's going to have to try and hold off strong, and even repositioning towards Hell right now.
Thinking about it, he's out in the open at the moment. The flashbang's in against him, the swing forward, and Heap combines to get the headshot with Roy. Molotov sent. Now the CTs will rotate back, but a 4-on-3 situation. They are quickly getting to retake positions here. The bomb will get planted before they really mount up an offensive, though.
I reckon the CTs are going to go for this here, Jay. It's a very ballsy call because you do have that idea of the back off.
No, they're going to go. They're going to save.
They don't have a kit and they're lacking on util, I guess, but it's that whole idea of let's try and make the most out of this round as possible. It has been quite safe with the calls so far on Nuke, I will say.
Has allowed FNATIC the breathing room to get to 7 on their T side, though, and you mentioned how CT side of this map could end up being. Of course, FNATIC obviously have a much better CT basis by comparison to their T side. The concern will be will X-Mad Lions have to post up on their T half here because they are running out of rounds to try and make it decent. I wonder if they've already lost this map.
I will add to say that we saw X-Mad Lions having a pretty good T-side against ECSTATIC in the game yesterday. Remember, third map decider came down to them getting 7 rounds on their CT side and 9 on their T side. But entertaining that conversation of is it enough? As of right now, FNATIC are in a very good position on their map pick, putting a lot of nades down towards the squeak door, and the last few rounds in this half could be vital for X-Mad Lions.
Swing, flash forward, AK's looking to storm the site. Heap's going to get caught off guard, checking all these corners. We couldn't account for the ones where the CTs are actually holding from. Buzz and Woro lock it down with 3 kills untraded. AWP watching, and Nico Odos trying to look for one good pick back alongside Crimson's response. FNATIC have brought it back from the brink, a 2-on-2, but a backstab that Crim still gets against JL. How did they do that?
Oh my goodness, no way! The jump was even onto Grims, the backstab was coming through from Ramp, and now Red Star has to clutch. I can't believe FNATIC have recovered this round.
No kit, one smoke. Easy kill onto Crimshaw, but his concern is the AWP that's on the site itself. Smoke down and provide a bit of cover at Decon. Into window, he'll pop it open. Now they know exactly what's going on. Dive in, evading the AWP shots. Look for Crims, burst through, doing damage, but somehow he's still alive. And from a 2-on-5, FNATIC will gain the half to the frustration of X-Mad Lions.
You've got to be gutted off of that one. They had such a great lockout defense towards that top side. Buzz with the FAMAS, the guy that always gets the crapper weapons here on the city side of Nuke, being that top side anchor, multi-frags. Even Crims whiffed that shot down onto JL, and Nico Odos dealing with Red Star. It's a very good recovery, but when you look at it from the POV of X-Mad Lions, you think, boys, come on. Those are rounds we shouldn't be losing. They had so much of an advantage.
Take a tactical pause for that to emphasize the point, like, guys, that shouldn't have happened, like you mentioned, and how they can stop that from happening in the future.
Maybe now's the time.
They've lost the half, so CT side to progress forward to a maximum of 7, and they might need that 7, honestly.
Just knowing we haven't quite seen the players that we search out for here on Nuke for X-Mad Lions on the city side. JL, Red Star. We know that Warrior 2K is not really the strongest on a map like Nuke. Definitely not a map that he's too comfortable on. You've got to start looking at some of those key entities and think to yourself, if there's any time for X-Mad Lions to get those players out, it's got to be now. And look at the aggression towards outside from Waro.
He's feeling it. He's feeling it. He wants his kill, and he'll get it as well. Crims picked up by TMB's the opening start in this round for X-Mad Lions. Mezzy trying to fight back outside the Heart, and last time there was a Heart player in this position, prodding out to recover from a man disadvantage. FNATIC won it. 4-on-3 for the time being, though. They do back off.
Slightly unorthodox there from X-Mad Lions to get the AWP that aggressive. Had a teammate around it of TMB. You don't see that play very often. Nico Odos has been spotted. AWP field. Jewel goes the way of Warren 2K again.
That's the tightest angle in the world. Nico Odos just couldn't find it. Closer position for the AWP. Just lock, hold, and press mouse 1 the moment you see a man. That's exactly what he done. Kill found, 4-on-2, and FNATIC might be considering the save call here.
Nah, they can't, can they? They've got so much money. The only downside to it is that you could be giving up AKs, but I think you've got to have the confidence in the 2v4 to at least work it.
We'll prod in towards ramp and rotate immediately away. Mezzy tanking a lot of damage, dishing out comparatively very little to the opposing CT stand-up. Rotates back, will hold. Incendiaries get sent in by Mezzy. Heap facing in from Hart, also tagged low, dead to TMB on the wall bang. And Mezzy, no chance. Locked out by X-Mad Lions as they try him right back.
Try and pick up all of the AKs. They only, unfortunately, get away with 2. JL was just a little bit too late to the punch. Very good round from X-Mad Lions. And add a little bit of flair towards it. You have the aggression towards outside. TMB with the straight spam. Mezzy doing everything he can to try and recover it. And it's this shot where you think, huh, Warrior 2K, I'm loving it.
Handed out a haircut there.
Yeah. Do you reckon he paid for it?
Wow, I mean, his opponent did, but, you know. Smoke set in against the Seaside line. Molotovs. They will try and throw off the smokes being set towards Red Box Cross. It doesn't quite work out, though. Heap caught off inside. Still gets the kill on JL.
You couldn't have imagined that Heap was going to win that duel. At least he pre-aims it. Looks out towards that right-hand side. JL had the jump. And unfortunately, his holds towards ramp have been a huge exploitation from FNATIC in the first half. Even down to the lower bomb site. Because they're all walking, it's a lack of information on how many players actually went down from Secret.
They'll just leave the one man backed up here at TMB, top of the rafters. Waiting for aggression, waiting for someone to pop out here. Won't get his wish. Sit on top of the silo and wait for the T's to act.
Slows right down. And for TMB, he needs a multi-frag. Because even that rotate from Warrior 2K is going to take some time. He has to hold this side by himself.
Smoke's on, suppressing in at windows. Only covered off half of it, though. Looking down towards Deacon and Double. Double doesn't even check him. TNB with a triple. Lined up against Roy. Easy pickings. I predict the future. And I predict a 7th for X-Mad Lions to try close out this half with Mezzy being in a 1v4. That's almost a certainty.
Gotta imagine so. Fight his best, get himself out of trouble, but he's been spotted. Players all around, and X-Mad Lions can end the half on a high note. It's whether it continues to be successful in the second.
I'm through. Can I actually get here? No, no way.
Oh, that one's already done? That one didn't respawn. Wait, how come this one's not respawning?
What was...
I don't know what happened.
What can I do? What can I do?
I know what happens.
Oh, now you kind of cracked yourself, Jimmy.
Alright.
I know what this is.
Yeah.
Ooh!
You actually have to start from the beginning. Oh my god, this is actually super tough.
What? This is a scam. No!
No, Roy went for it and I didn't know he would go for it.
That's a mirror or some shit.
I'm through. Ah! I'm through.
You're cheating, what the hell was that? Like, one of you should just do it for the team, honestly. Like, you guys can talk right now and just do... What? What?
You suck.
It's insane.
Wait, what's this?
What is this? I'm out of here.
Oh shit. Oh. Yeah, that's aiming at me. Oh shit.
That was scary though. Will you
Please don't say I stopped it. Oh my god.
No!
This is actually unreal.
Landed on top of it.
I was smurfing. I died spawn.
There you go.
Shut up.
Snake muted or something.
Hello?
No.
Down to the wire, still in this map up, 8-7 for FNATIC. 1 round separates the two X-Mad Lions. Have fought hard to keep it close on their CT side, but the T-Half is doing well, and all thanks to one individual.
And you've got to think for Crims how much of a resurgence this really was, Jay, from that first map to come into the second and to have a little bit more of a feel of the Crims that we know and expect in this series so far. Fast out of the gates, it's going to be another quick upper play.
Crimson Ecoros can deal with it for the most part. Roy comes in with 1 trade, but 3 come back for X-Mad Lions to a 2 versus 2. 1 man still sat over in the squeaky door, and the bomb out in the open, tapped up by Mezzy. Red Star to 4. Warrow all alone here, out towards that mini position, not revealing his angle, but they've got an inkling as to where he might be, covering off the backstab just in case. Now Mezzy's seen him, and Warrow's got to readjust.
So much time to work with. He can really try and slow this down. He's got to try and fight them individually, and Heap's giving up the angle. He knows where both of them are, and Heap's going to fall. Mezzy's now the last one left, and the taps are going to continue for Warrior 2K. When they need the clutch, when they need him to step up, he does it in the pistol.
And a 3K to open up the second half for him. Big stuff for the man. Of course, you mentioned earlier how he's a player to watch out for good reason. He was the impact man over on Mirage for Mad Lions. An impactful pistol round to see if he continues in the second half and have some impact of his own right here. It's not quite taking definitive top frag. I'm going to share the spotlight with TNB for the time being. That 3K goes quite a fair amount for him. FNATIC, harsh eco.
This is vital that X-Mad Lions don't get reset here, that the round 2 break from FNATIC doesn't come out. Because realistically, you could be looking at a 10-8 scoreline in the lead, and that sounds very juicy for X-Mad Lions, especially when you're a map up in the series. FNATIC have a lot of players down on that top side, and Heap just ever so slightly jiggling around, just in case there's a walk towards ramp.
No info stopped it for the time being, though. spray blind from TMB connects the opening start. Crims capitalized upon the start found for X-Mad Lines as expected.
Even get that re-smoke down towards main is indicating that it could be a top site play. Plenty of time to work with. Another re-smoke going down from Heap to stall for even further. Mezzi's burning.
51 HP, backed up in the SMG, the only automatic in play for FNATIC. Nico Odos got a swing. Mezzi somehow finds Buzz. That's an all-important pick. Maybe a bit more out of it for him. Overwhelmed in the end as Heap and Mezzi drop. Nico Odos' Deagle strikes back. Red Star with a responsive. And Roy now has an AK, hearing the rotations. And they're such low HP here.
This is very doable. Down towards that lower bomb site. That rotate in the vents can be quick. Smoke off towards the old toxic position. Just try and get the bomb down.
Bit of a gap there in that smoke, but Roy can't swing to it. Not to deny the bomb plant, at least. Here in the MAC-10 firing back. Red Star still on an upper lurk. Roy's going to open the double doors, and that'll be information commed over. Still with a slow rotate back in. The nade comes into dark, but JL top end over at ramp. The smoke will clear. He can put a smoke back down. A 10-second ninja for Roy if he can look to get this. Gets the kill on JL. Last man standing back over the double doors. Diffuse to be locked on. 8 seconds to it. Red Star thinks he might be playing around the smoke. Spray back. Roy looks for the kill. He's out of ammo. The knife comes out and Roy doesn't have time.
Excellent play there from Red Star, just stalling. So unfortunate that the kit is not involved in a round like that. And even for JL and Red Star, notice the way that they just did not overpeak in that post-blunt at all. They just try to draw the fight out for as long as possible. And for a moment there, you felt as if Mezzi's MP9 multifrag was going to be enough. The fact that he burned down to, 51 points of health, gets back into a defensive position behind the default silos. He got so much damage out of this.
Utter work being posted up there by FNATIC's SMG, and of course Roy continuing to assert dominance in this one. Unfortunately couldn't get the round for it. That lack of the kit going to punish FNATIC. They'll get the pistols upgraded around the AK for this round, but not a force buy.
X-Mad Lions need to make sure that they're building up economy, Jay. The last thing they want to do is be themselves in a state where they're losing many bodies against this. Heap getting very aggressive. Will be able to get away with one, but the trades are back in quickly.
4-on-3 situation. T-side have control. FNATIC have Crims in the corner. Horning is lonesome with the 5-7. Not sure where to peek, and Prod will sit back pretty and wait here. Nico Odos fight support with a flashbang, perhaps. Might do so.
It's all a matter of timing on when that peek comes towards Squeak Door, and especially with the hub player, JL, he's finally been seen, but Nico Odos just gets clotheslined.
No great Deagle shot. Flash is in now. Crims will receive none of that blindness. He just waits here for the contact, for the bodies to show themselves. Smokes and flashes inbound. Mezzi still sitting on the B side in case of the vent dive. JL swings and gets the kill, and the pistols will get overwhelmed.
Not really much being gained up onto the eco at all, and that's exactly what X-Mad Lions want for. Double digits gained now on the T side. And for FNATIC, there is quite a lot building on them finding a successful rifle round, Jay. You'd hope the opening rifle round in the second half.
That's kind of how they got started in the first half here. Watch out for those guns when they come to the table here for the CT side. Mezzi's going to try for something cheeky. No kit, so no ninja. And no T-side players, so no exit frags either. Work towards the outside. Actually catches Warro, so that's at least a gun. Can you get to it in time? I believe he can do just about...
Ooh, yes,
an AK. That's
nice.
Very important.
That's actually not bad at all. And it means that Mezzi could have dropped an AWP. Heap's going to do it instead. Very good late round exit. You could feel as if that crunch towards ramp might do a lot of damage towards the lobby players, but good entries out from JL. And an important kill at the end of the round for Mezzi to get an AK. But he's passed it off,
Bonus
mate.
5
oh, no.
hour.
Okay, I thought he was going to pass it off to a teammate and get an M4, and I was like, no, keep him the AK.
He's among the two top fraggers for the FNATIC, so it makes sense for the time being. Heat that gets caught first by Warrow here on his own AK, and JL facing out towards Ramp will try to continue the charge up. Crim's seen. Roy gets the kill towards JL. Burst Fire finds the double, and Mezzy turns his AK onto TMB. So a 4-on-2 game of FNATIC here.
Very scrappy towards that ramp control. They get the opening pick and they just try and send it, and instead it's players with knives out, not really expecting further duels to come, and it's Roy's positioning down from that lower bomb site back up towards ramp that was just the cancellation of that entire round.
Yeah, FNATIC in with that first, locking it all out. 10-9 scoreline still sits to the favour of X-Mad Lions, as you would expect, of course, but again, it's exactly how FNATIC started off their game on the first half. How they'll continue on here with the second.
Even Nicolas towards the outside, that's going to be an easy pick. One round the difference, and for X-Mad Lions, what do we reckon here, Jay? Hero AK on TMB, we're expecting some damage?
If I recall correctly, on Mirage, he was using that Hero AK to decent effect for X-Mad Lions. He didn't quite get the rounds themselves, so I'm not expecting that much here. But maybe the hero that X-Mad Lions will need here. 16 kills deep in this map up, and one behind the top fragger of Warrow. So he's having a good map overall. He's not given angle just yet.
Even Heap on these jiggle peaks wants to put the smoke down as soon as contact comes through. Buzz opening up the squeak door. It's all a distraction, though.
Heap seeing the real play. The AK spotted JL, caught first TMB, and Warrow will start to swing with the rest of the T-side players. Roy comes in with a bit of support, and eventually they do overwhelm Heap, and they get Roy on the drive-by. So 3-on-2, still favour FNATIC. X-Bad Lions can go to the B site.
Ooh, they don't, though. They leave TMB around. They want to try and fight the rotates, try and force Nico Erdos quite aggressive, but he is so back passive in that Hell entrance.
They will commit to B in the end. Both players with Kevlar, a helmet on TMB's part, but low HP for him. All that encouraging against the M4s as standard. AK for Mezzy gets him in one shot. Anyway, Roro, this bomb down. If he plants a backside, Crims will swing, and that should be the end of the round.
Trying to get the smoke and the molly down to the right position is going to be vital. TMB out towards the double doors instead. Oh yeah, it does get smoked. Okay, this is actually looking pretty decent.
Blind fire, Crims a little bit too far back. Nade onto Warrow should do some decent damage, and he gets away from it, intelligently timed. Nico Oros, the AWP scene, TMB's got to swing back to the backstab, get that kill to bring it to manageable position now for X-Mad Lions. 2-on-2, Mezzy and Crims on the rotate. Here at the double doors, the flashbang in from the observation window. TMB and Warrow have the crossfire. The footsteps heard, the headshot connecting. Mezzy with one, doors closed again. The headshot lands this time with a kick with time and all. FNATIC will equalize.
Oh my goodness, another great moment there coming through from Mezzy. That was a tight one. There was not much invested at all in that round by X-Mad Lions, and for a moment, Jay, you think they're going to pull it off. You think they're going to get the absolute steal. It doesn't quite come through, and Mezzy makes sure of that.
In the grand scale of things, X-Mad Lions can be happy with what they did, though. The economy will be wrecked on FNATIC down to the first stage of loss bonus. As the guns come in from X-Mad Lions, the AK has crossed the board, the AWP can still be afforded by Nico Otis, of course, but the savings have been wiped out on the CT side.
Aggression outside, look at this, AWP and M4.
This is the AK in for Red Star. 2-on-1 scenario for him. Trying to face sees Roy at the edge of the smoke, catches the headshot, might run straight into Nico Otis, and indeed the trade is found.
A lot of information that there's an aggressive stance towards outside. Now starting to regroup in for the topside play. TMB getting very aggressive from the hut control as of now.
Smoke sent. Suppress anything outside of Squeaky. Outside covered off on Crims' part. Warrow can't cross there as of right now. Minute on the clock. X-Mad Lions are going to slow this one down.
Start gaining that ramp control. Nico Erdos in the reposition is constantly doing damage, and it has to be a ramp contact. It has to be the cancel. They've got to move it elsewhere.
Warrow down, JL and TMB. Contested with the AK in at the open vent corner. Overwhelmed by Mezzy's part. JL can get that one trade. Bomb down, challenging Heap. Overwhelmed by him the same.
And this is where I look at that previous eco steal, Jay, or the potential one, and think to myself, what if? If that comes through, you're up 11-9. You economically reset, you force FNATIC on double eco status. You maybe win that one, you're up 13-9. And it puts yourself in such a different situation. Instead, that round does not come through. They allow the clutch being gained by Mezzy. And now the next rifle round, there's not really much being gained. And instead, it's a pretty flawless round from FNATIC, which has just spiraled all favor back in for a third map, and this to be for the taking.
Smoke set, Red Star, nade against him and his teammates. That'll do the damage for Nico Erdos. Fast charge in towards Secret, might rush the B site. Roy left alone with the M4, sees one, gets a dink against his name. Just find a kill at the very least. Now he's back with the rest of his CT teammates to try hold off against him in observation. Buzz will get the kill back to return.
They're trying to get TMB to fight some of those rotates down for the vent position, but it's just not happening at all. He being caught out. Nico just trying to smoke it down to the window.
12-2. AWP shot doesn't connect, keeps AK doesn't double up though. 3-on-3 and the AWP drops to the M4 picked up by Buzz. Now to 2 players to FNATIC. Bomb plant can be secured here.
Very winnable. This is up for the steal again, and this is very similar to the last couple of rounds, Jade. They have to come through successfully. They've got to be able to get more out of Buzz. He's found 3 in the round already.
Lean forward on Crims, TMB held back. Plenty of kits and rifles and util to utilize. Buzz finally drops the 2 pistols. Now to focus on here. Flashes in, nades down towards Dark. TMB makes his way back out of the vent control. The flash is now in. They've got to commit to sight right now. Smoke from Crims can go for the ninja. Mezzy might cover him off here with the body block. Onto the bomb. Defuse to be held for 5 seconds. He's not seen. Mezzy gets in the way, gets his kill, and they will hold the round for FNATIC. 12-10 for them. Waro might get both exits. Only one of them. But that doesn't change the bottom line here. The scoreline extends.
Oh, this is now 2 good opportunities on those ecos that haven't quite come through. And sometimes, Jay, there's 2 ways of looking at it, right? The one way is we're doing a lot of economical damage. That's what these rounds are meant to be for. We're getting bomb plants, we're taking weapons out of play. But it's also the idea of pressure building. You're in a grand final. You have the chance for 2-0. You've got to be taking those. And for Buzz, the slight overpeak towards that old Toxic may have been the mistake and the detriment towards that round.
12-10 for FNATIC. This map being far more competitive on both ends of the table. Expand Lions. Pressed here with the smokes being sent down. Not allowed to move forward. FNATIC continue to play time.
Even Crims aggressively. You wonder whether there's going to be a flash forward, whether there's going to be a slight prod. The issue is for FNATIC, obviously, the lack of nades that they have and heat down towards lower. How has the T of Red Star been able to get here?
The question here will be asking when he takes him down, but gets the frag anyway. Holds control of the round here for FNATIC. And the aggression in towards this hot position for Crims has Mezzy right behind at the backside, watching and waiting for the T side to make their move in. Might have Crims as backup support, but he presses the issue.
It's all about a wrap play. Spots nothing out towards ramp, and now he might be called back towards A.
Crims gets a kill on JL, now got to turn back towards the center of the site. They haven't committed in full here. They might even take it back towards lobby and take him. Waro has dropped to Mezzy's own part. Crims overwhelmed with the AK. He gets his kill. Mezzy provides support, and FNATIC are slowly grinding their way up the scoreboard.
Still looks slightly awkward towards that heart control, but they actually come out on top. So it comes down to that whole sort of synchronization of Crims getting aggressive because Mezzy's got the sight line towards Squeak Door, strikes in for a pick, and then you fall back. And just between the 2 of them, they play off each other so well. So much damage comes. And for X-Mad Lions, they struggle to trade either of those 2 guys. 10-13, another buy here for the X-Mad Lions. This time around, though, Jay, it's not that pretty.
Mac 10 in on Waro, being the highlight element of why it isn't so pretty. The nade's already doing damage to him, Buzz, and JL. That utility slows down the entire rush that the T-sub are going to take in towards ramp. Smokes up to suppress them, even that squeaky door. And Mezzy will wait for contact.
Perfect timing on that one. Just when it looked like it could have been a door explosion, JL and TMB just has to hold behind it. And even Roy and Mezzy, knowing the nades they've got between them, they could slow this down. Another resmoke to the doors, perhaps?
Mezzy's got a 3rd one to go down, or a 4th one, however many it's been so far. X-Mad Lions have their heart set on the upper take, but they might not be allowed to.
Even Roy's going down towards event in case there's a walk towards outside, towards that secret control. That's another cancellation towards the doors. It does still feel as if it's going to be a topside play. Buzz is lining up the hot molly.
There's no more smokes to go down here. Nikorodis can't put the incendiary, the only one in this CT's lineup, onto that doorway either. Molotov sent in to try driving them away. Crimson, Mezzy, this dynamic duo. The OG duo of the last FNATIC side now to hold the defensive, but X-Mad Lions swerve them. Get Mezzy, Heap finds JL, but the vent dive into the B site will be the focus. The bomb can go down from here.
There's still a lot of players out towards lobby, and the MAC-10's charging through. They want to try and put pressure onto Crims.
Crims thinks it's the only lurker that's just paced him, but no, Roy's still up there, gets his double downstairs, and Moro alone on the upper site should be known here to the CT side, or was he? They think he's still on B. Either way, he can't really hold the site defensive, so this round should be for FNATIC.
You wonder there, Jay, is it overcomplicating things for X-Mad Lions? The fact that you've got the bomb diving down towards lower and then no one really diving with them. You've still got two players on the top side that's trying to cut rotations.
That's a pretty big possibility, honestly. Something they'll be contemplating themselves here. Because had they had that bolster on the site defensive, then maybe it could have been a decently competitive round. As it stands, though, 14-10 for FNATIC, and X-Mad Lions have gained the pistol and the conversions only in this half.
Got to be taking more than that. And when you keep in mind, Jay, that the only real close rounds that we've seen have been the ecos, they haven't even been the majority of the rifle rounds. FNATIC have been clawing their way back in the second half, getting closer towards 16. And for X-Mad Lions, at least they keep getting buys. They can be happy for that much.
Oh, TMP seen by Crims there, his shoulder peeking out of the hot position, flashes in. Roy needs to provide support as Crims is down. Mezzy, similar story, completely blinded off. TMB goes for the swing, but Mezzy deals with him and gets JL the same. One player out center of the site, dealt with by Roy. Heap shines in, and Roy gets his double up. And FNATIC are dismantling X-Man's Lions now.
And Mezzy had an incredible series versus Eternal Fire in last season's game. We saw nearly 80 frags being posted, Jay, across that 3-mapper. And we've seen glimpses of what that is right here on Nuke. He has been so consistent, playing that A-site anchor to absolute perfection.
Lovely stuff from Roy. FNATIC. They find the map point on their pick. Quick charge out from TMB behind the vents. The sprays through the bullet hell, raining in upon him, eventually killed off. But Red Star found the opening pick towards outside. Nikorodis has fallen.
Even Red Star gets caught. Crims on the overswing towards Heaven means that that lurk's dealt with. And now it's just down to the round players.
Keep seeing him. Also been seen by JL, wrap around the corner, walk their way up to position. Buzz and JL give him the double. And Moro now on for the quadra in the 1v4 clutch. He might even find him the same. He has extended past them and the bomb's been dropped, so the kill can get found. But Moro's looking for a little bit more here. Heads turn, frag found. Roy now at the lowest site. Might be isolated 1v1s for Moro here. No, headshot gain, 16-10. And FNATIC clap back from the disaster of Mirage to gain their map pick and take us to a third.
That looked much better coming through from FNATIC. And realistically, Jay, we look at that second half and X-Mad Lions were just outclassed. They weren't able to keep the majority of those rifle rounds competitive. They had a couple of opportunities here or there, but didn't quite strike. And for FNATIC, that's a good sign moving forward that it was as convincing as it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it's just far better from them. And just knowing that how when the Mirage went down, how that map played out for FNATIC, that's probably a distant memory to them at this stage. They composed themselves. They got themselves started on the Nuke map. They went they went the distance over on T-side and managed to take the half advantage. So it's clearly not a T-side problem for them. This map, far more confident for them, and they just do far more better. Again, as you said, far better from FNATIC on this second map, and they go towards Ancient as the third. Another map which could also be strong from the favorites in this series. Can they claim the Republic trophy? We'll find out after the break. FNATIC bounce back from the disaster of Mirage to take their pick of Nuke and send us to Ancient as the final map in our grand finals of Republic League Season 3. And we've already gone over how much that was a far better performance from FNATIC. You could argue the same thing for Mad Lions as well, although consistently struggling with their T-sides across both of the maps here, Dwayne. And now we go into Ancient, one of the most CT-sided maps in the entire pool at the moment. That doesn't bode well for either of these teams.
Perhaps so. The issue is with having a lot of positives for FNATIC on Ancient is that the sample size is so small. What are we basing a lot of our assessments off? Their one win against BNE? Because that's kind of the only one we can do, where at least for Mad Lions, there's so much more of a deeper sample size and more officials played under their belt that I think we can at least have a look into.
Definitely saying I agree on that front. Again, it's some of those things that I've always said about FNATIC so far in this tournament is the fact that we're so unpredictable. It's so unorthodox to weigh up a team like this because we don't know. We don't know what the tangible results will look like outside of that one map against BNE. What we do know is that it was a 16-12 for FNATIC and a victory for them overall. Let me take a look at Mad Lions and see what they do on this map. And I think we've mentioned before about the idea that they do have some hit and miss results here and there. They have the 16-4 against Blue Jays, which is obviously Blue Jays. Then they lost to ECSTATIC 16-8 in yesterday's semi-finals. There was the K23 16-9 win. Then Bad News Eagles beat them 16-7. 16-12 lost to Sprout. 16-3 victory to Heat. It's so up and down for how this team plays this map up. So how do we weigh it up? How do we look at this team and how do we assess their position over on Ancient?
It's very difficult. It really is. And I think on-the-day performance is normally a very good gauge, but as from what we've seen in the series so far, it's very difficult to pull apart. I do have the idea that Ancient should be the most competitive map out of any of them that we've had so far. I think we need to see a little bit more consistency on the T side. You mentioned it right now that on map 1 and in map 2, we haven't seen much from Mad Lions. This is their opportunity to prove everyone wrong, and that would be the exact glimpse of what we've seen in every series so far, Jay, from the Mad Lions, proving people wrong.
Well, look, we have seen Ancient go down to a number of great T-sides over the last couple of days, Dwayne, so I won't count them out for being able to pull something out of the hat yet. It's just in this one series, I haven't seen much evidence to them. Contrary over for FNATIC, though, a far better T-side from them on Nuke to carry that forward into this next map as well. And if memory serves me correctly, it was against BNE where they brought in that T-side comeback and was able to do some decent damage on that half of this map.
And we saw in that semi-final against B&E, they always had good first halves and strong second halves. It was the B&E side that always fell off. So you're right about that T-side perspective there from the FNATIC side being very consistent when it came to Ancient, especially in the last official.
And as a result, it's encouraging again for FNATIC, knowing the fact that they bounced back from that first map. And you could argue that both sides kind of did that the same as their own right. That last map was far more competitive, far closer from the word go over on Nuke. So it is good and encouraging now that we see both teams coming into harder form here, Dweg. But coming into this last map, I have to ask you a very difficult question. Who do you think has played the better series so far?
That is very tough. That is a very tough one indeed.
I'll give you the floor. I'll give you the floor to talk for as long as you want about this, because it is a very difficult thing to quantify. But you were just saying FNATIC.
Yeah, I think so. I think the way they proved themselves on Nuke, they didn't give many opportunities forward. A couple of rounds, especially on the ecos, were looking promising on the T side, some XMAD lines, but especially in rifle v rifle rounds, I think they outclassed them over the majority there of Nuke. So coming down into this last map of Ancient, I think FNATIC have played the better game, even if it is by slides.
That's the thing, though. Slight. Like, if you have to take into account what Mirage went down, and just knowing how that choke happened, it's always going to be a major hit to the FNATIC side and what they've done so far in this series. I'm confident enough that things will not end up being that way here on this Ancient map. I'm hoping we go blow for blow. I'm hoping we see double digits. I'm hoping we see a very close affair, 16-10 at minimum. I am going to back FNATIC, though, and I also have to consider as well the idea of what we've seen so far in terms of just the series outlook, right? We said before that maps 2 and 3 would be FNATIC's home territory, where they'd be able to go play their natural game, play their best, and play their hardest. And it seems like Mezzi's plan for these maps to be part of the pool overall. So I look forward to seeing how Ancient's going to play out for them. The half start might be vitally important to the Mad Lions here.
I'm still backing FNATIC, but it's not out of the realm of possibility that we get another upset, that Mad Lions can just pull through an Ancient. Because keep in mind, we've seen once that FNATIC have played this map as a full 5. For Mad Lions, even though they've played it 9 times, they've actually played it 4 with Red Star. So there's actually quite a big margin of game time and officials under the belt with that full 5-man lineup of Mad Lions.
We've got to consider at that point, if we wanted to isolate just those 4 map-ups, we're looking at a 50-50 split of maps. Again, there was the Blue Jays and K23 result. They lost to Enterprise and ECSTATIC in close and one-sided affairs. So if you're taking a look at the 5-man unit, it's still very unpredictable and unweighable for the likes of this Mad Lions side.
It gives us a little bit more of an idea of how it's going to get played out. I think especially in that ECSTATIC game, on the CT side, we saw some very strong form from Red Star playing in and around that donut position, so I'm expecting we get some good signs from him. And of course, for Waro, we haven't seen statistically that Ancient is one of his strongest maps in the pool. It might have to be, considering it's the last map of the final, though.
But statistically in this series, he certainly has been the guy for Mad Lions. He has been the MVP performer for my money. He's risen above the rest, dropping 58 kills so far in this series. Mirage had the 37, and then there was 21 from him over on Nuke. So he's been the difference maker to keep it as close or as good as it has been for this side. Dweg, it's the final map of the tournament, the final map of the grand finals here. Final thoughts from you?
I reckon this is going to be a close one. I reckon Mad Lions are going to give it absolutely everything, but FNATIC, they're going to come out on top ever so slightly.
We'll see how the knife round plays out to the side choice aside, and I do believe that CT is going to be vitally important to start things off here for both teams, particularly for Mad Lions. We've seen FNATIC's T side, it can be decent at times, and they will get to that CT start, so... All right, this is how things are going to play out. I'm with you on this one. I think Mad Lions are going to show up a fight, especially in the second half of the CT side, but I feel like that it's still going to be a little bit too little for them to bring that home this series. But as you mentioned before, the magical run coming in from Mad Lions so far in this tournament has given us one thing, 1 point to understand, is that Mad Lions should never be counted out. Pistol by, see the USPs, the Glocks, the P250s, the Kevlar, the UTIL. It's time to get started. It's time to wrap up this tournament here on Ancient.
And an opportunity to get Crims really alive in this series, Jay. Coming into this best of 3, being the 4th highest rated player of the event. And so far, we've seen some glimpses, but we need a big performance from him. Heap taking so much map control, getting aggressive around the A main portion with a teammate.
Yeah, him and Crims set towards main control, expecting there to be T-side presence. There's only one player outside of main. The real brunt of the attack sets itself up towards top mid for Mad Lions, and Mezzi is watching, waiting for the T-side to make a mistake that he can punish.
All comes down now to the mid walk, and when they get that smoke into play, Red Star's got to clear out this left-hand side. He gets the first, but doesn't know about Heap. That's a great opener, though.
If they decide to rotate to A and Heap sticks here, then that might end up being the play that shuts down Mad Lions here in the pistol. Mezzi spotting players out towards window, and they will start to form up towards the donut. Take Nico Odos now to focus on the defensive. That bomb could still commit in from main, though. Mezzi gets JL. Waro not being seen. Nico Odos to wrap in against Bars, and the headshot connects for the T-side player.
Oh, they've opened up A completely. Heap's got too aggressive. He's got to get back towards the side. The backstab could still be on. It could be the element of surprise they're not ready for.
No one's accounting for this either here for X-Mad Lions. It depends on how long they wait to go for the retake here. Player out towards mid, challenging from Roy, seeing Red Star tapping him down, but not connecting a shot here. Two T-side players to challenge the man. Holds his nervous. Heap swings, sees Warrior, taps him back to do some damage. Got to get the kill, however. He stands as a central site defender. FNATIC converging upon him. Roy up close and personal against Red Star. Red Star gets his headshot, and now they turn their attention to the site as Mezzi drops Heap with the perfect pistol plays. His taps have been great here, now with the kit in his hands, but no time to defuse. A smoke back, Buzz will swing, but Heap cannot get the frag, and he cannot get the rounds.
Really well handled out towards that donut position. So much time wasting coming through from Red Star, and especially coming in to Heap, being in a situation where he's got to try and isolate all of those picks, get the smoke down. I think JL's out of there, mate.
That was such a wild thing to see on the cams. Obviously, a tech pause will be coming through for X-Mad Lions. One attempt by Heap here. Buzz ultimately able to get the frags back, and yes, there will be a tech pause. I don't know why, but I can assume a doorbell rang. That's the best I can go with.
Knock, knock. 16-0, here we come. Is that what's arrived?
I don't think so.
No,
I don't think so. Too far. I mean, it would be lovely if they just got handed the victory right now.
It's actually the check for first place.
Specifically to JL, yeah? Just needing to pick it up. He's the financier here on X-Mad Lions' team. Well, obviously, nothing really to discuss outside of that pistol basis, but it looks like it'll matter. FNATIC get right back in with a force buy here for round number 2. The Galils are out for the T-side line, but the two AKs for Buzz and Red Star give them a mountain of firepower.
FNATIC are looking for their first event victory this year. Their last event that they won, funny enough, was REPUBLEAGUE Season 2. Everything after that, no victories.
It was an event that set themselves up to be a potential dark horse team, though. And they're waiting towards that mid-control. Warrior up first, JL with the MAC-10 right behind him. Warrior gets that kill to kick things off and charge straight up and into the A site. Rotations for FNATIC, who will be inbound with Nico Otis in particular being back at spawn. The Eagle standing ready to fire away, but not given a chance to strike just yet.
Not getting a good vibe on this force buy, to be honest, from FNATIC. Heavy B stack involved, and it meant that Agen just gets opened up by a quick take to Donut.
Up to Nico Odos, does with the bomb plant down, sprays back from the front plat position. Damage will be done, and JL will be removed from play. Nico Odos gone. Aggression up against Mezzi will allow him to be another good pick back. MAC-10's forward, Deagle faced upon. Does get at least an exit, but only to an SMG. Nothing major loss here for the T-Sun. They might even line up for the Galil. Warro burst on towards Roy. Heat will get away with it. Just about his life unscathed. And the head care blast is in for FNATIC.
Trying to bring a lot of players in towards that lane control. Think about a slight hunt forward, but you've got to be careful about losing any further. 2-0 for X-Mad Lions. Dealing with that force buy pretty effectively, and it always comes down to the idea. When you've got a stack play on Ancient and you're getting rushed elsewhere, it's going to be so difficult to recover it. And you saw that Nico Odos, who was so quick to getting into a rotator position from Temple, unless he strikes within the first 5-10 seconds of that bomb going down, you're just going to save. You're just going to back off.
At the start that X-Mad Lions want at this stage. 2-0 on the T side to mount up against FNATIC, make it as close to half as they can. TMB doing work with the MAC-10, of course. Getting money together for the X-Mad side, and pistols be brought back in by FNATIC only on Heap with the upgrade. Defaults for everybody else, so should be easy pickings.
You'd imagine so. X-Mad Lions just don't want to get farmed up at all. The last thing they want is to drop players in a round where there's not much of investment elsewhere. just start building on that T side. And when we look at the history, Jay, on Ancient for the XMAD Lions, their T side doesn't seem that encouraging. So perhaps this could be the turnaround.
Back away as JL holds nerve out towards the corner position. The smokes and flashes will be sent over towards the CT side. Ramp, they'll peek and prod, and JL will spray through, get 1 and 2. Easy frags for them. Continue pressing the issue here on the CT side of things. 2 players out towards the mid Candles position. They've got Crims on the back of the A site, but the dismantling just continues to come through from JL. Crims will drop, Nikolas gets that 1 frag, and now the bomb should just commit. I was going to say towards the A site, but they're facing in from window here. We're giving a slight chance to the Deagle, even if it is extremely slim. And yeah, TMB will close the round.
I like that XMAD Lions put pressure onto the last player rather than just allowing that rifle to get saved in. Make sure that you're targeting the economy float and JL. I don't know what's going on, mate. I'm trying to read his emotions right now.
First thing is running away and retreat like the Frenchman's, and now he's shaking his hand at his face like he's doing the what's that thing where you like fan your face? What do you call it?
What?
You know what? I don't know. I don't know what.
Hole here.
Yeah, I've not dug myself a hole. I'm just bad at explaining my comparison point. I'm sure someone out there knows what I'm talking about. So at me on Twitter at the Eternal J and let me know what it's called.
Join the conversation. Hashtag Republic too.
Absolutely. Last chance to do so. It's the last map of the tournament. FNATIC bolstering up the M4s across the board. 3 of the M4 A1Ss and 2 M4 A4s. JL tagged at 27 HP. Falling away to the passive positions in the T-side default.
Thought there was a moment of opportunity. The XMAD Lions were just going to walk even further out of that A main control. Instead, they just put a lurk smoke down and a HE. Maybe try and drive some further counter utility back into that angle. And as of what we can see right now, you've got an incendiary, a smoke, and a flash, and that's all that's left for FNATIC to work with.
Slow walks in from XMAD Lions. Press the issue further forward. Smokes and Molotovs get sent down. Moro will walk up with his teammates behind him.
Timing's going to be crucial up on this pixel angle for Crims. Spots information, now just has to fight.
Smoke down towards one side, a full spin to the left, or just peek in against the wall battle, the blind smoke spray. Heap comes up with one, and Buzz trades it. Nico Odos now back at Temple, holding his line. Bomb plant to be secured. Uncontested as Buzz removes Roy. And Nico Odos going to wait for his backup in Mezzi here. Get here towards the A lane position. There's the backstab also inbound for the T side line. JLC, Nico Odos needs the double. That's exactly what he gets. 2-on-2 now. Bomb uncontested. TMB still inbound here. Walking forward with the AK, finding Mezzi back of the head, leaving all Nico Odos down to clutch it. He's done this before. Tap again, needs to get Buzz. Here's the footsteps of TMB, but time is being stalled for. There's no kit, there's no time, there's no rounds.
What a start this has been on T-side from XMAD Lions, 4-0. Even the slight hunt from TMB to make sure that Nico Odos goes down. We'll be able to pick up that AK and retreat. Buzz thinking about the wraparound in from elbow. Might not be able to catch the timing. Nico Odos just hiding in towards that corner. And I know this is running the clock back a little bit, Jay, but when I first remember watching Buzz on that Arbe side, I remember him just cracking entries, just in certain situations on T side, being an absolute madman. And in that round, I think we saw some really good glimpses of it. Close quarter range duels, doing very well to just open up A and provide so much more assistance in taking the bomb site.
Never thought I'd hear Arbe get quoted in this tournament, but there you go. Works well for the XMAD Lions. 4-0 start. FNATIC on the pistols. The AK for Nico Odos, the only thing that's been saved here. T-side players onto the bomb site. TMB getting Roy Crims with one recent responsive out to that mid control. The Deagle Heap unable to mount to the challenge of the AK. And neither can Mezzi.
Trying to get as much out of this one as possible. Even Nico Odos down towards CT Spawn. Will catch off JL. Do they go for this? I'm surprised.
Oh, with Red Star's pick, they might consider it. Warrow down to Nico Odos, and now it's all on Buzz. Buzzing for the clutch, and he gets it to a 1v1. Known by Crims. Smoke to go towards the bomb's position. Actually goes a little bit too deep, trying to suppress Buzz's position. Taps it once. No time to go for this. There's no kit. Buzz just waits. Knows to act late and get his headshot for his 2K.
It doesn't seem too thrilled about that at all. But a big round for Buzz. We like that. Getting the clutch done. And that's an important one, Jay, because to be honest, if you lose an eco like that, I think you just lose all your money that you've been built up, all of that early momentum. It seemed like a pretty easy side take from JL, and then all of a sudden, I think overpeaks are probably what cost them, Jay. There was a lot of fighting there from X-Bad Lions in the post plant, which didn't necessarily need to come through.
Damage was done to the T side line, and so FNATIC can be relatively happy with it. Doesn't limit the economy to a reset position quite, like a little bit close. Lopsided individuals, and Roy, one of the many guns that are brought back here for the FNATIC side, smokes in, flash over, sees at least one man. Nade towards him as Mezzi actually catches them both, swinging out from ramp with a distraction play.
Got to be another A-site play. Even Heap trying to play up towards that default position, drops that bomb, and now just wastes time.
Nades on a Red Star, damage done to him and Warrow. Red Star especially down less than half HP. Horp leaning in for Warrow. From the hero that was always meant to be, Nico Odos. Done for the boost. About to run into the AWP and give up the fight that they need to get back into the site here. But it's still stalled.
Without a molly, they can't force Heap out to the open. Crims on the angle, gets pre-fight though.
Oh, and Heap gets tagged to 13 points of health. Roy comes in and does support it though. So it's all in the AWP now. 53 seconds to the clock. Smokes being coming in. Mezzi caught. Great shot. Warrow playing around the pillar, playing around Temple. Swings. Sees the head of Heap and looks for Roy. Oh. But Roy wins the fight.
Oh, okay. Okay. For a moment there, you think the 2v5's coming through. What an effort out from Warrow 2K with the AWP. Red Star 2, those two guys working off one another to make that round as doable as possible. Just after Mezzi got so much impact aggressing down towards lane and the pick comes through for Nico Odos, you think this is going to be a sitter of a round for FNATIC.
Then Red Star and Warrow happened and all the rest was history. God, this shot here was so sick against Heap. I halfway thought he would have connected it onto Roy. Imagine how upset FNATIC would have been at how that round played out. They have tanked the damage though, CT side. Taking an SMG and a FAMAS into the fight.
Massive swing round for both of these teams, Jay, knowing that the economy is so ruined in the reserve on both. And you'd have to imagine with this sort of weaponry for the FNATIC side, there aren't many advantages from them, and there aren't many players towards B for the CTs either.
Warrow tagged up 27 for FAMAS of Mezzi, seeing Shadows getting a kill and lining up a triple, maybe even a quadra or an ace. He's got backup around him and Roy starts to take them out of the position, taking Warrow down, leaving TMB alone in this round to clutch his own ace here to 22 HP on his first engagement, and Nico Odos with a USP, that's all he needs.
That really came out of nowhere. When you think about the setup that FNATIC have, they're not really positioned that well to deal with a ramp hold. It's Mezzi with the FAMAS out of all weapons to try and hold off towards Cave, and he ends up with 3, has a massive multi-frag that turns the round completely in their control. X-Bad Lions, it seemed like the ramp walk against the setup was the right play, and instead, Mezzi was just on the other side.
The FAMAS spray down to lock out all of the kills. Decimating the X-Bad Lions push and finally forcing the reset onto the T-side line. Pistols pulled out, 1 deagle for JL.
Even Crims, both him and Roy putting so much emphasis down on trying to fight for this lane control. Not over-peaking just yet though.
Buzz tagged, Roy swings, Warrow seen, tagged very low HP. Roy eventually combines with Crims to overwhelm all the T-side players. In fact, wallbang collaterals coming in from Crims to get Red Star. And the last player of Buzz will be removed as the same. 3 rounds on the trot, Fearful, FNATIC. And the guns will come back for X-Mad Lions.
And for X-Mad Lions, just knowing they got off to absolute flyer of a start on T-side, they just need to try and keep it close. You know, get a couple of rounds here or there. Nothing crazy, nothing too streak heavy in the first half. Because in all honesty, 6 or 7 rounds might actually be enough going into the second half to recover it.
Again, it's all about that CT-sidedness. FNATIC could negate it. But a lot can be told for how well this CT side really goes. Smokes down, Mezzi trying to play up aggressive in towards ramp, flashed in, doesn't commit to it. Line sprays will do a little bit of damage, but nothing that TMB can punish here.
TMB knows, and I think X-Mad Lions know as a whole that Mezzi has liked getting aggressive down to that bottom of ramp position, so this is going to be something that they're aware of for the next few rounds of the half. Expect that to always be coming down when they see some of that light utility FNATIC, complete mid-control taken 2 from Crims.
Prodding at the window position, trying to look into lane. Gets back out towards this donut position and holds his nerve, waits for contact. None of it will be offered up for now.
Very slow. One of the most passive rounds we've seen from X-Mad Lions, but maybe it's all that up for the setup. Roy being baited forward. TMB was just aggressive on the angle, waiting for that.
Well, Molly doesn't extend to the corner. TMB can still get caught, but Messi will burn Heap with one trade. Warrior responds, leaving it all to Nico Odos now. AWP towards the B site, and the bomb on its way here is all.
This could look very uncomfortable, especially if Nico Odos drops that bomb.
Needs an AWP sequence like Warrior to go towards his favor this time. They have gone towards the A site, recognizing it's completely open, but the rotations cannot be brought back here by X-Mad Lions. They don't have time for this. Surely they don't have time for this. This is a big mistake, right? AWP's got to stay alive. Oh no, X-Mad Lions.
They'll be okay.
I don't think they will.
Yeah, they'll be all right. They'll be all right.
Okay, all right. Disaster averted. It was down to the very last second, though.
Well, they realized the A site's open, so the idea is that even if we commit towards B, it's going to be tough, and Warrior just clears out the majority of Donut. I think he gets in towards Temple, and as soon as you go, you have to make that split decision. Anytime there's hesitation there, you're going to get caught, you're going to run out of time, so it had to be instant, and even the jump up by Nico Odos gets cancelled by Warrior 2K. That's a very well played out round from X-Mad Lions.
Putting crucial number 6 on the T side board. FNATIC have the buyback available to them. Down to the wire around there for the X-Mad Lions side from the word go, because the trade game was super confident from FNATIC up until the breaking point. Adjustment so well placed there by Warrior. Orb stays in for him, and SMG back out for Mezzi, again playing the backup dancer to the main rifles of FNATIC. Early defaults set in with the smokes, the Molotovs as standard. Missed smoke there from, I believe that was the CT side. Mezzi in first and foremost, flashed out, TMB caught, JL will swing, and he does get the trade.
Excellent trading game. Really impressed by that on the T side here from X-Mad Lions. Even Crims with the boost up. Look at what's happening towards A. They're slow walking forward.
And the kills have been found out towards lane, and with the last bit of presence being taken away, X-Mad Lions think it's going to be an open A bomb site. So smokes, molly sent down, suppression involved in this round. Nothing towards Donut, though. That could be an area of exploitation for FNATIC.
They've used so much util to gain the site that they've hardly got any for the post plant itself. They need to try and strike off some frags. At least the bomb's going down.
Bait shot from Roy against the AWP player. Now knows where he's playing from. Another one to cross out from Nico Odos. Buzz challenging Heap directly in main. I believe Heap saw him. And the AK still gets the headshot, so back to a 3v3 we go.
Warriors in a great position too. Keep pressure down towards Donut.
There's the shot. Play this position so well in the earlier clutch. Frag found the first man, swings out for the flick of the second. Crims will drop. Roy to clutch it. No kit again for the man. This is going to hurt the timer even further. 10-second stick. He swings out for them, but now he has lost the rounds. X-Mad Lions are going to get to 7. The AWP just got to stay in.
Oh my goodness. This is looking juicy right now for X-Mad Lions. 7-3 on the T side. And knowing they're starting to really put pressure down onto the economy float. And let's talk about Buzz as well for a moment, Jay. Coming into this series, he was the 54th highest rated player in the event. We've seen consistency from him on map 1. We've seen consistency from him on map 2. And now come the third map, he is getting so many impact frags.
Impactful for the T-side line, though. 7-3. FNATIC are in trouble. And I understand the idea that a T-side could still be decent from this FNATIC squad, but they have to get a decent CT half in to make sure it compounds to a map win.
And for X-Mad Lions, this just looks so much more positive on the T side than what the conversation we were having. The fact in map 1 and in map 2, they weren't really able to get out of anything, especially in the rifle rounds. Come here, Ancient, they're in their element. They're dictating pace really well. They're picking off one another with the trades. And for FNATIC, this is got to be a rough time.
It's a rough nade in against the T-side line. Moving past the Molotovs as Buzz sends his way straight into the site itself. The Deagles doesn't think he can try back on anything, but no. AWP here for Nico Odos. Drops the bomb and call for backup here. Second shot towards player in main. No TMB with a jump face, and Red Star with a peek after it, so control gained by X-Mad Lions. Decent efforts there for the Yorpa, but just, again, FNATIC can't do much with what they have. At least Mezzy gets a kill, but 2v3 to regain.
JL down low. This is very doable. TMB has to try and stand and waste so much time. Mezzy's got to try and work around the smoke. This is just time stalling.
There's no gaps in that smoke either, so Mezzy, position here in the scopes of TMB. Not sure where he scoped up to. Oh, the perfect taps on the Glock as well. TMB just knows. And now Roy left alone. Deagle in hand. With half the timer left. And there's just probably no way that he wins this clutch. Does fight TMB. Get that pick, grab the AWP, but fall to Red Star. Expense compounding, but no punish potential for FNATIC here. And as well as that, X-Mad Lions have won the T-half.
And I am getting glimpses of what I saw in the IEM Dallas EU closed qualifiers, Jay. Now, this is obviously the lineup with Crims and Mezzy as the core. Up against Entropic, they had a 7-16 Ancient with only 6 rounds on their CT side in the first half. They've got to build more. They've got to get more out of this first half.
5 rounds to make up here between them and the leaders. Tactical taken by X-Mad Lions of all teams. So FNATIC will be on the buyback here with the M4s. The AWP did not get saved, so they can't afford it here. Guns in for both sides, and FNATIC will make their stand, and they've got to get something on the board soon, because we are looking at potentially a 12-3 half if things keep going this way. 10-5 if they lose this round at minimum. And I don't think FNATIC can recover from that.
X-Mad Lions bringing a lot of A presence for the majority of rifle rounds, but starting to tiptoe it up a little bit, get some early lane control, getting very quick out to Cheetah.
Nade body blocked. Roy can get the kill for it. Red Star with a responsive on the AK. The other M4 is up there for Mezzy, trying to get some sort of trades back. Wall bangs. Molotov sent down. TMB picked up by Crims to a 4v3.
That's a massive main change. That is so quick to come up towards that lane control, and Buzz is desperate for the trade back in Donut.
Swings quickly to avoid the crack angle. Crims hold his nerves. Nico Odo sprays through, blind past the smokes. Won't catch any damage or a kill. It's a player allowed to walk up pretty closely towards the mid control, and Buzz Nico Odo's watching after that as well. And meanwhile, Mezzy gets Wara on the site.
Matter of timing, it's going to be everything here from Buzz. It's being watched for the moment. Needs to crack it open. Doesn't quite come through, and Red Star as well. I think now TMB and Co have got to look at that round and think to themselves, okay, was the hyper-aggression necessary? Because when we thought about the majority of the success that they've found, Jades, when they've slowed it down on the T side, when they gain mid-control slightly late, when they peer in towards Donut, this time around, it was so pacey.
FNATIC dealt with it so well. Get that 4th on the board, finally break the X-Mad Lions streak. Look towards pistols, so they break the economy the same. Half buy, eco investment with upgrade pistol onto Waro. Not even that many other upgrade pistols coming in for them. We'll use that pistol to try and challenge Roy here on the boost. Sprays back, doing quite a lot of damage to the T-side line in general. Nico Odos gets his 2 kills before Mezzy is traded. He continues extending with his teammate on the site itself, trying to cut off that bomb from the site. Nico Odos might get sandwiched here. That could be a little bit awkward for him, but he does deal with Red Star. Waro trades it. Crims comes back with one of his own. Low HP on the last man, leaves Roy with a kill.
You saw for a moment they wanted to exploit that ramp aggression, get the boost up, had the right read, but unfortunately not get the Deagle into the right position. Those bullets not quite coming all the way through, and eventually Red Star wants to put as much pace up to the side, but has to try and help out lane because it's still being contested. Overall for an Eco, it is still a couple of kills.
Took an AK out of their hands, I believe, as well. Still, AWP can be afforded by FNATIC. X-Mad Lions with all the AKs in their own hands. Nice nade start onto TMB. Not doing a massive amount of damage here. Boy. M4 standing as Mezzy picks up TMB. Warrior gets a responsive.
Good mid pick coming through. Roy trying to see if he can find more towards lane. Nico Odos just getting caught off guard, not knowing that mid had been exploited.
Base forward immediately, a 4-on-3, and 1 player to defend the A site, which is where the T's are going to. They're going to extend out towards the B doors, and they want to have a chance here, FNATIC. Roy needs to get this kill, and Waro just shuts him out. Mezzy left alone. Still sitting in at lane, and Warren's going to aggress him as well. The AK, one out on the T-side line. Heap can get that one pick. Here to rotates back. Does he have an inkling that bomb's on its way? Doesn't matter. JL setting candles, gets the headshot, brings about 9.
And I am pretty much convinced that this is the best T-side of Ancient we've seen in the playoffs, at least.
Yeah.
This is looking really good. In from the side of XMAD Lions. You might even spread that and say in a few games that we saw in the group stage too. But to think about the idea that TMB, JL, Buzz, Warrior2K are all debuting in an A-tier grand final, and they're putting this performance up in the 3rd map decider, in the most important map in the series.
Start out for Nico Odos. JL tagged up. SMG for Roy wraps the corner and gets the frag. Trying to look for the rifle that the opponent dropped. Gets away with the SMG instead as he can't quite seem to find it. Nico Odos. M4 sat back at candles. Resmokes onto TMB. Can't see where Roy is. More blind fire considered? No, not right now.
Roy's got to back off, surely. 5-on-3 advantage. They've got men to work with.
Nico Odos will drop. Crims gets a responsive in from Donut. Thinking about that SMG pressing. They've got 2 of them in play. Oh, the dinks continue coming through. Now TMB's faced upon. Roy gets the kill. Looks for the last man of Warrow. So it looks like FNATIC will get one final round to close out the half. And indeed, it will be 9-6 up for XMAD Lions. Still a great T-side, though, Dwayne. You can't take it away from them for FNATIC. It's all about mounting up one of their own here in the second half. Definitely something they have proven that they can do. But the pressure is on.
Pressure most definitely is. FNATIC, for the majority of best of 3s and the majority of maps, we've seen them stay in control. And even if we take Mirage as a prime example, Jay, think about that early start. They're up 13-1, 13-2. Yeah, we know how it ended, but for FNATIC, they've always been on the front foot. This time around, they're going to have to climb the comeback.
Glock set in, USP's out. The final pistol round of REPUBLEAGUE kicks off. XMAD Lions on the B-side defense with 2 players and plenty of backup around it here. Heap caught off, completely blinded. Buzz gets a double before JL will end up dropping. TMB continues fighting. The bomb's dropped on the site. The 4th player to rotate around. Crims gets caught by Warrow2K. And Mezzi and Nico Odos. Now just Nico Odos and almost just about no other players standing for FNATIC as Warrow gets a triple and XMAD Lions find 10.
And we really have to build this, Jay, into what could be another massive upset for XMAD Lions. Coming into this event, I don't even think people would have thought they would have got out of groups, Jay, let alone have a chance in the final. And that pistol, knowing that FNATIC didn't get many trades or a bomb plant, they can't force. You have to Glock it.
Yeah, no bomb plot, no buy. No risk to be taken against XMAD Lions, because that, if they force the issue and lose this here, that could leave it in a very, very awkward stance. XMAD Lions could really take control of the whole matchup. Oro, M4 standing. Passive outside of the ace site. Might get overwhelmed by the numbers game. Does catch Mezzi and isolate Nico Odos. The same bomb plot is the focus for the T side here, and that seems to be what they'll get. Bonus money gain, Red Star to rock out Crims, and Heap the same. Oro did his initial defensive work, and they will get to 11, but now the buy is going to look good for FNATIC.
It's a very good eco coming through from FNATIC, just bomb rushing, getting the site control, and obviously getting that plant down. And from the perspective of XMAD Lions, they could be happy that no one drops, that they keep everyone alive, that they're not disrupted with the economy management. And just knowing in the last 3 months, we've had 4 wins, 5 losses, 9 maps played for the XMAD Lions. 63.6% round win, Jay, on that CT side. And you're already up 11-6. This is looking like for the taking. And even the bonus round, you wonder how much they're going to get out of it.
AKs, M4s, SMGs on JO and TMB. XMAD Lions take it as a bonus round. FNATIC absolutely need to take this victory here. Just like every other round from here on out. It's passive on the defaults as they love to play the T-half.
Even Red Star is just prodding slightly aggressive around Donut, wanting to catch a walk forward or a lurk attempt. JL getting spammed down aggressively towards ramp.
Oh, awkward molly there from Nico Odos. That's definitely not great. You might even tag up Roy pretty heavily, forcing them out of dodge. That is not great for FNATIC and not the start you want to see here on the first rifle.
They might have actually got JL off of the back of that molly. Like, they've obviously got another one for Roy, but now the CTs are here in numbers.
Bomb's not committing towards this B site, though. It's not out in lane. It's not behind the B doors. Roy will continue fighting to gain that control. Counter flashes and smokes can be utilized by Roy. He's going to wait for it, though. Flashes on as Buzz keeps his eyes set on lane.
Good angle. Oh, this is going to be difficult to clear. Already, Red Star's been able to get into the assistance, and Messi should drop too. Yeah, 5 on 3. Now JL's coming into the mix. Oh, this is an absolute slaughter.
Heap and Nico Odos, last 2 players left. FNATIC reduced to nothing. No bomb plant, no picks, certainly no rounds. This is starting to look like another upset for X-Mad Lions. The magic doesn't fade. It is 12-6 for the CT side.
This is unreal. I can't believe we're in this position. X-Mad Lions. With all of those AKs being picked up, it's how much they got out of that bonus round, Jay. They didn't give FNATIC a way in at all.
Charge forward of the pistols, desperate to get anything. Need the round ideally. JL's caught 2, Roy's caught 1. Takes that bomb deep into long. No plant for FNATIC. Half by bases could have given them a bolster. 13 to the board of X-Mad Lions, and now they're making progress. They're really closing the gap. They're really closing out this chance. I can't believe we're about to see, Dwayne. It's 3 rounds for X-Mad Lions to take REPUBLEAGUE.
And you'd have to imagine this has got to be something in the history books. The idea that a team that isn't even practicing doing the entire run, going the entire way. We always see a team like the X-Mad Lions fall in the semis or the quarterfinals or one of those important games. But to be here in the grand finals, Jay, and to actually come out on top, it's unheard of.
And also note the fact that X-Mad Lions came from the open qualifier, by the way. What a story that is. Shouldn't even be here. Shouldn't even be close to here. Yet here they are. M4s bursting through from Red Star and Buzz trying to pick up the frags. Get the mid control that would enable this round, this matchup to go the way of the CT forces. TMB burst firing, trying to maintain control of this position ahead of the cheater angle. Roy forces the issue and gets the pick instead.
Red Star over aggressing out towards Donut. More picks being landed. Buzz is on low HP. There is another player towards that position. That's Warrior with the AWP. They could be happy with the damage done towards the T side, but they've got to get a pick back. And even JL is playing defensively out on B.
Passive as anything. Bomb picked up and will start to rotate towards the A site. You have got Warozorp in at Donut. Watching mid for now. Ready for the rotations to come from there. Turns attention towards the A site when the hit starts to come through for FNATIC.
Nico Erlos has to get that smoke down towards that donut position. Otherwise, they might have a very difficult time. And with Buzz getting closer to overextending towards ramp, this could be the tell of the over-rotate.
I set in, but playing double duty, the Molotovs and smokes will get sent down. Flashes in for the rotations. One player to lurk and try and cut off the rotate from lane in particular. The bomb plant will be secured by Nico Odos. Buzz is dead man.
Gotta imagine so. Very good positioning coming through from Roy, and he's actually gonna hold the trigger.
The perfect moment found of the shot. No need to give away the potential of a trade. We're still leaning into the site though. Him and JL might consider this, but time is being wasted. Half of it ticked by. I set over to Temple. Shot connects towards Heap. That's one. Smoke on the bomb. Is there a defuse to be found here? No, they're just faking it. They're falling back. They're saving the weapons. FNATIC throwing a hell of a bone. A lifeline in this matchup to try to keep it going as they get all the CTs to drop here and find number 7.
Stress across the face of Crims. They know that FNATIC are not in an easy position at all and have to work really deep on this T side for the recovery. And have to start looking at guys like Roy, Messi, Nico Erdos. What can they find? And Crims, again, has not had the best of series overall, so you have to start looking at some of the other entities. CT's just throwing in a slight exit, try and make it more expensive, target the economy, because they'll be able to full buy next round, no problems there.
Straight in the M4s, the Orpa, the AKs, the Khalil. Immediately in for Warriors Orp, trying to lean around against Mezzi. See the shot, connect it. Try to put FNATIC on the back foot early. And if they fend off this taker, they fend off this round, that could be enough for X-Mad Lions.
Lovely opener, and FNATIC is starting to regroup, get a few more players back towards that T-spawn position, which indicates it's not going to be too much further over to the A side. You've even got TMB pre-firing and spamming through that smoke down there at the lane control. X-Mad Lions going back to passiveness. I like this, though. Play the man advantage. Play the 5v4.
Rotate that bomb out to the B doors. FNATIC will try commit to the site with a third man now standing on the B defense.
This is a good read. And for X-Mad Lions, they're second in the event, Jay, on their CT side for winning the 5v4s. They need to bring one out now.
TMB, JL. Red Star already, the flashbangs. Trying to see if they can set TMB in with a decent shot back. Nades onto Roy. Swing and hit and kill found. JL lines up several. Does damage and a frag back towards Crims. Escaping behind the pillar and is waiting for even more. Roy, swing and kill. Found JL. Found Red Star. And FNATIC have their in.
Oh, what a spam that was. I think Red Star just got caught on the edge of the smoke. Buzz and Warrow, surely they go for this.
Got the money, got the time, got the firepower. Warrow, in particular, finds Nico Odos, flash in. Got a player right behind him. Kills found simultaneously as they're both caught looking the wrong way. And it will be the plays that get FNATIC 8.
Just when it looked like that was going to be the one to get up to 14 to close it out, they put a lot of pressure down. JL with a lot of spam damage looking through from that cave position into Cheetah, repositioning. I want to know how Red Star died, though. I'm pretty sure he was just hanging on the edge of the smoke, Jay. Oh, no way!
Oh, what?
Oh, that hurts. That's a stray bullet, isn't it?
That's unreal. That is gonna suck. When X-Mad Lions find out about that, when Red Star finds out about that, he'll be livid. He already is. Finds Crims to start the Mezzi, gets away with the trade unscathed. Sprays back through towards that elbow position. The SMG of TMB is dealt with the same.
They're going to keep fighting. They want to keep the pressure down towards elbow. Roy's on the other side. JL's got to be careful about peeking back into lane.
And he backs off as the smoke starts to fade. Roy can try to regress. There's another player inbound from window, though. Footstep heard. JL gets a pick. 3 on 3. He is low HP.
And Warrior's now still holding towards that elbow position. And knowing that the bomb's coming back out from T-Sport, you wonder to yourself how Mezzi's going to get involved. Warrior actually gets caught by the AWP at the bottom of ramp.
All-important Orp battle. 15 picks for Nico Odo's been a player to watch out for. Now got JL to get, sees him, takes a shot. The Buzz swings. Now they have info on both the CTs. They'll charge into the A site, get that bomb plant.
Oh, both teams got a player that's damn low. And even Heap, it's going to take him a little while to get into the bomb site. This is setting the CTs up for good positions.
As he's inside himself, smoke goes down, but JL can peek ahead of it. There's a gap in that smoke anyway. Heap. Molotov sent closer, he's already out, the flag's heard, and JL gets the kill. Mezzi with 2 to get, transfers back and forth, nades on from JL though! The 400 IQ read to bring in 14.
Oh, there's the smile from JL. That might be one of the biggest nades of the game, Jay. That's huge. He's down on 4 points of health. Oh my goodness, what an explosive round that was from X-Mad Lions. The back and forth trading, the 2v2 and the run around back over towards A. He tried to slow him down, put the smoke down and the molly. It just wasn't enough. And have a look at this HG again. Oh, it's primed to absolute perfection.
What a round. What a win for X-Mad Lions. A tactical taken by FNATIC, because look at the money. Do they force the buy? Do they eco and play for overtime? God, it's a difficult decision to make here.
I think you got to send it. I think you got to buy it up. You're in a state here of 8-14 down on the T side of Ancient. You've got one guy that can't buy and 4 guys that can. I think you have to buy it. You have to have the confidence to back yourself.
14-8. 6 rounds to make up. It will be 7 to another overtime for FNATIC. Similar case and task. And a lot to consider here. Because technical pause will keep us all on the edge of our seats. FNATIC can't talk during this time. I think they've made a decision overall, though I haven't seen a major buy from them. No, they will invest. It will be a buy. Everything rests on round 23. FNATIC cannot afford to lose this.
This has got to be the precision. This has to be them at their peak. And for X-Mad Lions, was bringing Red Star into the team, Jay. One of the best decisions that they could have made. He's only been here for a few weeks. They're in the playoffs of Alyssa. They're in the grand final here, up against FNATIC with 2 more rounds to go. And it seems like it's going to be an A play. It has to be.
Charging in with the SMGs again towards ramp. 2 players on the site to hold. Waro and Buzz. AK and M4. AK strikes. Crims falls. Mezzi swung upon. Heat with a trade, but he falls back. He has the bomb. He cannot afford to die alone.
Even the pick towards the B stairs could be very important. The bomb's going to drop. TMB needs to look out to the left-hand side. Nico Odos has at least found a response in the 2v3.
Now FNATIC need to go back into the A site here. They can't rotate to B. They can't grab an open bomb site. The bomb's dropped outside of main. And a Galil and a Deagle. No AK for FNATIC.
This is so tough. And even the re-smoke, oh, that's good. That's very good. The only problem is, what about the util after that, Jay? They've only got a couple of flashes left. And the Danes, it is down to get this synergy in on one hell of a 2v3.
40 seconds. FNATIC. Positioning with bated breath. But X-Mad Lions, this setup looks so hard to break. Roy catches Red Star, all important. Tag so low, now Nico Odos has got to step up to the plate here. JL sitting on the bomb. The Galil swinging, the Deagle looking. 15 seconds, JL just sat back in towards main. Got a face, Warrior 2K with his kill. Nico Odos, tagged low, damaged up, flash blinded. And dead to rights to X-Mad Lions. Map, match, and tournament point. The magical run. 1 round from going all the way.
They're going to do it, Jay. They have to do it. The fact that they did not allow a bomb plant for FNATIC in that last round. And we've got to look at Warrior again, Jay. What a guy this is. Coming into today, being such a key figure from them. 4th highest rated player in the event. Had a stellar performance so far in the series. He's going to drop another 30.
Can imagine he would. With the pistols pulled out on FNATIC. A desperate force buy, put all their chips on the table, and now they've got nothing. Stolen by X-Mad Lions. Not just that round, but it's mapping this series as well. 1 last chance, 7 in a row to go.
TMB could be faced with quite a lot of pressure. And look at the stance for X-Mad Lions. They're actually really deep, Jay. They're not taking any aggressive faces at all. They don't want to get punished because they know they're up against a weakened buy.
Lashes in. So pressing back over the T-side line, a minute on the clock. FNATIC. So careful, so considerate. Cannot afford to make a single mistake.
Mezzi's trying to fake that they're getting mid-control. Get that smoke down towards Donut with a flash. This is going to be the B-side Xe. They have to try and over-rotate this stack, because as of right now, X-Mad Lions have 3 on B.
Pressing 1 more player back towards the B site as well. Smokes on a suppress, flashes come in, Roy to start the charge, but the rest of FNATIC don't follow.
They're going to go. They're going to have to go with this, and even JL has to spam through the smoke.
And he gets the kill for it. Mezzi seeing to the edge of the smoke. Buzz plays suppression, turns back towards ramp. Crimson only 1 kill. JL and Buzz combined, hold it together, and all the kills pour in for X-Mad Lions. Say abracadabra, alakazam. The open qualifier, the group stage, the playoffs, counted out at every single hurdle. But your champions, in spite of all of that, X-Mad Lions.
Fair play. Fair play to them. That is an insane run. What a tournament victory coming through from the X-Mad Lions with 4 guys, Jay, all debuting in a grand final position like this. It is an unreal performance. And for them to end it like they did on Ancient in a one-sided fashion.
I cannot believe that. And to think as well for FNATIC, having that 12-0 from Mirage, unable to close it, knowing they won Nuke so well, this series was theirs. But a choke, a comeback, a great map from X-Mad Lions on both CT and T sides. FNATIC will not be your 2-time champions. The magic continues right up until the very end. What a well-played series. What a victory for this team. And you almost feel bad that it won't stay together in this final 5-man form, Dweg, but they deserve the win. They worked hard for this, and I still can't believe that even at this final hurdle, we said no. We said FNATIC will take this series. It feels so hard to believe at this stage. The haters proven wrong, the doubters knocked out a server, but one player that stood up in the server was Waro2K, who's joining us now on the line to discuss the victory. My friend, congratulations to you. I still am in shock and disbelief at this moment here. Hopefully we'll get him up on screen and we can have a look at the man himself, Dweg, but I still am shocked. I'm still shocked. I don't know what to say here at this moment. Welcome to you, my friends.
There it is.
Congratulations. Just
thank you, guys.
What a series for you guys overall. We counted you out every hurdle. Every match you had, we said you're not favorites, you're not winning. Even to the grand finals, you still pulled one out of the hat. I just don't know what to say. Like, how do you feel after that?
Feel very good. We did this big road and we take it.
Another win.
Can you hear
It's
me?
gotta feel good. Yeah, we can hear you all right, mate. I want to ask about the mentals. Like, we obviously know that Mirage was a very odd map, right? Something that you guys probably hadn't been in that situation before. 0-12 down. Did you guys believe the series was really over, or was there belief that we've still got this?
Yeah, every round we believe and we repeat. Let's go, guys. Keep it continuing and let's go, let's go.
And you guys went all right there over in that third map especially. Okay, awesome. Well, for you guys, like, seeing how Ancient played out, like, it was such a dominant affair, and it's kind of shocked us to a certain extent because we thought FNATIC were going to give a decent fight on T side. I wanted to know whether you were prepared to let this one get dragged out.
We just playing another game on T side, and it's helped us a lot. Thomas gave a lot of good calls, and Kuben as well, and we shoot well. It is because it was good T side, and on CT side after Peaceful we understand we need to just continue with confidence.
And how did this event feel for you, Warrior? Because obviously you were a madman. You were posting ridiculous numbers in every single map. Was it the backing from TMB and maybe some of the good vibes in the team that helped you get to some really good form? What was all that about?
Yeah, team helped me a lot as well with mood. Everyone was help each other, and yeah, it's helped very a lot. We just enjoy game, everyone.
Awesome. Well, you guys have won Republic. You've still got one more tournament to play before the player rate, that being the Elisa Invitational. We understand, of course, from talking to your teammates that this team won't stay together in the future after this tournament is over. So I kind of wanted to ask, what are the plans? What are the expectations? What do we see in the future for Waro2K and for the rest of X-Mad Lions?
I don't know yet, but I think it's last tournament for us. Elisa will be for us together. And everyone will try to find some team, I think. Yeah, we did very good, but everyone wanna play on some orc, and yeah.
Awesome. Well, look, I will give you one final opportunity to say anything you want to say to the fans, the players, the teams that you've played against. Anything you want to say right now, go for it. I'm leaving your floor open to you, mate. This is your moment.
Yeah, I want to say thank you everyone for watching, support us, and I want to say thank you to my parents and my girlfriend. They watching this game, and yeah, they helped me a lot in the breaks. Yeah, thank you everyone.
Awesome. Well, thanks, well deserved. Congratulations, well deserved to you, Waro. Champions of Republic. It is X-Mad Lions. Congrats once again. Pass that on to your team, and hopefully we'll see you soon, man.
Good luck, guys. Thank you.
Good luck to all those boys as well in their near future. Obviously, the last appearance we'll see from this team in this form, Dwag. But what a way to go out, taking Republic Season 3 against all odds. Against all odds. We didn't think they would beat anyone in their tournament run. We thought they would fall to Eternal Fire in the first match. We thought they would fall to K23 and Eternal Fire again in their elimination games. Same thing for Mouse. Same thing for ECSTATIC. Same thing for FNATIC. The magic is real. The magic is real, Dwag.
And they've just got such a good basis around this team. I think we had some very good calling for TMB over the course of the playoff run. We've seen some unreal rifling ability. Buzz as being like one of those anchor supportive kind of players. He had some really good moments on T side of Ancient, especially Red Star 2. He could pick up the AWP, he could do some rifling. And then you've got more guys in the team like Warrow that just can drop 30 in pretty much every single map. He's got that potential, that X factor behind him. And even JL, while maybe he didn't have the best of series today, we've seen what he's been made of. We know how much of a gun he was in this entire event.
And certainly he is a player to watch out for in the future. In fact, we're going to get to talk to JL as well, Dwayne. We're going through the whole gambit of the squads here on the X-Mad Lions side. JL, welcome to you, my friend. A smile on your face, a worthy smile at that. A series fought for the victory, the championship of Republic Season 3. I mean, Warrior something a little bit very calm and collected, but I'm sure that you are riding the highs of the hype train today.
Of course, it was the best win of my entire life. We beat G2 once. It was hyped as hell for us, and this one is just so much more. I don't know, I'm just so proud of the boys I've done it with. We had some bad moments, but most importantly, we finished on a good one. And I'm so happy. Whew.
You spoke about the vibes, JL, when we spoke to you last time, and we were having a look at some of the player cams on Mirage, and maybe even on the next map of the series, it looked very calm. So what was it still people getting really excited and we just didn't see it, or how was it over the course of the series?
We were really calm for Mirage and Nuke, but on Ancient, we were all hyped. After every single round you hear nice, and I'm over here screaming my lungs out, and I'm physically exhausted from this game, but what a ride it has been. We always sucked on Ancient. We were the worst team on the planet. And then this game against FNATIC, oh wow, did we turn it up. I gotta give props to Kuben. The anti-shot he did, I think he prepared for this game, specifically on Ancient for the whole day. And yeah, him and Thomas did some great mastermindish calls to help us. No-brainers win. We got the kills, they got the shots. Did I lag out? I probably did. Yeah.
I don't think JL can hear you, Jay, so I'll just carry on. Just to carry on the sentiment that Jay was sort of saying, JL, is what is next? Like, we're obviously very disappointed that to hear you guys all branching off, but after a great victory today, the spirits are obviously very high. So what is the next step? What is it for you guys?
Next step is going to be winning Elisa Tournament Cup Championship. I don't know how it's called. Elisa League. Yeah. And we'll take that down as well. Why not? Let's make it a good run. Let's win back-to-back tournaments. We played it right now. We played it today against Apex. We played at 13th, and we beat them 2-1. It was just a warm-up game for us, but I kind of gave it my all in that game, so I didn't have much left in the tank for this one, but I'm glad I have teammates like Boro, Red Star, Thomas, and Buzz. Wow, I nearly forgot Buzz. He's so quiet.
Well, you definitely have some great teammates in the sense of this particular series, and we'll see how well you do in that Elisa tournament. But obviously, you guys, it's been a ridiculous run for you. It's been an incredible performance, and I want to ask just if you have anything you want to say to the fans at home, the people watching. The floor is yours, mate.
Yeah. I want to congratulate Nikodos with his verification. I hope you enjoy it. You're welcome. It's unfortunate he didn't win the finals, but we just played it better this time. And yeah, I don't know. The Mad Lions squad, all of us are grinding. Maybe not together, but we're grinding. We're playing at least 100 hours per 2 weeks. So if any organizations are interested, hit us up. We want to play, we want to grind. So, yeah.
Oh, you guys all know where to contact him at home if you are an org looking for a CSGO player or team. Definitely an encouraging set of players and a very very fantastic setup from these guys, of course, winning their tournament victory. So congratulations to you, JL. Congrats on the win. Congrats to your team. Best of luck in the future, mate. It was great to talk to you. And again, all good for you. Thank you so much for joining us, man.
Thank you, thank you. Have a good day, guys. Peace, everyone.
Peace and love as always, my friend. Wow, what a feeling it must be for him and what a feeling it must be for the boys, of course, over on the X-Mad Lions side. Just looking fantastic, absolutely incredible stuff shown by them. Again, unbelievable to me that they would take it this far and take the whole tournament.
And just if we roll it back, right, the first teams that were in the conversation of, right, who's going to win the event? You probably had Forza in the mix, you probably had a Finest in the mix, you maybe had an Imperial, you thought, okay, maybe ECSTATIC could have a very good run, a Bad News Eagles, a FNATIC. There was a lot of great teams from the outset that you go, right, they're a contender. X-Mad Lions always were outside of that bracket, and they have constantly battled through every single series to win the whole damn thing. It is an impressive run and an incredible story.
Absolutely. Fantastic. Just overall amazing stuff coming in from the X-Mad Lions. You can't criticize them at all. From the open qualifier, through the closed qualifier, through Group B, through the playoffs, through every challenge thrown at them, they still mounted up, they still surpassed them all, and they are champions of Republic Season 3. That's going to do it from us tonight and for our season here in Republic Season 3. So all we have to do is bid you adieu, look forward to the near future where we hope we will see you again. But until that point, on behalf of myself, the Eternal J, my co-commentator Dwayne, and all the production staff and admins behind the scenes here at Republic, we want to thank you all so much for watching and for listening. We'll see you back here in the very near future, but until that day, good night and goodbye.
Set old dreams, new mediocre, find new ways to overdrive. You can find me out there, look for that circling square. Can you see me? I'm right here. I'm right here. Little too soon, bound to the moon, mystery veils and shadow work. Sad old dreams, new mediocre, still in search of yellow ochre. I'm right here. Well, you can find me out there. Look for that circling square. Can you see me? I'm right here. Take We should